We got Fino on stage with 2 other people I don't recognize. Beautiful. Oh, here's Ant. And it froze again. We're doing great. Ant's feeling great after his recent tournament success in Shanghai, where he finished somewhere good. I'm going to say top 4.
I think, yeah, you got top 4.
Yeah.
Doing well.
Yeah.
He has an interesting backstory, too. Did you watch his little Blizzard video? Talked about, video games and his upbringing and into Hearthstone and all that sort of stuff?
No, didn't watch any of that. I don't get to watch as much Hearthstone content as I would like lately. Like, it's a thing I used to do more of, and now I've been focused in on the things I have to do, and that's more of just a thing that I really want to do.
Mm-hmm. And so anyway, Ant's from like California in like some of the gang violence areas, and had like a really brutal upbringing apparently, and they highlighted that in a nice little interview piece. It's really cool. Apparently, Panda TV might have better luck, is what they told us.
Okay.
So, try that. See if there's maybe a stream there.
Oh yeah, Skype's popping up messages. That's nice. Because, yeah, that's kind of an issue.
So it may or may not be on this website, but the organizers of the tournament said, look for it there, see if it might be there.
Alright, this is really not good. You know how when you get... If I X the message fast enough, maybe people can't read them. When you get a message on Skype, you get a little mini message in the bottom right of one of your monitors. And that's the monitor that I guess maybe I can switch the monitors for everything. Oh, that would be an issue. Not while I'm live. I can't do that.
I'll link you the other one's working. The one that I found on the internet that's not provided by the people running the tournament.
I'll take off my stream and you put it up. That's good.
Well, since yours is already up, right? Just click the link.
Well, because the issue is Skype messages to me that should be private are popping up on stream right now. So that's kind of a problem.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, like the little orange bubble in the bottom right, that's popping up on stream for everyone to see.
Well,
I'm playing Whack-A-Mole.
Do not disturb. If you put on Do Not Disturb, doesn't that fix that?
I don't know. I've never done that with Skype. Let's see. Privacy.
Yeah, why are you not just always on Do Not Disturb?
Didn't know it was a thing. I don't see it.
Okay, you see the little green check mark? Click the little green check mark in the top left corner.
Okay, I see the green check mark. Do not disturb. Do not display this again. Great. Excellent. All right, we did that.
You should.
All right, so now I'm going to switch to that other link you gave me. It's going to be beautiful.
It's a lot smoother. It's a
panda thing, huh?
It's the panda thing. That's what we needed to solve all of our problems was pandas.
Yeah, so now they're watching me loading a web page.
Well, quality entertainment.
Yeah. I should probably mute it, huh? Because you're doing the audio.
What?
Maybe not.
You're the one streaming.
Yeah, okay.
How would I possibly be doing the audio?
In my mind, it made sense. All right. So,
there's literally no way.
Okay, he's speaking in Chinese, so maybe we should mute it anyways.
I mean, it's really not going to add a lot for our English viewers to hear a guy ramble in Chinese. There are no lenses in his glasses. I don't know if anyone else has noticed.
Oh, really?
That.
Oh, wow.
You can clearly tell by the shadows. Yeah, there's no lenses in this guy's glasses. What is he trying to pull here?
Oh, I get it, because it would make a shine, right? It'd be kind of reflective. And they're like, that won't look good. But we need to have the image of a guy with glasses so he seems smart enough to cast the Hearthstone tournament. Oh, okay. Eloise is there.
Well, why don't we wear glasses then?
They can't see me. I'm in my boxers.
True. Why do I have pants on?
That's a mistake.
Yeah. I know. I'm taking my pants off. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm fixing that. All right. The production's getting better.
Oh, it's going real smooth now. I like that.
I feel like we're really getting on top of things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's Pavel. World champion.
Pavel's in this tournament?
This is Hope. No, this is like this. I think these are competitors for the previous iteration
The
of
previous
this tournament. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, we casted that.
Yeah, it was
That
great.
happened. It did. They're doing stuff.
All right. So is the stream working? Let's see.
I think it is. I'm fairly certain. There's Eloise, Hope, a guy with a beard.
Oh, she's not speaking English at all, is she?
No, it is. She's one of the Chinese casters casting in, believe it or not, Chinese. What is China's obsession with cars?
Cars are sweet, man. You drive around in them.
You can't even win a car at this tournament. They have just a bunch of cars on stage. There's a car on the casting desk. The other Chinese tournament, they give away cars.
There's a car behind her, too. There's one on the desk, one behind her, two more on the tournament main stage. Three different kinds of cars. That looks like, is that a Dodge Charger with the racing stripe? Or I'm just naming random cars.
That's a Dodge Charger. Yeah, good call.
Good at cars. Really good. I'm a professional car person someday.
Really?
No, not really.
I don't know. I'm not even a fan of cars, honestly. I don't even own a car anymore. I just Uber everywhere because it's cheaper for me to do that because that's how little I drive.
Yeah.
I like walking.
Yeah.
Public transport.
No, the Uber strategy is great. I was on that for a long time.
It's fantastic. And you can just go to bars or whatever. You never have to worry about parking or getting too drunk to drive.
You're supposed to do that even if you do have a car. You're supposed to Uber those adventures.
Oh, well, I mean, I just kind of try and pace it and hope it works out.
Please don't do that. Man, that's actually just like a pet peeve of mine. Like, I get really upset talking about that. So let's...
Oh, jeez.
Let's not talk about... I don't know. Like, people die because of drunk drivers. It's not cool.
I mean, I'm not promoting that, or at least I'm trying to. Okay. But I just drink less when I drive.
Oh, see, that's the part where I get upset. Don't do that. Let's go back to the Uber game plan. That's a good one.
The Uber. I mean, yeah, I don't have a car, so you don't have to worry about it, man.
All right, so what do you think they're talking about? Maybe how you could win one of these nice cars? Maybe they got some kind of contest or something?
I don't
If you pay like $20,000, $30,000, you could probably get one.
I'm sure from the dealership they'll sell it to you for that much.
That's what I'm saying. All right, maybe we should talk about some potential first-round matches that we could get into here. There's the Rat versus, I'm going to say, Royal, and AK Wonder versus a bunch of nice characters. And we can pull up deck lists for those. So I'm pulling up Rat's deck lists. He's got a row.
We're not sure, though, if that's actually going to be the stream. Like the stream
it could be a different match.
It could be one of the other ones.
Right, it's one of two matches. We're just going to start looking at stuff, I was thinking. No?
Okay.
You're not feeling the stuff, Strat? Here we go.
No, I'm feeling stuff. Let's go with some stuff, man. I love stuff.
So,
stuff.
Rat's decks are named Strat 3, which I believe is what Muzzy named his decks when he won like 10 rounds in a row at Spring Championships or something. So let's see, there is a Miracle Rogue with Arcane Giants. I believe Muzzy played something like that. There is a Token Shaman with one Sea Giant. I believe Muzzy played something like that. But it's got a Hungry Crab over
He's got the Deathwing Paladin as well. He's playing Muzzy's decks with Hungry Crabs.
Well, the Deathwing Paladin, I believe that was that Hoy's deck?
The Muzzy also brought that,
okay.
Pretty sure. The last thing he was in.
Yeah. I feel like I was first introduced to the Deathwing Vine Cleaver Aggro Murloc Paladin from not Muzzy, but...
Yeah, Hoy was the first one to play it, and then Muzzy played it in the recent championship.
I see. And then the Jade Druid. So, nice Hungry Crab in the Jade Druid, consistent tech with the Hungry Crab tech in Token Shaman. So, kind of targeting Paladins there. What else can we say? Yeah, this lineup definitely targets Paladins.
Does target Paladins, and he's in luck. His opponent has brought the UK Paladin. So if we do end up casting the match between the Rat and Royal A Ping, sorry, I don't know how I started going down the... I saw two E's and my brain just was like, E. If he plays against Ping, then he's going to do very well, potentially.
Yeah, and for people who aren't hip with the lingo, Sorry, I cracked myself up. UK Paladin, new Paladin deck that recently came out from a player named, I think, called Jombre. But it's kind of an aggressive Paladin. It's got the Murloc stuff. The defining feature is it has 2 Rallying Blade, 2 True Silver, so 4 of those early to mid-game weapons, supporting a package of 2 Dread Corsairs and a Patches. Additional ways to pull Patches, you can Stonehill up a new Dread Corsair and get Patches out of your deck that way. But it's just kind of an aggressive Paladin with a 4-weapon, 2 Dread Corsair Patches package. It's got Argent Squires on turn 1 as the 5th and 6th 1-drops. And that sees play because partly the synergy with Rallying Blade, but also for the turn 7, you play with a Spike Ridge Steed.
Hey, Zalae, that game already happened, man. Roly Aping won.
All right, well, congrats to Royal Aping. Royal Aping. That's excellent.
Apparently, so yeah. And then there's some other results happening there. Fano Mano drops down to the losers bracket. That's one of our European representatives for the tournament. And Ant from North America advances to the winners bracket. And now we're going to have Royal Ping versus AK Wonder and Ant versus Kakwang, HQ being his team.
Excellent. All right, so let's see if we can pull up some.
So we're in round 2. Yeah, let's.
Ooh.
I didn't notice.
We're ahead.
We're ahead of schedule, guys. The delays haven't set us back at all. We're actually just powered through the stream delays and kept right on going with it. So that's fantastic. They're not too often where you start an hour and a half late and end up ahead.
No, this is a nice outcome. I'm pretty happy about it.
It's very impressive, honestly.
So I'm loading Ant's lineup because he's one of the players we could potentially be watching soon. I see a Quest Warrior, a Miracle Rogue. These are loading at interesting speeds. Some kind of priest. This is like 1990s porn where it's you know what I'm talking about, where it's just slow.
By the time you've finished jerking off, you've only loaded half the picture, right?
Yeah.
So
no,
you're
as
really
soon
just
as
masturbating to just like the face and the neck, and you almost see some titties.
You're getting
already
it.
Like,
yeah.
Once
you see the titties, you're done.
This is it's a workout at that point. You have to finish.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
well,
we don't.
Doesn't matter because it's not Ant playing. It's AK Wonder versus somebody.
You got to start the whole process over again now with the other guys.
Excellent. I enjoy starting over. I welcome a challenge.
Right, you just keep going with it.
No, AK Wonder was scheduled to be streamed first, so I don't think we skipped an entire round. Oh, maybe he's playing against somebody different. Yeah,
he's playing against somebody different, though. He's in round 2 now.
All right, I'm loading these AK Wonder deck lists up. This is
winners
going
bracket.
faster.
Round 2, and AK Wonder is rocking a wonderful lineup with Evolve.
I get it because it's got Wonder in his name.
Yeah. It's a wonder I don't get more money for casting, man. Just perfect. Okay,
I wonder if we're ever gonna get to the deck lists.
I got the deck list right here, man. He's got this Taunt Warrior. He's got 1 Battle Rage, 1 Slam in it. It seems relatively standard Taunt Warrior.
It's got Armor Smiths, no Dirty Rats. That's like the interesting part of it, right?
Right.
I mean, it's
and
normal to have
Armor Smiths and Dirty Rats. But he has Battle Rage and Slam over what would typically be Dirty Rats or Shield Blocks. And then he has the UK Paladin. So the Paladin with Pirates. Because people from UK are pirates. And then...
Whoa!
Well, isn't that why they call it UK Paladin? It's the only Paladin with pirates.
I had no idea that the UK was in any way associated with piracy.
I thought it was all about that. I thought that was the entire... I don't know. We'll have to talk.
I assumed Jambray was from the UK. I really don't know.
I thought he was a pirate. All right.
I'm a pirate. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah, my high school, Rocky River Pirates.
Oh, okay. Cool. I thought it was more like plundering the high seas, not a silly high school mascot.
I didn't do much plundering in those days.
Not a lot of plundering
No.
at the high school level. You didn't want to just sail the high seas during summer break? There was no pirate internship you could take?
Well, I wanted to, but unfortunately it just wasn't available to me. Yeah. Unlucky.
Yeah.
So
it's probably an expensive career option. Like high startup cost, right? Like once you get going, you're probably fine, but the initial cost of the boat's a bummer.
Well, you're supposed to steal it. That's what pirates do. I've
been doing it all wrong.
Yeah, you don't pay for that.
Right, yeah, like I was trying to
I
buy
don't.
the boat.
I don't think piracy is for you, Firebat.
I'm a terrible pirate. Whew,
You
I couldn't
wouldn't
finish
download a boat, would you?
that. Those commercials were the worst.
All right, so the third deck is a mage, and it's somewhere between Gunther and Freeze Mage. The similarity to Freeze Mage is there's 2 Doomsayers, 2 Frost Novas, and a Blizzard. The similarity to a Gunther Mage is we see the Mana Worms, the Firelands, Portals, and a Medivh. It's also got 1 Volcanic Potion in there, so it's really just, I'm going to call it a hybrid mage. And that's kind of a lot of mages, not just mages, a lot of classes these days are kind of doing this, where they kind of blur the lines between multiple different archetypes, which has a lot of surprise advantage when you first show up with it. That people will see an identifier card of one archetype, and they'll think it's that archetype, and nope, it's actually the other one, or nope, something in between. It makes it tough to get a read on what you're playing against and what the strategy should be.
So yeah, and it looks like. Why was it showing the classes of players that are not playing?
Well, we got AK
Wait, is he
Wonder
playing
playing with his Shaman deck, so we can talk about that. It's a double Bloodlust token Shaman. There's only 1 Stonehill Defender. The second was cut to make room for a Barnes. Other than that, it's very standard token Shaman, what we've been seeing for months, with 2 Evolves to combo with the 2 Doppelgangsters, a light Jade package of Aya, Jade Claws, Jade Lightning, all 6 totems, the Flame Tongue, Primal Fin, and Manatide, the 2 Devolve, 2 Maelstrom Portal AoE package, just standard token Shaman.
All right, and he's playing against role-playing... or Royal E Ping. I don't know why I have such trouble with this guy's name.
It's a bit of a struggle, because the way it kind of just transitions there.
Are they playing they're playing a Bloodlust Shaman Mirror with exactly card for card the same 30 cards in their deck list.
Really? Who do you think has the advantage just based off deck lists?
Based off deck list, well, all 30 cards are the same.
Right.
I would say the player without the coin has an advantage in this particular matchup, because having a 1-drop on the table first is better. So there is going to be one player with a slight advantage.
It's actually a pretty big advantage, because Flame Tongue in particular, I think, is the main reason why, right? If I go first and I play a minion first, then you go second, you play a minion, then I play Flame Tongue and value trade your minion, right? Because our minions are Fireflies.
Then you usually are just winning from that position. Or
I go Firefly, you try to coin out a Primal Fin totem, and boom, Flame Tongue, eat it. Get that hot tongue action. So that's a
action.
Yeah, it's kind of a general principle in aggro mirrors that going first tends to be favored, because the first player gets to make the first attack, and the first attack tends to lead to an advantage on board, and an advantage on board tends to be what decides aggressive matchups.
Yeah, so if you're one of these 2 guys on stage playing for money, you're going to want to try and go first, and if you're not going first, you hope your opponent doesn't draw a 1-drop. I mean, your cards are exactly 30 cards the same. Other than that, you try and roll Spell Power Totem more than the other guy. That's really influential if you do find the Maelstrom Portal in this matchup. Yep. It's a tricky one to win when you have the same cards. Sometimes going second, if you have like Evolve or Doppelgangster and like a decent 1-drop, you can kind of just keep Evolve Doppelgangster and just try and not lose before then and coin out that combo. That's a pretty effective way to take the game by surprise.
Yes, I think Maelstrom Portal is a key card to watch out for in the token Shaman Mirror. Maelstrom Portal is like when the big board swings happen. Whoever's ahead on board is probably ahead, but if the other guy has a Maelstrom Portal in hand, or if he top decks one, that might be how he gets back into it. Maybe you combo with a Devolve, maybe you combo with a Wrath of Air totem. That's kind of how you do it. So one thing to be aware of if you are playing a token Shaman Mirror at home is try not to be wasteful with your Maelstrom Portals. Try and kind of hold it for the right moment, which tends to be like turn a little bit later, right? Like you don't want a Maelstrom Portal 1/1/1 early on like you would in some matchups.
Yeah, it is terrible to use Maelstrom Portals for anything small in this matchup whatsoever. You want to use them for the big guns. When you play Maelstrom Portal, you should put yourself in a position that you are dominating your opponent. You don't just want a slight advantage out of it.
Well, if you're way behind, sometimes you just put it in a position where you're like at all ahead, or like
Oh,
competitive.
no.
No,
You
no,
just you gotta
just
wait,
believe.
man. You gotta be patient. If you just put yourself slightly ahead or even with your opponent, then they're just gonna continue snowballing, and that's your only comeback mechanism in the deck. So I'll oftentimes like have a decent Maelstrom portal and just keep waiting for that spell power. And then
Hmm.
eventually you
Oh, I
hit the
agree
spell
with that.
power and then drop 2/0 mana thing from belows or whatever that you've been holding on to while waiting for that spell power to happen. Get
Yep.
that huge board swing in there
Ooh.
and just really show them what's up.
So, yeah, I like what you're saying there. A lot of times you do wait for the Wrath of Air Totem turn 4+ for the to use the Maelstrom Portal. That's a key thing. Timing on Maelstrom Portal. Another key thing can be timing on Evolve. Um, do
Hmm.
you wait to try and combo with Doppelgangster when you don't have to? I mean, if
No.
you have Doppelgangster in hand, you probably do wait, right?
Well, it depends how
Almost
aggressive your hand
always.
is, I guess. But no, if you can get a like if your opponent misses their one drop, let's say, and you played Firefly turn one, and then next turn you go Bloodsail Corsair into Evolve, and you just evolve on 3 minions into 2 drops,
It's
and you get
awesome.
all 2/3s, you probably win the game from that position. So getting an early Evolve is actually very strong. Evolve is kept a very low percentage of the time, but is a fairly high win rate card when found in your mulligan out of the opening. And people only keep it like almost never. So it only ends up in your mulligan by random chance generally and still has an extremely high win rate in your opening hand. So getting an early evolve off in this matchup is very powerful.
All right, so I think we're going to be getting into the game soon. There's a technical issue with sound canceling earbuds running out of battery, and we're trying to protect the integrity of the tournament. Need those sound canceling things so players can't hear casters or be distracted too much. And here we go
Looks
into
like
the game. Advantage AK Wonder going first. He's got a flame tongue, but no one drop to go with it. It's
you still keep it.
okay, but you don't keep the Primal Fin Totem. You have to pitch the Eye, obviously.
We're just gonna keep the primal fin, pitch the flame tank totem. I'm not a fan of the mulligan,
Well,
honestly.
it gives him a more consistent turn to you, but a much lower power opener. And we can see he does not hit the one drop into two. He's missing on
Yeah,
turn one. And this actually puts AK Wonder behind, right? Because by the same
right.
logic, now Royal Leaping gets on board first. He can coin out a Primal Fin Totem. It's not the cleanest turn one coining out a Primal Fin Totem because he doesn't have a follow up, but I think if you. Ooh, you still probably coin Primal Fin Totem. What do you
Hmm.
think? You're going into a
Well,
Shaman's turn two. That's Jade Claws, Maelstrom Portal. Um,
yeah. Jade Claw's Maelstrom Portal or their own Primal Fin Totem. If you put out 2 Fireflies, you're not contesting the Primal Fin Totem. So might as well just develop your own Primal Fin Totem.
yeah, and start getting
Put out
value off that guy immediately because your opponent doesn't have a good way to punish it.
right. If you put out 1 Firefly, you're weak to Jade Claws, so that doesn't seem ideal. If you put out 2 Fireflies, you're not as weak to Jade Claws, but you're still not generating value, so it's not as good, I don't think.
The value you get off 2 Fireflies is that you pressure a turn two hero power from AK Wonder. You could actually clear it because you have 2 attack on board. But I think the reasoning from Royal here is that you're not really that concerned if he's hero powering on turn two, and you would like to be accumulating an extra 1/1 a turn sooner from this Primal Fin Totem.
Right.
It gives him.
If AKA Wonder is just hero power and on turn two, then Royal is just going to start driving away with the game in that beautiful red car.
Oh, yeah. So I'm thinking AK Wonder drops this Primal Fin Totem and hopes for no Flame Tongue. If there
Yeah,
is a Flame Tongue, things go very badly, but what can you do?
not much, man. This is all he can do is meet Finn with Finn.
Fin to win.
He's trying to, and it's not looking fantastic. Now, interestingly, if Ping did happen to go with double Firefly, he would have been able to beat down this Primal Fin Totem with the patches top deck, but would have been awkward still. So I think you still agree with Primal Fin, man.
Yeah. So Royal has the option here of does he want to pull patches out of his deck? It comes at a cost of he doesn't have the option of destroying a weapon charge from Jade Claws. Would Jade Claws have come out instead of the Primal Fin Totem?
Most likely, but not necessarily always.
Yeah, like there's the overload consideration. Maybe AK Wonder wanted some three
Oh
drop.
my.
Three
Look at
drops are
that
really big.
hand. The double Maelstrom Portal hand.
Yeah, so AK Wonder he's behind because he missed turn one, but he has these swing turns from Maelstrom Portal.
Hmm. And he's going to be able to have the swing turns go right before he's able to go with Doppelgangster Evolve. So he can like push himself ahead on the board, then go Doppelgangster Evolve to try and seal out the game. So he's actually in a fantastic position for being able to come back on the board with double Maelstrom Portal.
And I like this Mana Tide. There's not much point rolling a totem because you can't use the spell damage. You don't have enough mana to spell damage Maelstrom Portal, and the spell damage totem would just get killed, right? So he just plays the Mana Tide, be mana efficient. You won't have a better opportunity to play it later. Sure, your opponent has an onboard kill for it now, but if they kill the Tide, then maybe the Primal Fin Totem's slipping another turn. So at least it's getting you some value there.
Well, as well, if they kill the Tide, it sets up for his double Maelstrom to clear the board.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 1/1 stays around, that can punch into the Primal Fin, and then you can fire off these portals, killing everything.
And in true Mirror Match fashion, I think Royal's going to follow up that Mana Tide with the Mana Tide. I think everyone's just playing Tides and Primal Fin Totems.
Yeah, I can't see why not.
Play a Tide, kill the Tide, right?
Yep. He could go with pull patches and Totem just to be able to clean off an extra 1/1 to try and play around Spell Power Maelstrom, but I don't think you really
do that.
Do that, yeah, because it's only 25%, and it's even lower percent that your opponent has double Maelstrom in hand right now, and this is a bummer for him.
Royal in this position
top
feels,
deck, yeah.
He feels really strong here. He's got 6 minions to 2. He's got a Tide that's unanswered on board, a Primal Fin Totem that's just ticking every turn, but unfortunately for him, AK Wonder happens to have the hand that gets him out of this position.
Well, he doesn't even need to go with double Maelstrom if he doesn't want to.
No, you could do one in a Flame Tongue. Kill both.
Yeah, one in a Flame Tongue. Is that better, though? That it is really vulnerable to your opponent's Flame Tongue, but you know they don't have Flame Tongue because the board looks like this. Yeah, exactly. If they had Flame Tongue, this Primal Fin was gone.
Yeah.
So you would have to be trying to play around a top deck Flame Tongue in that case.
Nah, you're not in a strong enough position to play around top decks that effectively, are you?
Mm-hmm. And I think you set up yourself a more resilient board to your opponent's Maelstrom Portal if you only use one portal in the Flame Tongue. So I like that better.
Yeah, you want to save Maelstrom Portals as much as possible, right? Like, you need to fire off one here to kill the stuff, but you don't have... He's going for 2.
He's going for 2, yeah.
Okay. Well, it does have the advantage of it clears off those Flame Elemental and Firefly minions. And he leaves the Mana Tide up. He's really prioritizing board presence. He figures the Primal Fin Totem gives the opponent board presence. The Mana Tide gives him card draw. He'd rather give him a card draw than the 1/1 in play.
Well, yeah, if he can just make it till turn 6, then cards aren't going to matter anymore because Doppelgangster Evolve, if you do that first, usually you win. And he's the player that went first and the coin's already been expended, so he's going to be able to be the first player to have that combo go off.
Okay. I do think cards still matter. If Royal finds a Maelstrom Portal, it makes a big difference in AK Wonder's win rate from this position. Beyond that, there's also just, even if you're not the first person to Doppelgangster Evolve, getting a Doppelgangster Evolve off at all is very helpful. So the cards drawn matter for Maelstrom Portal, for Doppelgangster Evolve. And you can imagine just other random cards find ways to be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, cards are good.
Yeah.
No arguments there. He just didn't want the 1/1s, man. He evaluated that they were more expensive to him. Ooh, patches drawn for Royal now. A little bit of a bummer with 2 of the Corsairs in hand.
Yeah. AK Wonder gets an opportunity to use Flame Tongue with a bunch of minions this turn if he wants it. He could trade his Chum into that Barnes, kill all the things. So, if you're AK Wonder, you're thinking, I'm going to Doppelgangster Evolve next turn. How do I just get to that position and not give my opponent opportunities to get back in the game?
Right. You want to put as much stats in play as you can that are as least vulnerable to AoE. So I like playing Barnes and Firefly and just taking the onboard trades a lot of the time. I don't know. I think using Flame Tongue to take the trades puts less health in play on the board because you're toteming playing Firefly in the Flame Tongue totem, right? So a lot of the minions in play have 1 health or 2 health.
Okay, you like having that 4 health Barnes in play.
Yeah, and you have to trade off one of your 2 health minions this way. I mean, you know there was no Maelstrom Portal, but you're really playing with fire.
Well, the advantage to this line is you get to keep the Young Priestess around who buffs the health of something. And you get to start getting Flame Tongue value immediately. And it's nice to be getting that Flame Tongue value since you've been seeing your Primal Fin Totem stick to the board turn after turn. So you're thinking Royal is not doing a great job of having answers in hand to these things. So why not just start, crushing them under the power of Flame Tongue immediately?
The power.
Yeah, and Royal picks up a Jade Lightning, which is not the sexiest of turn fives, but it kills a Flame Tongue, dying a lot slower that way.
Definitely not the sexiest of draws.
He can jam Patches into that Young Priestess and Jade Lightning the Flame Tongue. Try to live to fight another day. Interestingly, AK Wonder does not have board space for this Doppelgangster Evolve. And
How you can make it.
Okay, yeah, you can trade off his 1/1, sure.
Right. He's probably going to trade off his 1/1 and Doppelgangster Evolve, and as long as he doesn't roll Doomsayer, I don't see any way he's going to lose from that position.
Yeah, this is a crushing advantage for AK Wonder. He started off behind, but then he had the Maelstrom Portals to pull ahead. Royal didn't have any Maelstrom Portal to catch back up from AK Wonder's Maelstrom Portals, and then AK Wonder probably closed it out with Doppelgangster Evolve.
Maelstrom Portal being the highest win rate card when drawn in the matchup.
Makes sense. It is.
Yeah, I mean,
the only card that really. I mean, I shouldn't say Doppelgangster Evolve can also catch you up when you're behind, but it's certainly the most consistent way to catch up when you're behind. Hymen, pretty good 6-drop to evolve into. Less good as that Silithid Swarmer on the left. It can't attack unless your character attacks, so he needs to draw a Jade Claws for that to do anything other than take up board space. It sort of protects from it to evolve. You still got a 2-drop off it. Jade Lightning deals 5 here, but then you're not spawning a minion because of board space. You have spell damage from the Cult Sorcerer in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you can just Jade Lightning that taunt, go face for all of it, and evolve. See what you get.
Sounds like a fun plan.
It wins a lot of the time, but it's also kind of introducing some randomness to a position where it feels like you're winning close to 100% of the time.
Yeah.
This is 19 damage. We're putting him to 6 if we Jade Lightning the taunt and go all face. So
He's going to take all the trades, be extra safe, make sure to clean up the board completely. And
it's less flashy, but very consistent. It's hard to argue against this line of play. He's thinking about skipping the totem. No, he takes it because he figures he can just trade in a minion. Okay. It's something to be aware of. Do I want to use this last board slot on my side of the board? And the answer is yes. It's a Shaman Mirror. You can afford to do that. It's different if you're playing against the mage and more worried about Frost Nova and not being able to play anything. Well, Jade Claw's coming out for Royal, picking up, killing the Sunkeeper Tarim. He's got a thing from below for a taunt that dies to just the Jade Lightning. And then there is 14 damage coming through, so 2 off lethal. This could be
he's dead, man. He's dead. He's not coming back this game. We're kicking a dead horse.
Well, I just want to know, would you go for the evolve to try and find 2 damage worth of charger? Or are you going to hang on to your high main?
I would hang on to my high main, man. Just Jade Lightning the thing, take the trade, damage face play, I don't know. And then you're good.
Yeah.
Imagine
it's
a
hard
scenario,
to play Aya. You have to suicide your 1/1 to make board space.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't need to summon anything off Aya if you don't really want to.
I want to. You suicide the 1/1. Okay.
A 5/3 in play. I think that's fine. But yeah, you should suicide the 1/1 and play Aya, I think. Yeah, but he's holding it back for the reload in case.
Whatever.
Evolve into Doomsayer.
Well, here's the devolve. Now he just needs to find a Doomsayer. And that Silithid Swarmer exactly on the far left. No, it's got poison.
All right, so what is happening with the rest of these matchups? The Mage from Ping is banned, and this is Conquest, right?
Probably. We're going to find out here.
We're going to find out what the format is. And then he has Pirate Warrior remaining now, and the Paladin as well. And if it's Conquest, he still has to get a win with that Shaman. So the Shaman escaping for AK Wonder, not that big of a deal. It would have found a win against all of the decks from Ping. So, he takes one to the chin here, but it's not that big of a deal. It's not one of the decks he's targeting by any means. Sure. What is he targeting with that lineup? He's got UK Paladin, Pirate Warrior with double Grimy Gadgeteer, and standard evolve shaman,
So far, he's targeting Questrogue, I would say.
which
I
doesn't exist in this tournament.
Okay. I mean, I have to. Yeah, you got to think players knew that they should not bring Questrogue because it would be nerfed by the time the tournament went live, right?
Right. I have to imagine that's the case. His lineup,
It's generally aggressive stuff. So
yeah,
it would.
3 aggro decks.
So what's weak to that? The mage is not weak to that. I think Jade Druid does okay against the Pirate Warrior and the Token Shaman.
Yeah.
It's probably in trouble against the Paladin. Um,
Uh,
Now that Questro's gone, I'm not really sure what aggro's super great against.
aggro's just like pretty okay versus everything, right? It's like
Yeah.
occasionally you win. Like it's not that bad against anything, but it's not really targeting anything super specific.
Yeah, it's just that
So
aggro can be targeted. Sometimes you run into those guys who want to beat you with like no win condition priest and like no win condition paladin. That kind of stuff. Aggro can still beat that stuff, but you're definitely unfavored. Alright.
yeah, I'm
So
definitely more of a fan of AKA Wonder's lineup here in the overall set. You know, he has Taunt Warrior, he has the same exact Paladin deck, and then he's got the kind of hybrid Gunther Freeze Mage with the Blizzards and the Doomsayers and the Novas. So he should be just at a huge advantage just because he has these 2 control decks that are just going to dominate these aggro decks.
yeah, he's kind of got a bunch of decks that are just pretty good against aggro. Like the UK Paladin has those Dread Corsairs and Stonehills and the weapons, which help the aggro matchups. Token Shaman's just an aggro deck that's good against aggro because the Maelstrom Portal, the Devolve, the Jade Claws. It just has good board control tools, really strong board control tools. So all of his decks are pretty good against aggro, and the opponent's playing a bunch of aggro decks. So I think the opponent's Pirate Warrior, which we're seeing here, may be a deck to watch. It may struggle to get a win, and if it does get a win, that could be really good for his chances to take the match.
And that's what he's playing right now. So this is the key to victory for Ping, because the differences in the lineup, the only difference is this one deck. They both have the same exact Shaman deck and the same exact Paladin deck, card for card. All 30 cards are the same. Their third deck list, though, for Ping is the Pirate Warrior, and for AK Wonder is the Freeze Mage. So that's the one difference in their lineup. Pirate Warrior having 0 favorables across the board, except maybe against Freeze Mage. It doesn't perform that bad, but the Freeze Mage's got like Volcanic Potion and stuff in there that's going to make it struggle, as well as Mana Worms. And Freeze Mage having 3 favorables across the board, basically. So
Yeah, and AK Wonder had a pretty strong mulligan here. He was able to keep Rock Bull Hunter and Rallying Blade, and he picks up a Dread Corsair to pair with one of those weapons in his hand. 1 mana 3/3 taunt that pulls out a 1/1 charge is a hell of a card. That's kind of the idea behind the deck, is you just put this package in there because when you draw the weapon and the Dread Corsair and not the patches, it's nice. On the flip side, Royal, or Ping you're calling him, has a very strong hand of turn 1 deckhand, turn 2 War Axe, turn 3 Upgrade Girl. If Upgrade Girl is not active yet, you have the Frothing as an alternative.
yeah, he's got a very, very solid Pirate Warrior hand. You can't really ask for much better. So it'll be interesting to see these clash. AK Wonder missing the 1-drops in the Murloc is a big deal.
Yeah, he'd want to have Argent Squire or the 1/3 Vilefin Inquisitor here. Something to contest Royal's board. Because now Royal equips the War Axe, and AK Wonder won't be able to clear both pirates in one turn, meaning there's going to be a pirate in play on turn 3 for Royal, allowing him to play that cultist and get the upgrade value on his Fiery War Axe, which is generally a good sign that you're winning. Turn 3 upgrading your Fiery War Axe with a Spider Tank.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The swing of Cultist is so brutal. When you're able to land that with Pirate Warrior in stride like that, it's disgusting. So now, how does he set up to try and deal with things? Looks like he's just trying to plan around getting the pirate out next turn.
Yeah, my instinct is coin rallying, set up for that Dread Corsair turn.
Setting up his own power swing. It seems really bad to play a 2/3 into a 3/2 weapon, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
And this way he can contest, maybe there is no cultist, maybe just Frothing Berserker comes down and then he's good to go, or Captain comes down.
Yeah, as long as it's not cultist. Oh, it's cultist.
Yeah. And Royal Ping can start really just chucking things at the face after that. He's going to have 12 damage on that axe. He might be able to get there before Spikered Steed can come down.
You know what I just realized about UK Paladin? I haven't played the deck much, and I haven't played against it that much. If you ever set up True Silver, you might be able to go turn 6 Dread Corsair for 0 mana, and then Spikeridge Steed on it.
Yeah.
That could be a powerful line against aggro. I think AK Wonder, he's up against a really fierce start from Ping, but his hand gives him chances, right? Like, he's got weapons to clear minions, he's got taunts to slow the game down, and if he ever sticks a Spikeridge Steed, that usually means Paladin wins against Pirate Warrior.
Well, there's some tech here. Royal Ping does have the Spellbreaker tech that could really help him out.
Yeah, if he draws it. Yeah, that's a good point.
The triple weapon draw.
That's a little bit unfortunate for AK Wonder. He shakes his head and gave off a visual indicator he did not like to draw. Not really easy to use that information if you're Ping.
Yeah, you see your opponent shake their head. You're like, well, yeah, I just played Cultist and I'm beating the hell out of him on board. He's probably upset. I would be too. Yeah.
I mean, you could kind of tell that he shook his head because he didn't like the card that he drew based on the timing of things, but it's still, just because he doesn't like it doesn't tell you that much about the card.
It could be a 7-drop.
Could be a lot.
Could be a Gentle Megasaur. Could be a Blessing of King, Sunkeeper, Tarim, Spikeridge, Steed, Fincha. There's a lot of cards that are not good for him in this situation.
Yeah.
Most of his deck.
Dread Corsair is a good card for him in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
if
nice
he drew,
one.
If he drew 2 more of those, he would be pleased. Honestly, he's not in that bad of a spot, though. This swing turn is so powerful.
Yeah.
He is at 16, though.
He put out a 3/3, a 1/1, and a 2/3, so that's a total of 6 attack and 7 health on turn 3.
Well, now, Ping gets to do it right back to him with the tempo swing of the 0 mana 3/3 taunt. Dread Corsair really showing why it's such a good card.
Yeah, this is the Dread Corsair show, this game. And True Silver into Finja into Spikeridge Steed will win him the board, but he's going to be dead.
Yeah.
So
maybe you think about going Stonehill Defender there and looking for something.
I really like this True Silver. I think next turn you probably can't Finja because you'll see that you'll be dead. You'll probably have to Stonehill and hope for another Dread Corsair.
Okay, another Dread Corsair or Public Defender.
Ooh. This upgrade is 1 mana, 6 damage over 2 turns. Pretty powerful.
Good card. I would play that in my Face Warrior deck.
Yeah. He's got a 4/6 Frothing Berserker in hand. That can be difficult to answer.
See, this is what people say, sometimes you can try and target Pirate Warrior, and sometimes they pirate you.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you were saying, is aggro is just pretty good. Even if they're kind of trying to beat you, you can still just win.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be alive here at 2 HP. Heal happens first. And on board, technically alive at 1.
Good old technically alive.
And dead.
Goodbye, cruel world. So Ping takes it, ties up the series at 1-1.
And this is big. This is a huge win for Ping because this is the problem deck for him. This is the deck that was, I'd say, most heavily targeted by AK Wonder's lineup. But he's still not out of the woods yet. I would still give AK Wonder the edge because AK Wonder has that Mage, which is essentially going to get a free win. And then he has the Paladin.
Yeah, the Paladin's decent against both decks, and the Mage is pretty favored. But yeah, this being Conquest, it's a format where you kind of target decks from the opponent's lineup, right? So they can have a weakness, which was the Pirate Warrior, and now that weakness is eliminated since it's got to win. Just kind of expanding what you were saying there.
Yeah, the stats show Paladin being extremely favored against Pirate Warrior. Actually, more so than I thought it would be. I thought it'd be kind of like a 50-50 matchup, but Paladin kind of crushes it.
Okay, I mean, the Paladin is really, it's kind of why UK Paladin just recently popped up and became good. It's got these techs that make it much better than other aggro Paladins in this kind of matchup. The Dread Corsair, the Stonehill to go with it, the extra weapons to support the Dread Corsair. And even the Argent Squire on turn 1. But I think, crucially, the reason it lost the favorable matchup is it missed the turn 1.
Yeah.
And the opponent just had an extremely powerful curve of 1-drop into War Axe into activated upgrade on 3. And it didn't even stop there. There was a Dread Corsair to follow that up as well, which was another power spike. So the combination of AK Wonder having a bit of a weaker curve, it was strong but not like top tier strong, versus Royal really just nailing it. Turns 1 through 4 were borderline picture perfect, I would say.
A Kodak moment, if you will. Not sponsored by Kodak.
No, we shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a catchy jingle.
Yeah, I think Kodak's out of business, right? You can probably say that all you want. Who cares?
Are they really?
I feel like I haven't seen anything Kodak related in a while.
Is Kodak out of business? This is important.
Let's find out.
Is Kodak out of jail? Is what shows up. What did Kodak do?
All right, we're gonna be seeing...
Kodak has been out of business for 5 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna see Token Shaman versus the Mage. Mage favors versus everything. Everything includes Token Shaman. That said, it's not game over for the Token Shaman to win it. What do they need? Maybe stick an early Flame Tongue and have the Mage not have removal? Or a Mana Tide? Just kind of stick any kind of totem that's not Primal Fin.
Yeah.
And just
Primal Fin doesn't
value.
Do like enough. Flame Tongue is the best card in almost every single matchup for Shaman. It is one of the main reasons why you play the class. You're going to want to keep that one in just about every single matchup. And this is no exception. It can be very powerful against the Mage. Other things you're really looking for, any of the 1-drops is great. Bloodsail Corsair preferably, so you can pull patches from your deck. You're looking for any of the totems. Primal Fin totem's great. Mana Tide totem's great. All of that good stuff.
And this was actually kind of an interesting mulligan from AK Wonder. He had Mana Worm on 1, Doomsayer on 2. He actually mulliganed the Doomsayer looking for cards that support the Mana Worm opener. Something like any 2-drop or a Primordial Glyph.
Or Frostbolt, I guess. Yeah. So he had a lot of hits that he could try and go for. It's always interesting in those situations. I usually lean towards keeping both of the cards, and then if I get something that supports either one, it's good. So I get less amount of tries, but more potential good cards to hit.
Yeah, I generally like keeping both as well, but I can't really say that I fault AK Wonder for pitching the Doomsayer there. Like, there's definitely some solid logic behind it of just, I don't want these cards together. Part of the reason that I like Doomsayer off the mulligan against Shaman is that I don't like Doomsayer setups in the late game because of Devolve. Often, if you're Token Shaman, you're saving a Devolve to deal with the Mage's Doomsayer.
Yeah, I like Doomsayers in the late game if you run Archmage, because you get the Doomsayer like Blizzard going on, and then you go Archmage Frostnova after they devolve that, and then they're screwed because they can't kill Archmage because they don't run Hex.
Right. AK Wonder, for his top-end minions, he has a Medivh and an Alexstrasza, so there's no Antonidas.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not as good to try and do those setups.
Well, this is a good trade ping turn. Kill one of those dudes. Can't do much else. The thinking is sort of just as a semi-bluff to kind of disguise what cards might be in his hand.
Right. Which, I don't know. You can't really disguise much. If you had any 2-drop spell, you're playing it there. Except maybe Frostbolt, but probably still Frostbolt.
You could tempo Medivh Valet and choose not to.
Huh. Okay, I guess that's fair, yeah.
So turn 3, Acolyte doesn't trade very well with the board, but it's probably not going to get better in the future. Like, if you ping pass, then there's probably going to be some minion that also trades well with Acolyte in the future. So you could Acolyte or Secret. I'm kind of surprised to see the ping here.
I like the ping.
You like
3
it?
damage. I think it's fine, yeah. Just try not to die. Try and extend the game as your goal. Try and maximize card draw to then get your freeze effects. And then you just win in the long term by burning them out, right? Shaman has no heal. So
you definitely win in the long term. So I like the idea of stalling out the game. So you're saying, yeah, it's mana inefficient, but it's on game plan. Just slow things down.
Yeah. Ooh, I like that.
So Ping makes a read that his Flame Tongue's not about to die, so he doesn't need to get any patches charge damage in yet. Turn 5 would be when it would die to Secret Valet. The only way it dies on 4 is Fireball, and that would be kind of a bummer, but it'd be tolerably bummerish, you know? If they fireball your Flame Tongue, worse things could happen.
So the scary part about playing Doomsayer is it dies to Jade Claws, Jade Lightning, or Patches. And you know Patches is in his hand.
Yeah,
so.
The Patches in particular is pretty scary.
Just knowing that that's in your opponent's hand makes it a little awkward. It does heal you for 7, though, which isn't bad. But he's going to choose to hold on to it because he does know it will get killed.
Yeah, so Ice Block seems like the right play for AK Wonder. It sets up for future Medivh's Valet draws, which Ice Barrier would not. In the past, you tended to lead with Ice Barrier in these kind of positions, but Medivh Valet changed that. You want to develop a secret that's going to stick around.
Mm-hmm.
Figures Acolyte could be better in a future turn with a ping. The Doomsayer dies to the Patches, so great play by AK Wonder. Or normal, good, solid play anyways. There's nothing great about it, I guess. Alright, so if you're ping here, Barnes costs 4 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
and it is turn 4.
Yeah, no, I mean you're thinking the thing below costs 4 mana, but wait, you could play that next turn with a Primal Fin Totem, get kind of a power spike there, exploit the advantage on thing from below where it discounts.
That's what I'm thinking. You read my mind. You know me so well.
Yeah. You're gonna want to Barnes up a Mana Tide, draw an extra card, force the opponent to interact with the 1/1. No, goes for thing from below.
I'm very curious about that. That costs less later. Barnes always costs 4.
Yeah. You can't Primal Fin Totem Barnes on turn 5. It just doesn't work like that. Okay, so AK Wonder's position. He's just gonna ping his Acolyte, huh?
Well, yeah,
he's looking at a Blizzard next turn.
Mm-hmm. You see he's facing down 10 damage with a Bloodlust. That's another 12, and he's like, you know what? I live after that. That's fine.
Wow, you did that Bloodlust math so fast. You multiply 4 minions times 3 damage per minion. It's 12.
I did use my my elementary math skills, multiplication.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not count on my fingers.
Yeah, I'm just saying a lot of people will add every time. They're like, all right, this is 5 plus 3, and then 3 plus 3, and 0 plus 3, and 2 plus 3, and it's just a lot harder to add and do and figure out how much damage it would be. It's a lot easier to just multiply. It's a trick that you should know. With cards like Savage Roar and Bloodlust, you should be multiplying. You can do the math faster that way.
Mm-hmm. Good call.
I mean, if doing the math faster doesn't sound important to you, I honestly have to disagree with you because from what I know of successful pro Hearthstone players, they all have good mathematical minds. Like 100% of them have really good mathematical minds. Math is an easy class for them, that kind of thing. So I think just being able to do the math fast is important.
Okay. I mean, I think so as well. I just think a lot of people knew about multiplication before we introduced it to them.
No, they did not, man. I see people count on their fingers every day.
I count on my fingers every day.
That's why I brought that up. I was making fun of you.
I know.
Never gonna let that go. It's beautiful.
I'm a finger counter, man. It's just it's part of my identity as a player.
No. This is a good Blizzard. It kills a bunch of stuff and freezes the rest of it. Sets up the ping the Flame Tongue. Maybe he draws a Valet or a Frostbolt to deal with the thing from below.
Stops your block from getting popped. That's fantastic. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
All right.
I believe that was the only Blizzard in AK Wonder's deck, which is kind of a bummer. You definitely want to have 2 Blizzards against Token Shaman. It's a great card in the matchup because it just does such a great job of killing minions, even though it's only dealing 2 damage.
Mm-hmm. It's a fantastic card. Glyph as well is pretty good in the matchup because you can find more Blizzards and AoE things. Yeah. AK Wonder, he's running a Freeze Mage hybrid deck. He's got like Volcanic Potion in there, which is nice because it's another AoE. He doesn't have Thalnos in there, which is another great card for the matchup because it makes random cards off Glyph just so much better. Like Cone of Cold and Arcane Explosion are suddenly the nuts because the spell damage buff.
Yeah, the Thalnos would also be great with the Volcanic and Blizzard in his deck. But, so Ping kind of made a big decision there. He kind of just went for all of the pressure with all of the totems. He knows that AK Wonder's not playing Flame Strike in his deck. He knows that it's an unfavored matchup where if he gives AK Wonder enough time, AK Wonder will win. So he just takes a very aggressive line, takes a risk, and he is rewarded for it in that AK Wonder didn't have any great answer to him playing all this stuff. So he's going to continue to follow up the pressure by playing more stuff.
And AK Wonder can kind of get a hard read that there's no Bloodlust, because Bloodlust would have popped him there, as well as the fact that, like, Royal Ping is not even pretending to count for Bloodlust.
Yeah. So
What?
I want to talk about this turn 4 Barnes that Royal didn't play. He went for Thing from Below instead. Had he played the Barnes on turn 4, it pulled out a totem, which I believe discounts the Thing from Below in hand further.
Yeah, yeah. It's just not correct to play Thing from Below on 4 instead of Barnes.
The advantage to the Thing from Below on 4 is that it's more pressure right away. Right? It's 5 attack instead of 4.
More.
Yeah.
One more attack.
Well, sometimes 1 is a lot. In this case, 1 is 20% more. It's not, or 25% more. It's not that much, really. I agree with you. All right, so drawing some cards. Maybe find a Doomsayer to pair with this Frost Nova.
Well, he's already got one.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
nice.
he doesn't need to find it. He's got it right there in his hand. I mean, maybe he lost it for a little while, yeah.
Well, pretty good Frost Nova Doomsayer. Oh, Bloodlust a bit late for Ping here. He needed it to evolve to answer the Doomsayer.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
That is a bummer. Those minions are dead.
He is. Oh, Alex draws off the top, and it is over.
How are you ahead of me? Oh, because you're watching it independently. I understand. You're just like 2 seconds ahead. It's fine.
Okay. Sorry, I spoiled it for everybody. But yeah, it's over now. Now he's gonna burn him in the face, draw cards, burn him in the face again, block, and then burn him in the face again. That's all she wrote, boys.
It was very functionally over when that Doomsayer goes off, though.
Yeah, essentially. Well, he's got the reload. Like, he could have made something happen if there was no Alex, but now he doesn't have enough time. He is very, very dead.
Yeah. And like you said at the beginning, matchups quite mage favored. Just kind of basically the Shaman doesn't have any defensive tools to allow it to survive the mage's offense once that gets going with Alex draws into burn or just burn into burn. And the mage has many good tools to slow down the Shaman's offense. So the mage just slows down the Shaman's offense, assembles its own offense, and wins. Like, what can the Shaman do to interact with the burn game plan? All I can think of is Stonehill into healing cards.
Well, we've seen the Stonehill, and it didn't get healing cards. So AKA Wonder is aware that no healing is available, so he has a 100% lethal because there is also there's no healing in the deck, no Eater of Secrets. So if he goes Fireball, Frostbolt, Ping into Firelands Portal, he has 100% lethal. If he does it this way, he could roll Antique Healbot
this is a bit
lose
sloppy.
the game. Yeah. So this is not the correct way to do this.
Ooh, Bittertide Hydra's kind of interesting, but he's got a nice block, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
He's got a nice block, and he's got lethal next turn. You could probably ping your own Hydra for BM at this point.
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
It's really funny.
If you're going to Firelands Portal first, might as well ping your own Hydra. But yeah, there's this Corrupted Healbot card he could have gotten that would restore 8 health to his opponent when it dies, which would have allowed Royal Ping to do some sort of crazy Bloodlust heal kind of plays.
Yeah, that's just one of those little things that experienced mage players always have on their mind. When you're trying to sequence out your lethal burn setups, you look for, can I Portal last to play around the Corrupted Healbot off of Portal. In this case, yes, he could have, but no, he didn't.
Yeah, so a bit sloppy, but I mean, this matchup's really hard to lose as the mage, especially if your Doomsayer goes off.
Yeah.
It's just, the Shaman's trying to do all of these things,
and they're
trying to build this board, and you just freeze it and freeze it and freeze it and then kill them. Because they can't do anything without the board, man, and you just never let them have it.
Look at this Maelstrom Portal. 3 damage to minions, 3 damage to the face. Spawn of Patches. Another 1 damage to minion, another 3 damage to the face.
And it all doesn't matter, though. He's really trying.
No, he's 100% dead. He's
yeah.
Even the disconnect wouldn't save you. I think the admin would probably give this one to AK Wonder. Like Fireball Ping, I think he might figure it out.
He's got it.
Yeah. Could AI first for some BM. I don't think he ever would.
Oh, he's going to Glyph first for some BM.
Box. Is he really? You're like 3-4 seconds ahead of me.
All right, well, maybe we should both refresh at the same time and see if we can fix our alignment.
If I refresh, it's going to look awkward on stream for a bit.
All right. Are you ready to refresh?
No, hold on.
All right. Get ready.
I'm ready.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm refreshing right now.
Okay, I'm going. In it.
All right, we're looking at AK Wonder right with his pen, main stage.
Yes, we are.
Well,
Is it a purple pen? I can't really tell from this distance, but it seems like it might be purple. I like that. Very fashionable.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's purple. My uncle's favorite color is purple. Lots of purple stuff. Purple Scrabble set.
He's got a purple Scrabble set.
Well, he's big into Scrabble. He loves that Scrabble. In case you're wondering about my uncle.
Are you a big Scrabble guy? I thought you were more like a math guy.
I'm not a Scrabble guy. Well, my uncle's a math guy and a Scrabble guy. Apparently the two can go together.
I never know when to call BS when I play Scrabble. So it's like...
Just memorize the dictionary.
Right, yeah.
That's what he does, literally.
Okay. Well, people do these like... Usually the guy that wins Scrabble makes some like bullshit like XI or QI word somewhere.
Okay, well you should definitely know all the 2-letter words, and those are...
I know, yeah, but it's like... I always try and make...
I'm not a Scrabble champion either. I don't know the 2-letter words.
Yeah, I try to make like big words because those are fun, but the guy always beats me with like 100-point QI. I don't like that at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been a Scrabble guy. I'm more of a chess guy. Mm-hmm. More of a Hearthstone guy, really. I'm
a big Hearthstone guy.
Hearthstone's great.
A lot of Hearthstone. Big fan of the game. Big fan.
So let's talk briefly about how the players got here. So there's 16 players roughly in the tournament at the start of today, but the tournament actually started with almost 400 players. There was like a 256-man bracket for the Chinese region, and I think 128-man for the rest of the world region. So These guys did a lot of winning. I think 7 rounds of Swiss to get to this point.
Yeah, this tournament's been going on for like months now.
It's a battle.
There's online portion, and now this is the LAN Grand Finals. So they were a lot of players playing a lot of games over a long period of time. And I think there were 128, and I think like 64 or something were like invites, or it was like open invites or something like that. So all the people in that portion were like good players. Like they're all like notable tournament pros as well. So it's tough, man.
Yeah. So we've got sort of an aggro mirror here. Royal has the advantage of going first. So if he can hit like 1 drop into Flame Tongue or 1 drop into Primal Fin Totem, that could give him a lead. If he falls behind, he's looking for Maelstrom Portal to catch up. And he's got all of those things, 1 drop into Primal Fin and Maelstrom Portal to catch up if it doesn't work out. So you got to think Royal's favored here. Looking at AK Wonder's side, to get into it, he's going to need to find a weapon to pair with that Dread Corsair.
Yeah.
So,
and he's in a bad matchup already to begin with as well. The Shaman, typically quite strong against the Paladin, just has good tools to react to their stuff. You know, Devolve, namely, being really strong, as well as just Jade Claws, Bloodsail Corsair, Flame Tongue Totem, Maelstrom Portal. You know, that's about half the deck. It's really good against Paladin.
Yeah, the Devolve in particular is great against Paladin because of Spike Ridge Steed just shutting that thing down. Huge pickup for AK Wonder here. He draws the True Silver, so he's probably going to want to try to save the coin to get the True Silver out on turn 3 to get that Dread Corsair out sooner, get that Power Spike going immediately. So he's going to play 1/1 drop on this turn. Which one?
I think you'd probably go with the Argent Squire. You try and save the Murloc for some hidden Murloc potential later on.
The Squire's safer against the potential Flame Tongue turn as well.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you draw Rallying Blade and they don't bump it. I don't know.
No, they always bump it.
Sometimes they misclick. There's a lot of pressure. Maybe a breeze comes through, nudges their arm a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You never played on a windy stage before?
I really haven't. They tend to be indoors.
I mean, sometimes there's a big fan going with like the showgirls that are promoting the cars. Their hair waves in the wind and that, you know.
All right, so this is a key decision point for AK Wonder. Right. He could Hero Power for value or play the Murloc Tidecaller for tempo.
I'm going to say he's probably going to Hero Power.
Okay.
I'd gamble on it.
I'd probably Hero Power, but I'd really think about the Tidecaller. Like, it's ugly. Okay, so I guess one of the main advantages to Hero Powering is after you coin True Silver Dread Corsair next turn, on turn 4 you really have very little to do. So you like saving the Tidecaller for the turn 4. But, I mean, having a 1/2 instead of a 1/1 is quite relevant on this board.
Quite.
It survives the 1/1. Let's quite a bit less relevant if they J-Claws it, but no, he wants the Primal Fin here, yeah, so.
He
Alright,
does want
so,
Primal Fin, Flame Elemental.
yeah, and he just feels very strong here. He's got 2 Primal Fins just ticking away. Trades, obviously. Why wouldn't you clear the board?
And as far as comeback potential is in this Paladin deck, what are we looking at for that?
This turn. Coin, weapon, Dread Corsair.
Yeah, but there's no Consecrates, there's no Primordial Drakes, there's not even a Tyrion. So
no, the weapons to the Dread Corsair are the comeback. This has got to be good enough. And so far, it looks not good enough. It's really strong. Oh, it's really strong. But it's like a little bit short, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
That second Primal Fin totem's still going, plus Ping gets a turn to develop more problems for you. Although I guess Ping kind of has to use that turn to protect his totem from... Oh, that's a good card.
That is spicy.
We're going to see probably some hot tongue action in the near future. You could try and roll a taunt totem to protect against the weapon.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think you want to do that.
Unfortunately, the Flame Tongue's ending up on the far left side of the board where it's just really not...
I would like to see him
its potential.
Roll the totem first. If you hit taunt totem, develop Flame Tongue.
Yeah. Oh,
if you don't, you go with the Jade Claws. Instead, he rolls the totem last, getting minimal information on the turn.
Yeah, a little bit of a sequencing error there. Oh, Finja, this is another piece of comeback potential I neglected to mention. So the True Silver, the Dread Corsair, and Finja is another way to try to come back. Now, Ping could potentially find a Devolve to interact with Finja. It's one of the few decks that can successfully interact with the Finja. And he could also just have so much pressure from Flame Tongue and Thing from Below that he doesn't even care. He actually has... Okay, he's overloaded. This perfect turn. Pretty easy Flame Tongue. Thing from Below turn. You put the Thing from Below next to the Flame Tongue because the opponent doesn't have a weapon.
Furious positioning for that Thing from Below.
Yeah, it could be next to the Flame Tongue because there's this True Silver that might hit it, right?
Well, I guess he's assuming the True Silver is never going to hit it because there are no Consecrates in the deck and Patches has been used. So he wants the availability for cleaner trades with the minions. I still think it's a little sketchy.
Oh, Devolve right off the top for Ping. And Senjin, while it looks nice, it really just doesn't do much against this Flame Tongue. It's just trading with a couple of 1/1s. Or maybe a 1/1 and a weapon charge. Probably a couple of 1/1s. You don't have that much board space here. Like, you trade in the 1/1, you play a Stonehill, you save your J-Claws. Okay, he's doing the same thing, but with a better sequencing. Well done, Ping. These are some horrible discovers. I'd take Ozark because it's funny. And I guess Shield Bearer is kind of funny, too. And it's the actual correct pick, right? It's good with Flame Tongue and Primal Fin Totem.
Yeah, but your board's already too full, and you're against a deck that can't board sweep you.
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter what he picks there. He's going to win.
Yeah. Sunkeeper Tarim's pretty bad. Tends to buff a lot of the opponent's minions here.
Doesn't buff any of yours, surprisingly.
Yeah. This is a bummer.
Yeah, decks with no comeback mechanism are not as fun to cast because it's a real one-dimensional game.
I mean, he tried. He did the True Silver Dread Corsair. He did the Finja, and Ping just kind of had enough stuff for it.
Okay, so let's start analyzing the last matchup, which is going to be the UK Paladin Mir.
Sounds pretty even. Probably want to go first.
All 30 cards are the same.
Well, you're going to want to go first in these aggro mirrors, because if you go first, you get to play the first minion, make the first attack. That tends to lead to board control, and board control tends to lead to wins in aggro matchups.
Good.
Aggro mirrors, yeah. Key stuff to watch out for. Don't draw Patches. Do draw a weapon plus Dread Corsair. Finja could swing it back if you're behind.
Our entire Twitch chat is just talking about like politics and censorship, and
that's good.
They're going deep on something completely unrelated, man. You guys got to pay attention to the UK Paladin. Who's not excited about Pirate Paladin?
I mean, let's talk about what's at stake here. First place in this tournament gets $12,000 and 5 HCT points. That's a big deal. Yeah. You know what I would do for 5 HCT points right now? Some
What?
things I will not admit to on stream.
Okay.
I really want those points. Those are a big deal to me. Very important.
Would you jog
Yes.
backwards for 2 miles?
I'd do it for 10 miles.
10 miles. All right.
Yeah.
What about?
I would. And by the way, that's
all right.
worse. No, hold on. I want to explain. If I run 10 miles, I am going to mess up my knee. Like, I've been through this before. I don't run anymore because I will screw up my knee.
Okay.
But I would jog backwards for 10 miles knowing that I'm going to, like, have knee pain for weeks or months or whatever.
Now,
For
would you
5 ACT
do?
points.
Would you dress up in a clown suit, go to the mall, and walk on your hands up an escalator?
I would. Well, I physically can't. I would train to learn how to do that. Yeah, dress up in a clown suit.
Well, all of the training needs to be done in the clown suit,
Now hold on.
of course.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, to get the balance right. But now hold on.
Right.
I'm on my hands going up an escalator. I'm going up the up escalator, right?
Right, of course.
Okay, because we've gone up the down escalator before, but never on our hands. That sounds a lot harder.
I know that. I figured that was too much, right?
That one I would give up on. I would say, you know what?
Okay,
I just don't have. I'm not that kind of athlete.
Right.
I'm
sure.
not any kind of athlete. I'm a digital athlete. You know what I mean?
A digital, for sure. We're talking about digital points here. We're not training for the Olympics.
But no, for sure. I would do the training necessary to learn how to do a handstand so that I could dress up in a clown suit, go to the mall, and do a handstand on the escalator and go up the escalator for those 5 HCT points. But they're not just playing for 5 HCT points for first place. It's also $12,000. And I would do more than a clown suit for 12 grand. You know what I mean? I'd wear a dress.
A dress.
Is that better? Because I'm doing a handstand.
Well, I mean,
that's pretty
the dress
exciting.
is gonna flop down in your face. You're
That's
gonna
what I'm
be
saying.
revealing. Well, are you gonna be wearing the full outfit then? Like, you know, you got the.
I'll do whatever I have to do to get that 12 grand and 5 HCT points. I'm in. I want it.
It's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
AK Wonder repping that SK cap, looking stylish. I like it.
Yeah. Team SK. He's been doing pretty good lately. He had did pretty well in winter, I remember. I think he made it to the top 16 cut, or if not, at least top 32, you know. And he actually wasn't able to represent his country for global games, you know. He's from Spain, so a little bit of a disappointment for him there, being such a high-level competitor.
All right, now looking at the mulligan, AK Wonder's got Weapon plus Dread Corsair and a 1-drop, all beautiful things.
I like that a lot. I think I would keep every card in AK Wonder's hand.
Yeah, you're thinking turn 1 Argent Squire, turn 2 Coin Rallying Blade, turn 3 probably Dread Corsair plus
Murloc of something and a Dread Corsair, and then into the War Leader, yeah.
Okay.
And as Ping, I would probably just full mulligan for a 1-drop. I think
No. You keep the Rock Pool. That card's good.
Okay. If I keep... Yeah, I guess you can keep Rock Pool, but you really need to get a 1-drop going first. Having a 1-drop going first is so insane.
I wonder if you keep the Rallying Blade with the Rock Pool. That seems silly.
That seems bad. That's going to lower your odds to get a 1-drop a lot.
Yeah, you're thinking you have a lot of good 3-drops. As good as weapons are in the matchup, and they are very good, you just really need to hit that 1-drop Murloc into the Rock Pool. And here we just see really powerful hands on both sides. So advantage Ping because he's going first, right? But let's look at how the cards actually line up. He's going to need to find stuff for turns 3 and 4. Turns 1 and 2, I think we figured those out.
Those ones are going to be good.
Yeah.
He's going to play the 1-drop, then he's going to play the 2-drop. And it's going to line up fairly well. 1-3 against 1-1 Divine Shield, pretty good. And then he gets to buff it.
It's a 2-4 and a 2-3, yeah.
Yeah.
So the 2-4 is going to become a 2-3. Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. The Rallying Blade cleans up both the 1 and the 2 for Ping. I want to say part of the innovation here of this deck is Argent Squire's 1-drop instead of something like, say, Grimscale Chum. And in this position in particular, you can really see Argent Squire being better because it's not dying to 1 attack from that Vilephin Inquisitor where a Chum would. So it just does a better job of sticking to the board in the early game. And that's really important. Because like we said, aggro mirrors are about early game board control. You get the early game board, snowballs into favorable attacks for the rest of the game. And it's tough to argue with the Rock Pool on 2. Definitely have to trade that bubble because you're aware of the risk of coin rallying blade, especially with AK Wonder having kept cards. He did mulligan that War Leader. He didn't have faith in his ability to draw a cheap Murloc to pair with the War Leader. He was looking for other stuff apparently. The Finja is a great thing to find, I think, in this matchup.
It's not the worst for sure. But yeah, I don't see any other options besides Rock Pool. I think if you try and play the one drop there, it's just going to mess up your curve and put less stats on the table, which are both things you don't want to be doing in this matchup.
Yeah, the Rock Pool on 2 curves into Tidecaller Hero Power on 3, worst case scenario, which is very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
So coin rallying blade and eat some 2-3. Does it matter which 2-3 you eat? It could matter. There's scenarios where War Leader heals things and stuff happens.
Yeah, in scenarios with Getaway Kodo potentially. I still think you just probably kill like the injured 2-3 for like War Leader stuff.
You could kill the Rock Pool because it's a little bit better with Redemption or Getaway Kodo. He could turn 3 Hydrologist Secret.
Well, like Redemption doesn't matter because you trade patches into whatever it is.
Okay. Getaway Kodo matters a tiny bit, but not a whole lot. Mm-hmm. The War Leader thing also it's pretty minor both ways. I might just flip a coin. It's not good strategy, but it's kind of funny. Get a laugh.
He's going to try and extend as many Murlocs out of the board as possible, bait out the weapon charge, and then develop the War Leader. Just the correct way to sequence a Murloc hand.
And of course he clears there. Clearing's good in aggro mirrors. So Dread Corsair pulling patches. He's able to not quite clear. He has to leave the 2-2 Rock Pool alive.
Yeah, which if War Leader comes down, goes up to only 3 health, so that's fine.
Yeah, so he's not getting value traded by that. He's thinking about Megasaur on 4. I mean, he's not thinking about anything. He kind of just has to do these plays because they're by far the strongest. Rock Pool's here. Oh, and my stream just went down.
My stream just went down as well.
All right. That's... Oh, it came back up.
Oh, it's back. Here we go.
Patches is traded. Do a good job, little guy.
We didn't miss a thing. We're right in the action.
Well, the action's frozen on my screen. I don't know about yours.
Yeah, mine froze again. They're just promoting the new expansion.
Well, I'm starting to learn just how good Hearthstone graphics are. We've got a freeze frame of Patches attacking into this Murloc, and there's like a nice big shiny star going on, and like 0 health is like kind of enlarged to demonstrate that's where the action is. Both minions are going to 0 health and then dying. I really like the animation. We got like the freeze frame on it. Oh, he actually... AK Wonder went Argent Squire over Rockpool Hunter there. He took... Interesting. He's trying to get value off the Rockpool Battlecry, buffing his Finja.
Yeah, sometimes these matchups, when they get grindy like this, do end up going towards a value game. So I guess he's really trying to focus on doing that.
He could have hero-powered instead of Argent Squire. That would have been the highest value line. He took a medium ground between high-value hero power and high-tempo Rockpool. He went with the medium Argent Squire. Well, if he had hero-powered, it would be a lot worse against this Finja, and Rockpool would be too, actually.
Wow, it sets up to play around the Finja. Interesting.
Huh. So now we got some nice Finja wars going on. Put a steed on that Finja. It makes it pretty hard to kill. Make you feel comfortable attacking with it. I guess it's not that hard. If you steed your Finja and attack, the opponent could tear him, and you get absolutely obliterated.
Well, it picks up the Rallying Blade now, so now you can actually kill something with the Finja.
Yeah, that sounds like the line, huh?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't want to get blown up by Terran.
So you Rallying Blade into the Argent Squire, then you Finja into the Argent Squire. You see what you pull, and then you play your Stonehill Defender. Your Stonehill's going to die to True Silver, and then the opponent's Finja's going to eat one of your Murlocs, wanting more of his Murlocs. And here, AK Wonder having saved that Rock Pool is actually a huge deal, because it allows his Finja to clear the opponent's Finja. Ping.
Ooh, those are not good Murlocs to pull.
This is actually crazy. AKA Wonder's turn 5 or turn 4 middle ground decision of Argent Squire instead of Hero Power or Rock Pool was like way better.
Yeah, it like perfectly played around turn 5 Finja from Ping, which he did have a soft read on because the Finja's been sitting in his hand since the Mulligan. So there isn't too many high cost cards in the UK Paladin, as they only run Curator, Finja, and like Spike Ridge Steed and Tarim at the top. So yeah, that was actually pretty sick.
Holy cow.
And
I would love
it's gonna
to
win him the
hear-
game, yeah.
How did he know, man? I would have missed that.
I mean, it's not even how does he know? It's like what is doing the other lines play against? Like having an extra 2/3 compared to a 1/1 doesn't really help him against very many specific scenarios. With a 1/1 Divine Shield perfectly plays around Finja, so I think that's more. It's like the other things don't put you far enough ahead to matter, and this one plays around the instance of if they Finja. I don't know. Maybe he's a wizard.
Maybe he's a wizard. All right, so Ping's way behind on board, but does get to have a strong turn here. Probably Spike Ridge Steed with the Murloc. So he gets the Steed up at 2/2, value trade the Stonehill, weapon the Finja, trade his 2/2 into the opponent's Tidecaller, and he'll have a 4/7 Hydrologist and a 1/2 Tidecaller. He'll have cleared his opponent's 3 most important minions. The opponent has 5 attack on board, plus 4 from the True Silver is 9. So he can't even break through the taunt.
You could also go with a Sunkeeper Terran play here.
It seems like the Tarim gets better later, and the Steed's really strong right now.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Like, the Steed lets you take an extra good trade with Hydrologist into a 4/2 Murloc.
It's pretty juicy.
Yeah.
Paladin does not have a lot of great ways of interacting with Spike Ridge Steed either. So once you can get one of those down, it's a pretty big deal. They don't have silence in the deck. The UK Paladin does not run Aldor Peacekeeper, which is the typical way Paladin interacts with things like this. So you kind of just got to take it.
I think I would leave the 4/3 up and just go Vilefin, Hero Power. Go wide knowing the opponent doesn't play any AoE. And it kind of diminishes the strength of their Tyrion. Also, by trading to that Hydrologist, you sort of give the 2/6 Stegodon that's underneath it charge. You don't want to let that attack.
Exactly. So you should not kill off this Death Rattle. You should keep the threat of War Leader and Gentle Megasaur alive, as well as reducing the value of your opponent's Sunkeeper Terran.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking, if I kill this Murloc, I reduce the value of my opponent's War Leader or Megasaur.
Right. That's too a concern. But he's got 24 life, you know? Live a little.
It's not just life. Those things turn into value trades. It's not about the life total. Okay. Patches is actually pretty sick with Sunkeeper Tarim. So when you have Sunkeeper Tarim in your deck, the downside of Patches, which is where you draw it, is a little bit smaller. I had a game recently where I tried to Nova Doom or Blizzard Tomb on like a Paladin's turn 7. I was like, oh, this goes off every time. And then he went Patches Tarim, and I lost.
That's sick.
Yeah, so that's something to watch out for if you're playing this UK Paladin against a mage, or if you're a mage playing against the UK Paladin. Patches Tarim, and it'll get you Doomsayer. So Tyrion seems like a good card.
You can't really beat Tyrion, man.
No.
It is a terrific card. It's exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah. Big, value, high tempo, good. Take some value trades, try and set up for a better Tarim. And this is a nice Tyrion turn because he got 8 mana. It's got a green border around it. It's a good indicator that it's Tyrion time.
I think he's figured out the indicator, and he's playing the Tyrion.
Yeah, he's going to swing with that weapon before the Ashbringer from Tyrion overwrites it.
Mm-hmm.
It's something to be aware of with Tyrion. It's just making sure you're not wasting a weapon. He kind of had to swing with his True Silver on turn 7 to set up for the turn 8 Tyrion and use all of his weapon charges in time. So, I'm thinking this is a good turn for Sunkeeper Tarim. I'm buffing 4 of my own minions, and then the opponent's minions kind of are a push.
You're
It gets
buffing
buffed when they
5
debuff.
of your own
Oh, you
minions,
can
man.
hero power with it. That's an excellent point.
Yeah.
So you're kind of getting like plus 10 stats. It's like a dino size with a 3/7 body in terms of the rough stat value. It's a quick and dirty analysis, not exactly correct. I like the clear. Protect your Tarim from his weapon. Stonehill is really good with buffs like Kings and Spike Ridge Steed. The fact that it has such low attack and high health means it really wants those buffs to kind of like balance out the stats. Because at 1/4, the 4 health is very vulnerable to being value traded. But once you buff the attack value up, unfortunately we can't see the Discover here, so we can't really talk about what's going on in the game. Take some Burn Bristle. But yeah, once you buff the attack value up, then the health value becomes more valuable, less vulnerable to value trades.
Mm-hmm.
So he's thinking about this Burn Bristle Kings interaction, and he's thinking, maybe I should just Kings up to Stonehill.
I think you probably got to Kings up to Stonehill and then try and play the Burn Bristle with whatever you top deck. Hopefully it's a Spike Ridge Steed because you are under pressure.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. Kings up the Burn Bristle, hero power, and then probably whack that Tarim.
Oh yeah, you whack the hell out of that Tarim.
Hoping to whack it off next turn.
Whack it right off. So it comes completely off the board.
Oh yeah, I like it when it comes off the board. Is that bad?
You're supposed to be a professional, I think.
Yeah, I'm just not very professional.
No, this is... Ugh.
This is beautiful is what this is.
This is a deck that doesn't run Consecrate, that cannot punish these 2 health minions.
Mm-hmm. His instincts told him to play around Consecrate anyways. Trade with that 3/2.
Interesting.
I mean, I think it's probably fine.
He
trades with it because you want to minimize the health on the guy that's dying to Ashbringer, right? You're maximizing the Ashbringer's inefficiency and overkill on the taunt minion.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
It's game over, man.
No, Ping's going to take this series over AK Wonder for sure.
Right, yeah, he's got it. It's in the bag.
That Tyrion in his hand, pretty nice.
It was kind of interesting that 2 players had the same exact decks, like 2 players from different regions, right? AK Wonder representing Europe and Ping representing China. 2 of the 4 decks that they had were the same exact 30 cards, card for card.
Yeah, usually the regions are pretty different in terms of the metagame and what's considered a standard net deck and all that. But I guess the pro metagames are kind of merging as those pro players are willing to go the extra mile to net deck people across the world, find the biggest advantage they can. Best deck.
Yeah. So congratulations to Ping taking it over AK Wonder. He is going to be advancing to round 3 of the winner's bracket. AK Wonder still in the tournament, going to be knocked down to round 2.5 of the loser's bracket.
I think we should start calling him Royal instead of Ping because that's what it says on his shirt. It's Royal and then a bunch of characters.
Okay, so Royal, not Ping. I don't know which way to do it, you know.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I didn't know either. I just saw his shirt for the first time and thought, yep, Royal.
Okay. Royal. If only we could get an interview with him and ask him, and also learn Chinese in the meantime.
I was just thinking about how I could get some of those sweet cars. What is that?
Not by winning this tournament.
No.
The cars are just for show.
I mean, if you win the tournament, you get $12,000. You could probably buy a used one of these.
Yeah, 06 model or something. Maybe 08. I don't know.
Malibu. Nice.
So you vroom vroom around in one of those?
No, never.
What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a Scion TC 07. 10-year-old car.
Scion TC.
It's a 2-door. It's pretty roomy for a 2-door. So good gas mileage. Affordable. Looks kind of cute. I like it.
Okay. Would you recommend it to a friend?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Oh, not a bad car.
Yeah, I like it.
What do you think of the Chevy SUV?
Probably much better because they're sponsoring this tournament.
Good. I'm glad you give your honest opinion and don't sell out. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no. Look at this polar bear. What's he doing? Just rubbing his face in the dirt, in the snow?
And shaking his ass in the air, yeah. Standard polar bear stuff.
I've seen baboons doing that, but not a polar bear, right?
I guess it just translates among all animals. I see people do that all the time, too.
It's called twerking.
Yeah, it's called twerking. It's a polar bear twerking. It's just a natural animal thing.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Some wild horses. I saw horses just like a month or two ago. Went like tubing down a river. There's some wild horses.
Oh, you went tubing, man. I love tubing.
Yeah, we got drunk. It was great.
Oh, you got one of those like styrofoam coolers and you like tie it to your arm and then get in the tube so it stays with you even if you fall asleep.
We didn't tie it. We had to like hang on to it. You hook your foot under the tube that has the cooler. But the horses were going at it. It was great. They were having a good Sunday afternoon.
Wait, they were like fighting?
No, they were engaging in adult activities.
Oh, you saw...
Ever heard the phrase hung like a horse?
Okay, you got to experience that one firsthand.
Yeah, that was going on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a... Hey, that was probably a fun time. You got a show while tubing. There you go.
It was a nice experience. I enjoyed it.
That's great. I've never had that happen before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, man.
All right, so should we take a break for these commercials or just keep casting some nice clouds? What do you think they're selling here? Go to that hotel?
Is skyscrapers. I think they're really marketing this for us.
Oh, yeah. If
The
I
general
ever go to
viewers from the
China,
Twitch
I want to go there.
Yeah.
What were we saying?
I have no idea what the hell they're marketing with this now.
Yeah, it's like some like tourist area, right?
It's
okay, check out our hotels. The Plaza.
The
Plaza.
Plaza.
And Fung Plaza. I mean, it looks nice.
You probably have a good time there.
Mm-hmm. Do some shopping, get something to eat.
Why not?
Maybe buy a nice Chevy car.
See some horses.
Yeah.
Maybe. Walking down the street.
Yeah. Look, it's that. I mean, that looks like an awesome experience. I want that. How much does the car cost?
$12,000 is the price pool of the tournament.
I would buy that car for $12,000. I don't need another car, but I'd buy it. I'd take deal. I'm in. There's Frozen taking a sip of water. Mouthful of water, swishing it around.
How am I still behind you by like a few seconds now?
Oh,
we can't get on the same... Oh, this is a pain in the butt. All right, I'll be right back, though. Have fun.
No, let's take a short break. We'll be right back after these messages with some more Hearthstone.
All right. Are we on air right now?
We're on air now. You want to talk about these commercials, Firebat?
Do I want to talk about these commercials?
Yeah.
I don't know. They just froze for me. Oh,
Nope,
we're back in the sandstorm.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're on the same page with the stream. I really like this stream. Wow, look at that car just coming out of the sandstorm.
Why do they drive cars in sandstorms for these commercials? I have never been in a situation where I thought, man, I really wish I had a Chevy because they handle so well in sandstorms.
Well, it's because it looks super badass. It's like they're like adrenaline junkies, right? They're like videotaping the storm and they get up close. And you know what? They feel confident being up close to that storm because they know their awesome Chevy cars can get them out of there safe and sound, no problem. Looking shiny.
Is that really a popular demographic, though? Is that like a lot of people that just adrenaline junkie their way through sandstorms? Like, how many times have you done that?
Well, the other commercial was they were like watching some horses, right? And you haven't done that either, but it looked cool.
I have watched horses before.
Okay, but were the
my life? Don't judge me.
Okay, so you were driving along in your Chevy, and the wild horses were riding next to you. No,
I didn't have a Chevy. I had a Dodge Durango. I had a Dodge Durango, though.
You want the Chevy?
I needed the Chevy to experience that fully.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, did you not see the commercial? It looked like a very full experience.
No,
the Panda's loading.
Definitely way fuller experience than mine.
Yeah.
For sure. Is the stream down for you?
Yeah, it went down. We're watching a Panda loading.
Okay, good.
It was just commercials anyways, guys. Don't worry about it. We're fine.
Yeah, we are missing the commercials. You got any jokes, Zalae?
None that are appropriate. Nope.
None that are appropriate. Come on. It's my channel. As long as I don't get banned, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just keep them entertained.
You want a
Stall,
joke?
fill some
I
time.
think the production quality right now, like, that's a good joke. Like,
Oh,
dang, we're not. I don't know. The panda's doing his best.
He's trying. Look at him twiddle his feet.
What's
So
going
cute.
on with this animation? He's twiddling his
I'm
feet.
kinda
Some
sad
dots for
we've-
like a loading bar. Okay.
We've
The
lost
panda's
the-
using a
the treasure
laptop.
box.
That's it. I missed the treasure box, but we got some nice banners up top now.
Terrific.
A panda and I'm gonna say a Halloween pumpkin. Just kind of walking across there. I like the panda theme. That's good stuff.
Everybody loves pandas. I think there's actually some places you can go where you can like do yoga with pandas or like have tea with pandas. They do that with cats as well and penguins.
I'd like to have tea with a panda. You know, I've started drinking tea recently. I put just a tiny bit of honey in there so it actually tastes good. And it just kind of helps me get ready to stream in the morning. Makes me feel better about things. You know what I mean?
Terrific. I know. I hate tea. I think it's terrible. It's
You gotta get the right flavors.
it all tastes like watered down nonsense.
That's
to
what
me.
the honey's
It's-
for. No, the tea smells
Okay.
good, and then you put the honey in there so it tastes good. Honey doesn't have too much of a smell to it. Tea doesn't have a good taste. It tastes like dirty water. I hear you, but
Yeah.
that's what the honey's for. Just tiny bit.
Okay. Hey, Zalae.
Mm.
What do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back?
Boomer gone.
Nah, a stick. You thought way too hard on that, man. You're shooting for the stars. This is
I
a
missed.
low quality stream. You know, you got to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're going way out there, man.
a stick.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Have you tried refreshing the page to see if that fixes it? Because
I will try now. Did it work for you? Because it
no,
didn't work for
I don't
me.
want to try that because of how it looks on stream.
Nah, it didn't work.
Excellent.
Hey, Zalae.
Yeah.
What do you call a bear with no teeth?
I don't know, Firebat. What do you call a bear with no teeth?
A gummy bear.
Ah.
Just get it? Because it's got like gums and stuff. Because the teeth are gone. And it's also a candy made by Hasbro.
And it doesn't have teeth.
It also,
candy.
but I don't know. The candy might have teeth. I
No.
didn't really research that far into it.
I've looked at them.
You've looked at them really closely?
Mm-hmm.
Magnifying glass close?
Not that close, but I'm thinking the details, just like, if you look at the ears, the level of detail is just not that high.
You're judging by the ears if it has teeth or not.
Yes, I think that's reasonable to do.
I don't think that's reasonable. Dude, how could you really judge something just based on its ears like that? Are you going to judge me based on my ears?
I mean, the ears are basically just a big lump. If your
Right,
ears
right.
looked like a big lump, I might think you didn't have teeth either.
I got a joke submitted by one of our viewers here. Hey, Zalae,
Hey, Firebat.
why does a Norwegian aircraft carrier have a barcode on the side of it?
What? I don't know, Firebat. Why does a Norwegian aircraft carrier have a barcode on the side of it?
So they can Scandinavian.
Because Norway. Okay.
It's a Scandinavian. It's
I
probably
don't.
European.
I don't think
Most
Norway
of the
has
viewers
any
are like-
aircraft carriers. I would bet $5 there's never been a Norwegian aircraft carrier.
I don't know, man. It's not my joke. Viewers submitted some of the. Probably most of the viewers here are European. So
Yeah.
okay, I see it back.
Scandinavian.
It's back now.
Oh, really? I'm gonna refresh the page,
Yeah.
so this is gonna be good.
They're not displaying any content, but it's here.
That's the important part. Oh, I like these ads. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't know what that says.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Ooh, deck list. Got ice block. Oh, they're advertising a website with Hearthstone information. If I could read
Love
Chinese,
Hearthstone.
I would definitely check that out. I like Hearthstone information. I consume a lot of that.
Consuming things. You know what is really good to eat?
Hmm.
Steak. Oh my god, I love steak.
Speaking of eating, let's take a quick break so I can eat. I'm gonna mute the microphone now until we get back to the Hearthstone.
All right, make sure you mute the other thing too, because that's me. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Hey, Firebat.
Hey, what's up?
You're not muted, buddy.
I'm not muted? Okay. I'm gonna stop talking then. Oh, shout out to Zalae hosting the stream. Appreciate your 34 viewers, man. Thanks for the host.
Got you, bro. Anytime.
Oh, so how long do you think the break's gonna be?
Well, we're live right now, so the break's over.
Oh,
How do you think this guy's going to do with this dive?
I think he's probably gonna nail it. He's on TV, right? So they recorded it.
Yeah, I like
so
his
if he doesn't
chances.
nail it, then that's like
Oh,
embarrassing.
why do they not? That was.
Oh, they just cut it at the end?
Yeah, that was a huge tease.
Well, they showed like the final impact from underwater, but I wanted to see it from above water. I don't know if he did good or bad. I mean, it does look majestic, though.
That looks awesome. I've been swimming some laps lately, and it feels really good. Like when you're kind of going fast, just the way your body feels pulling through the water. I don't know how to describe it, but I like swimming laps.
Okay. Have you tried being pulled behind a boat? Because that can get you moving pretty fast behind the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you like the feeling of going fast through the water, what better way to do it, right?
No, you're right. That's a good idea. I bet that would be fun. No, but I also like the feel of like pulling the water. Like I don't know. Somehow the body stretches in a way that feels good and right.
Okay.
Where'd Eloise go?
Eloise is in our Twitch chat now.
Oh, interesting.
They are doing giveaways at the venue right now, she said, and that is why the long break. They had to give away a few cars.
What?
So those in attendance, I don't know if they're giving away cars. I'm just making sure. They're doing some sort of giveaway of something, but hopefully it's cars for the
probably
sake of the
toy
viewers.
cars, right?
Hopefully there's just Oprah came out on the stage and was just, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. That would have been
nice,
fantastic. I would have loved to see that. Hopefully Oprah's there.
Do you think that's like a good business move on her part, giving out those cars? Because here we are talking about it like 10 years later.
Yeah. I mean, Oprah's like very successful, like very successful. She gave away cars, I think. I don't know for sure. She gave away a lot of stuff, though. Honestly, I'm not the biggest Oprah watcher.
No, I haven't seen too much Oprah either. I'm just thinking about that business decision in particular, giving out like 50 cars or whatever. Do you think she got a good return on her investment based on like us talking about it now kind of thing?
I don't think we're...
It's not us in particular.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to throw us in there.
No, it's just an
anyway.
indicator, right? That like generally people are talking about it, even if they don't know about Oprah 10 years later. It's like she's just pretty good advertising for herself, right?
Yeah, as well as the cars were probably like given to her to some extent to hand out. You know, it's like
sponsorship deals.
Yeah,
good point. Yeah,
you know, like
when famous people give out stuff, they probably didn't pay for it. The people who make the stuff paid for it.
Right. So it'd be like, you know, Chevy, for example, just to use a random car company that, you know, out of the blue, that also happens to be pretty good. No relation, you know.
I love Chevy cars. I wish I had one. Thinking about buying one next time I win a tournament.
AK Wonder asks, did I make any mistakes? AKA Kona. Zalae, take it away.
There was something I was upset about, but there was also the one play that was really brilliant where it was like turn 4 or 5, and you played Argent Squire, which was not the value play, not the tempo play, but in between, and it worked out perfectly, or it was beautiful planning because it was very annoying for his Finja turn to deal with the Argent Squire. He had to like draw a Rallying Blade to get the Finja off, and also just like the rock pool buff effect being saved later turned out to be super relevant. You could have squired, which is what you did, or rock pooled for tempo or hero powered for value. You went with the squire. It played around his Finja turn. It saved the value for rock pool, which is super relevant for buffing your Finja later. It was great. It was actually beautiful. I really liked that play.
That play was fantastic. I think it actually physically gave Zalae a boner.
Yeah.
But the one play we were concerned about was you Firelance portaled in the face
that was an issue,
instead of going Frostbolt, Fireball, Ping, setting up for a 100% chance for lethal because the Firelance portal could roll Corrupted Heal Bot, allowing your opponent to Bloodlust clear the board and heal out of range of your burn. Whereas if you just launch the other burn first, you have a 100% chance to win the game.
Yeah, so simply you didn't play around Corrupted Heal Bot from Firelance portal when you could have. The other thing, I think Mulliganed Flame Tongue in the Shaman Mirror.
Mulligan Flame Tongue. Mulligan Doomsayer is questionable, but we don't know if that's 100%.
That was reasonable.
Yeah, it's reasonable, but I think there's something you could definitely review and figure out if it's which way is 100%. Maybe he already knows, but yeah, if he doesn't already know and was questioning it himself, that's one to research on when he had the Manowyrm Doomsayer against Shaman.
All right, so Ant is up next. I believe I have his deck list loaded, right? He's Quest Warrior, UK Paladin. Or is this the previous guy's stuff? This is the previous guy's stuff, huh?
That would be, probably.
Yeah.
Ant versus Kekwang.
Beautiful.
How are we saying that guy's name?
Yeah, Kekwang sounds right to me. I like it.
Kekwang does not have deck lists available.
All right, well, let's talk about Ant's decks.
Should we assume that his deck lists are this random link in round 2 of the losers bracket?
I invite you to do so. If it matches up with classes, he should have Mage, Shaman, Druid, Warrior.
Mage, Shaman, Druid, Warrior, yeah.
Okay, well, the Warrior's banned on both sides, so let's not worry about those.
All right, good.
Ant has Rogue, Priest, Mage, which brings me back to those World of Warcraft days as a popular 3v3 arena composition. I happened to play the Mage in one of those. That was where the name Zalae came from, actually, that character.
Fun facts.
Yeah. Randomly generated name, though.
So is there a lot of Zalaes floating around then, since there's probably like a bunch from the use the random name generator thing?
Yeah, I mean, if you Google Zalae, probably find more than just me. Eventually.
You're not one of a kind. I'm going to Google Zalae, see what pops up, just in case.
It's going to be a lot of me, I think.
All right, let's see. It's you. A lot of pictures of you. You or Dex. You. World of Warcraft character Zalae, which might not be you.
Okay, doesn't say anything about it.
Were you a level 110 Blood Elf, Havoc, Demon Hunter?
Absolutely
Candy,
not.
Cartel?
That's somebody else. Yeah, it was a mage.
Oh, yep. Boom.
Nice.
You're only like the top 7 or 8.
Oh.
All right, so it is the Mage with the Frost Novas and the Doomsayers, the Freeze Mage hybrid that has been taking over a lot of the ladder metagame, being extremely popular. It's got the Mana Worms in there. Also, Eater of Secrets teched in for Kekwang. And what is he going up against from Ant?
I didn't see Ant's class. I was looking at Ant's Mage deck, which is a bit different. Ant's Mage doesn't have the Mana Worm. It has an Eater of Secrets tech. It has Anthonitis. It's basically just Freeze Mage, right?
Yeah, this is just Freeze Mage. It's not the hybrid variation because it doesn't even have Firelance portals. This is the deck I've been rocking on ladder the most. It started off with your variation, because you had the Firelance portals and the Mana Worms in your Freeze Mage, and like a lot of people hit top 50 with that, and you're doing well with it. But cutting the Mana Worms has really been wonderful for me. So
okay, I think
trying it.
Cutting the Mana Worms makes more sense as of yesterday when Questro got nerfed. Mana Worm, it was a big reason. A big reason Mana Worm was good is the Questroke matchup. Like, that deck was just farming the heck out of Questroke all day, left and right. And Mana Worm was basically what you were mulling it for, that and Arcanologist. So with Questroke going away, there's less reason to play Mana Worm, and it becomes more reasonable to consider other mage builds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Eater of Secrets is so good. You got to play Eater of Secrets right now in Mage, especially on ladder, because there's so many other mages.
Right.
Helps out a lot.
Yeah, I had to beat more than 1 or 2 Eater of Secrets on my top 5 Legend climb. It was a battle. Fortunately, people tend to play that matchup pretty badly. If you're playing a Mage Mirror, you probably want to keep Alexstrasza. You generally don't worry too much about chip damage in the early game, so Mana Worm's not a good card in that matchup. Instead, you just kind of focus on trying to draw cards to set up to where you get to play Alexstrasza on 9 with as much board presence as possible, and then just burn them out.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
So the lineups, neither of them have really clear decks that they're targeting. The Jade Druid from Kekwang is going to struggle against the Rogue and the Silence Priest. but is going to do really, really well against the mage. And the mage is going to do really, really well against the rogue, but struggle against the silence priest and be 50-50 in the mage mirror. Or about. It might have a slight advantage because of the Medivh. Medivh plus Eater's Secrets and Mana Worms is just like a lot of mid-rangey pressure that can kind of help.
So I'm looking at Ant's lineup, and I'm trying to figure out what kind of stuff he's really trying to target. He's got this Quest Warrior. Well, let's get into the game. Ant's playing the Silence Priest against a Mage. I want to say...
Silence Priest, extremely favored.
Extremely favored. All right, let's see what kind of tech cards the Mage has. Is there a Polymorph? No. Is there a Meteor? No. Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so the Priest can play big minions, and then whenever the Mage tries to freeze them to stop them from killing him, what the Priest will do is silence the minion, removing the freeze, buff its health to 1 billion, then inner fire it and kill him.
Yep, that sounds pretty strong.
Yeah, it usually lines up very well.
Yeah, so Primordial Glyph can be a key card for the Mage. If you find like Meteors and Polymorphs, that can help you deal with the big minions from Priest. There's Polymorph.
That's fantastic for sure. Being able to remove big minions is important, but what the Priest player should be doing, what Ant should be doing, is trying to wait on making any of his minions large to be able to play around glyph cards like the Polymorph and such like that. Even though they're not really... And so that he can silence it if it's frozen without removing the buffs that are already on it.
Yeah, so you want to silence it immediately so it can start attacking for 4 kind of thing. Actually, he needs to deal with this Doomsayer, so attacking for 4 is not enough. You could start this turn by drawing a card, like bump your Northshire Cleric into something and heal. You bump your Cleric into the Arcanologist and draw a card. He's going for Shadow Visions. He's thinking if he finds... He could Inner Fire with Silence on your Razor Leaf to deal with the Doomsayer.
I don't like dealing with the Doomsayer. If you just silence the Doomsayer and wait around long enough, eventually you kill him with it. Because you Potion of Madness, Divine Spirit, Inner Fire it.
So this potion can kill the Doomsayer. You potion the Arcanologist and attack your stuff into the Doomsayer. You get to use Silent. The advantage to, if there were an Inner Fire, I kind of like it. Because you get to use the Silence on your minion instead of his. So you get that Razor Leaf attacking right away. You're like up a card there.
Yeah. That is part of the advantage, but I also just like having the Doomsayer in play. I think it benefits you to have an 07 on your opponent's side.
And this
when you run double Potion of Madness in your deck.
This was also a slight misstep from Ant. He attacked into the Doomsayer and then healed it. He could have attacked into the Arcanologist and then healed his own minion, and the difference would be just 1 free damage on the Arcanologist.
Yeah.
Which is not very important at all here, but, you know, better is better, right?
Better is definitely better. I don't know how to argue with that. That's just good is good, great is great. You're going to want to do 1 damage to your opponent's thing.
Yeah. It's not like he's going to Battle Rage.
I would hope not. That would be sneaky.
All right, so for Kekwang, he's playing some Mana Worms and an Ice Block. He's just kind of playing stuff. Yeah,
creating a giant board position. There's not really any way for Ant to AoE clear this, so it seems good to extend a lot of minions really wide. He wants to try and pressure Ant into situations where he feels like he needs to start silencing his minions early and fighting for the board.
Yeah, and Ant draws Lyra, which will be good later, but right now what he needed was a silence. His Razor Leaf in play can't attack. There's another one in his hand that also can't attack. So he's drawing a card off Powered Shield. He'd like to find a silence. The girl's also quite nice here. Again, he could play the girl, bump the Tark Reaper, or the Northshire Cleric into a minion, then heal his guy, drawing 2 cards. That's quite beautiful. He's thinking, do I want to use an Inner Fire here? It's pretty appealing. There's another one still in the deck. You typically play 2 Inner Fires, so you only need 1 per game, so it's okay to waste 1 here to kind of kill off a Mana Worm or start pushing damage.
Okay. I can see it. I mean, you get a 7/7 out there, which isn't bad. And since you're drawing so many cards, you'll start finding your other resources.
You could actually... Okay,
he is just going to punch him.
He's making it real big. He's risking that Glyph card being a Polymorph or a Meteor.
Yeah. Risking it for the biscuit.
He misses 2 draws off North Shore Cleric in order to make this big aggressive
I
push.
not the biggest fan of this play. I feel like if you try and go for the consistency route and just draw your deck, you'll find a way to get there at the end of the day. Pushing this damage doesn't seem like the most relevant thing. You do know there's an ice block, huh?
Well, it's better to pop them at lower life totals. If you pop them at 30 or whatever, they can kind of sometimes deal with your minion, and the damage you pushed isn't relevant. But I agree. I think missing the 2 draws from the North Shore Clerics is pretty painful.
Like,
of course, with Caster Vision, seeing the polymorph, it's easy to criticize, but it does seem like taking the 2 draws there was really good.
Yeah.
He's
drawing is a combo deck.
Yeah, so Kikwang is thinking about Potion of Madness here. It's already really strong running an Arcanologist into a Mana Worm, but if he plays Acolyte of Pain, then the opponent can kind of steal the card draw from you. So that's maybe why he wanted to ping instead of playing Acolyte.
And I like that. Your opponent's starting to run out of cards. They're starting to really fizzle out, so don't give them more opportunities to draw. Makes a lot of sense. Both Clerics are gone, which is the entire draw engine of the deck. And so if you could just, like, hold them off from drawing cards, it's going to be very difficult for Ant to assemble Lyra combos. It's going to be very difficult for him to assemble the Inner Fire combo, number 2.
You might have to fire off Lyra here, because you kind of have to play Silence this turn, and so you're not going to have like more spells for Lyra in the future. The alternative to Lyra is to silence the minion, I think Talon Priest it as well, trade it and heal it. Because you're not that close to killing the opponent, and you want to get value off of your hero power. I think he trades a Mana Worm here and heals the Razor Leaf. I like this play from Ant.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of dealing with that board, getting value out of the Talon Priest, getting value out of the... No, not looking for value out of the hero power.
He
is enough.
The most aggressive combo priest player I have ever seen. He's just really focused on playing all of his cards as fast as possible. I think the deck can be played a little more patiently. I think card draw should be valued a lot higher when playing the Silence Priest.
Yeah, and now when the Flame Strike comes off, because he didn't heal, this Arcanologist gets to live. If Ant had healed instead of playing that Razor Leaf, he would have a 4/8 Razor Leaf in hand, and the Arcanologist would be dead, which is...
yeah, and if he had taken the draws earlier, he starts assembling the Lyra plus Radiant Elemental plus stuff kind of hand, which can cause a lot of grief for the priests and give you essentially a lot of healing. Like when you get like Lyra Radiant Elemental with like a couple spells in hand and 10 mana, you do find healing very, very often and can outlast the burn even of the mage opponent. I found myself as a Silence Priest player not even killing the mage, just sitting there doing a bunch of crazy Lyra shenanigans and finding a greater healing potion or just a couple of the new healing card, not Flash Heal, but what's it called? Binding Heal. Yeah, to just be able to stay out of range forever.
Now, in Ant's defense, looking at Kikwang's hand with the Alex draws, the Pyroblast, the Firelens Portal, if Ant didn't pressure Kikwang at all, Kikwang would likely be able to burn through the healing generated by Lyra with Alex draws into burn game plan. But I think what you're saying is right. When you manage to find the right mix of pressuring the mage to cause them to use resources defensively and value plays so that you don't run out of resources yourself, that's kind of how the priest wins the matchup, right?
Right. When he had that situation with the Tar Creeper and the 2 Northshire Clerics behind, Kikwang couldn't kill the Tar Creeper if it was not buffed, because he couldn't commit the polymorph to removing the Tar Creeper because he needed to save that for all of the buffs. So Ant buffing the Tar Creeper allowed Kikwang to polymorph it, which allowed him to kill off his draw engine. The draw engine, I believe, is pressure enough. I don't think you need the stats in play. Just the threat of the infinite card potential to set up for the Lyra combos. That's one of the ways you can win this matchup, is just finding healing off Lyra and setting up a good Lyra turn. And card draw is going to do that every time. So I don't like the idea of throwing out both of those win conditions at the same time and not really fully utilizing either of them.
Now look at this. This is a really tense moment. Ant runs out Lyra, getting 0 value off of it, and Kikwang just leaves it up. Because he doesn't have a good answer in hand, he'd have to go fishing with the Arcane Intellect, which risks not finding an answer to Lyra and not developing the Alexstrasza. So instead he just goes with the tempo line of 8/8 plus 14U. That's a pretty good card.
But Ant, unfortunately for him, does not pick up a spell, so he can't capitalize on the rewards of his risk.
Yeah. That's the Acolyte's a real bummer there for Ant. If any spell with the Radiant Elemental and Lyra, he could really do a lot of shenanigans this turn, but instead he appears to be fairly dead, as he's now trading Lyra into a 5-1, having gotten 0 value out of it, and an 8/8 Alexstrasza that's attacking his face. It's literally just lethal with Pyroblast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, game 1 to Kekwang, winning an unfavorable, arguably because of the decisions made by Ant.
Yeah, I think he took a really risky line for the matchup. And, you can say, oh, okay, Kwang just got lucky. He got the glyph into polymorph. But at the end of the day, I don't think RNG decided that game.
Yeah, you think he could have played around it a little bit better?
I think he could have played around it a little bit better. I think RNG helped, but I don't think it decided the game. I think that was a very winnable game from Ant still.
I mean, when it comes to the topic of deciding a game, this is kind of something I like to rant about. People say, oh, this decided the game or that decided the game. In my view, the reality is many factors contribute to the outcome of a game. And so you can say that the polymorph decided the game. You can also say that a top deck decided the game. Like, all of these things had to happen for the game to go the way that it did. And when you say one thing decided the game, it's important to not forget all the other factors that went into it, which is just agreeing with what you were saying about how even though the polymorph RNG decided the game, it's the polymorph RNG plus the decisions that were made.
Right. I think there's a lot of different ways that game could have panned out. I think maybe Ant doesn't really see the matchup the same as I do. I think the Priest can win in the late game, which it seems kind of odd because there's no Priest to the Feast, but just the amount of heal you can make off Lyra. If you have 10 cards in your hand, Lyra Radiant Elemental, and you're on 10 mana, you generally heal a lot.
Look at those cute little polar bear babies. They're so adorable.
Yeah.
They're only in the commercial for half a second. It's kind of a bummer I missed it. Yeah, he's smiling because he liked it. He's like, damn, those polar bears are cute. Murderous.
Polar bears do generally make you smile. Yes. Aren't they like one of the most murderous bears, right? I don't really know too many
they're
facts
definitely
about
the
bears,
most murderous. I believe they're the biggest, and they're very murderous. They'll chase you.
Yeah.
I saw a video of a polar bear chasing a dude around a car. They were doing kind of a ring around the rosy thing. It was pretty awesome.
Well, are they playing like the Benny Hill theme?
Well, I think the human was playing like, hey, I want to live, and the polar bear was thinking like, hey, I want a meal. I don't know if there's any music to the video, but yeah. Okay. Dude was just kind of running around a car to save his life, and they'd kind of like pause and change directions and all that kind of stuff. It was cool. I think if I were a polar bear, I would have gotten on the car and eaten that dude, but...
Right. Not, I guess, the most intelligent creature, but, don't tell him I said that. Because they are huge in size and weight, making them the largest living carnivores on Earth. Boom.
For like land, there's definitely orcas are bigger in the sea. Those are carnivores.
Well, I don't. This is from National Geographic. So by Earth, I think they mean land. I don't know. I guess the sea isn't considered Earth by their standards.
Interesting.
I don't know.
All right, fair enough.
So what? If people don't enjoy the broadcast, at least they learned something. So you can always walk away with a smile on your face.
And if that didn't put a smile on your face, buy a Chevy.
Buy a Chevy. That'll put a smile on your face. You'll see polar bears and wild horses.
There you go. Good stuff. You can drive out of a dust storm. Good to go.
Did you know female polar bears give birth to their cubs in little snow dens?
That's cute.
Yes, they make little houses, give birth to the cubs, and then the cubs kind of chill out in the little houses for 4 to 5 months. They stay indoors. Mm-hmm. So they get birthed in a house, hang out, play video games inside for 4 or 5 months, and then have to grow up, get a job, go out in the real world. They're kind of like us.
That's a rough life to only get 4 to 5 months of video games. I prefer the lifetime route.
I mean, yeah. We get kind of lucky with that, huh?
Yeah, we lucked out a little bit. Sometimes fortunate.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun.
All right, so Ant's down a game here. Come on, you're representing America, Ant. Do it for Team USA. Pick up some W's.
For Team USA. We got to try and take down China. We had Team Europe, a.k.a. Wonder, lose to the Chinese representative. So we're losing ground for the Western nations at the moment. So hopefully Ant can kind of pick it back up here.
Yeah, China's, I think, getting revenge for the Shanghai event where they just really performed abysmally. There was actually
Well, you
some
see the
drama.
controversy on
Yeah,
that.
I
Yeah.
was just about to bring that up about how apparently they were not informed of the format in a reasonable time frame. The other regions knew about what the format would be like a week in advance, and the Chinese
Mhm.
players found out like a day in advance that it was something different than what they had previously been told. So they didn't get adequate time to prepare, and it really showed up in their results. I think they had like a 1-8 record when I saw. Pretty bad.
Okay. So the screenshot that we have for this guy's deck lists is Jade Druid, and the one they showed on screen is Aggro Druid.
I'm gonna trust the screen
Okay.
because you weren't sure if that was his name, so you might have been looking at the wrong guy's deck list. Just happened to match up classes.
Yeah, there's no name for this deck list. It's just a URL.
This looks like a token druid based on the Direwolf Alpha.
Yeah, Direwolf Alpha screams Token Druid. Token Druid versus the Silence Priest. Who do you think's favored?
I think I would rather be the token druid. I think it depends quite a bit on the early game draws and how all that pans out. This Ancient Watcher is working in Ant's favor. If he could pick up a Silence to go with it, he might become favored all of a sudden. But a lot of the matchup is how efficiently can Token Druid develop a board while playing around Potion of Madness. Because if you play into Potion of Madness, things are probably going south.
Yeah. One of the big things to note about the Silence Priest deck is that there are no AoE clears in the deck, so living mana is pretty good when there's no AoE clears, as well as the fact that there's no Shadow Word Pains in Silence Priest or Shadow Word Deaths, so things like an early Hydra can just kind of kill them right off the bat, and things like Innervate Fledgling just kind of instantly kill them. So there's a lot of ways that Kukwang can just really run away with a game out of nowhere.
Yeah, that said, Kukwang's hand is a little bit awkward to start off. He's got an Innervate with nothing good to play off of it. He's got a couple of 1-mana 1/2 beasts that don't have any relevant battle cry. And he's got a late game card in his opening hand. So the hand doesn't quite come together, but all it takes is one good card drawn to play with that Innervate, and the hand becomes fairly beautiful. If he draws a big minion to go with the Innervate, or some kind of AoE buff card to pair with all these little minions, and that's a lot of his deck falls in those categories. Innervate is probably the worst possible card he could draw here, because he already had an Innervate that wasn't doing anything for him. Now he's got two.
Mm-hmm.
So if Ant picks up a Silence here to pair with the Ancient Watcher, and there's a Purify, it's not nearly as good as Silence, because Silence would allow him to Talon Priest as well next turn while attacking.
Ooh, that's a good pickup.
That's a great pickup. Marquis Charge, excellent.
Now he just needs to get, like, Hydra.
Another one. Vate that out every time.
Wow.
Take this value trade on the Ancient Watcher before anything funky happens. If you don't value trade, you risk Ant silencing your Hungry Crab.
Mm-hmm. And you do not play Galactic Crawler because you do not want to get Potion to Madness even in the slightest.
Yeah, not even a little bit.
Yeah, not even halfway.
You could coin Hungry Crab, but you could just play the Hungry Crab next turn and save the coin. There's not too much upside to playing it now. So we don't have Kukwang's deck list, right? We don't know like what his 5-drop slot looks like. Usually it's 2 living manas. Oh, this is a huge risk. It's not just the 2 Potion of Madness. It's also 2 Shadow Visions for Potion of Madness.
Right, so 4 cards could potentially blow him out of the water. None of them found, though.
That's a complete lack of justice. This was a huge misplay from Kukwang.
This is big. This is real bad. You don't do that. He wants to be able to contest the 4-8. That's his logic, right? So he's taking the risk around Potion of Madness so that if Humongous Razor Leaf comes out, he can double trade Hero Power it, I guess. But why would you want to double trade Hero Power a Humongous Razor Leaf? It's like not a good play. So I don't like it.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
I think it opens you up to a blowout. And there's 4 of the other card and only 2 Humongous Razor Leafs. So
it's not 4. It's more like 3 or 3.5. Because the Shadow Visions doesn't always find Potion of Madness. It has a decent fail rate.
It always finds it, Zalae.
Okay.
When they need it, it always gets it.
Well, he needed it.
Yeah, he's always going to get it.
Okay. Okay, in defense of Kikwang's play there, where he played into Potion Madness, he was looking at his hand, he was thinking, I'm going to have to play into this Potion Madness next turn, I might as well do it now. Maybe that's a reasonable line of thinking.
Well, you got to trade off the 5/2 into something good.
I mean, the advantage to not playing into it immediately is that you potentially top deck something like Power of the Wild, Mark of the Lotus that allows you to play around it.
Yeah.
So here he could coin Living Mana to set up for a humongous Power of the Wild in 2 turns. This is where Potion of Madness, again, is pretty good. Like, it doesn't really get Ant back into it, but if you Potion of Madness one of those 2/2s from Living Mana, you get to keep the Mana Crystal from your opponent. So you get that Mana Crystal, and they will never get it back.
Yeah, ramp into some hot Lyra action.
Uh-huh. So, Ant's looking at this board and thinking, man, I wish I had Dragonfire Potion in my deck. But it's just not a good card in Silence Priest. That's why it doesn't run it. It'd be good in this circumstance, but there's too many other circumstances where it just does not contribute at all to the game plan of playing stuff and killing the opponent with it.
Yeah, but you have to imagine in this scenario, he's going to be looking for that Potion of Madness, start getting that ramp into maybe like a Lyra plus Divine Spirit next turn.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. He's going for the Lyra now. He's going to silence so that his opponent can never get the Mana Crystal off of that 2/2. Chaining it into a Wisp, which draws Holy Fire. Not what he wanted. He was looking for an AoE like Holy Nova, Dragonfire Potion type stuff. And
yeah, exactly.
On the flip side, Kikwang rips Mark of the Lotus. Best possible draw by a mile.
Mm-hmm. He's probably going to want to play that one.
Yeah, so he's got, what is this? 7 times 3 is 21, so he's got 20 damage. 5 off lethal. Probably kill that Lyra before it does anything nasty. And ignore the Wisp, push the rest faced. Well, if he's trading with the 3/4, he might kill the Wisp.
Yeah, now you got to kill the Wisp.
I was going to trade off a 3/3 that gives me a Mana Crystal instead of value trading. I just like pushing face damage. And I like having the higher health minions still alive in case that's somehow relevant. It doesn't matter. I think Kikwang's line just wins, so I shouldn't criticize. He's got 0
Potion of Madness is dead.
Yeah.
Holy Fire
not good enough.
Does not keep him in it. Oh, man. Looks like Kikwang is kind of an ant-eater.
It does usually have larger noses, I believe. His doesn't quite.
No, he doesn't have an anteater nose.
No. It'd be better under those circumstances.
Well, this does keep Ant alive for now. Maybe he can come back into it with the power of the Holy Fire.
I mean, the power of the Wild is pretty good.
He is down to 1 HP.
I think this is just lethal. Oh, he doesn't hero power. You're right. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. All of his minions stay alive, and he continues doing what he's doing. Giving Ant no possible outs.
Giving Ant the business.
Lots of business. Not any of the business that he wants, though.
No. Well played. So, 2-0 lead for Kikwang over Ant.
Mm-hmm. And his potential last deck is Token Shaman, which also does pretty good against Silence Priest.
Yeah, I think actually the rise of Token Shaman directly led to a dramatic reduction of Silence Priest in the metagame. It was kind of like a popping up pretty often kind of thing, and then Token Shaman developed as a deck, and people were like, wow, I don't want to play these can't attack minions into their devolves. It just doesn't work well, right? Like when you powered shield Divine Spirit up, you put a bunch of buffs on a minion, and they devolve it, you lose. Devolve's just good against minion buffs.
Yeah, exactly. And you have no AoE, and their entire deck is Board Floods and Bloodlust, so that doesn't end up working out well for you often.
Right. I mean, the only real thing in the priest's favor is that Potion of Madness is a nice tool, but a lot of times the Token Shaman can play around it to a reasonable extent.
I know Kikwang was kind of slipping on playing around Potion of Madness last game. If he finds himself disrespecting it as the series continues, maybe Ant can sneak a win in there.
Probably not. It really doesn't punish you that hard in Token Shaman. Like, you lose some 1/1s or something. It's not like a 2/3 trading into a 5/2 almost ever.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright, maybe I can unmute for this.
He's probably speaking English.
Yeah.
I don't think Ant knows much Chinese. I'm not totally sure though.
Yeah, no, I'm only for him.
I really want to see what more of like the Death Knight class. It looks really interesting, but with such little cards, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to tell what's going to come, but I'm really hopeful that the next expansion is going to be pretty good.
这边也是看到了N的一个赛前采访。
All right, really hopeful that the next expansion is going to be pretty good. What do you think about the next expansion thus far?
I haven't seen a whole lot of it. I saw a Hunter Legendary where you kind of transform. It's like it consecrates and you gain 5 armor and it changes your hero power from steady shot into something that generates value. So it's a card that I can't really evaluate the strength of it on its own. It's a piece of a puzzle and it depends on like how the other puzzle pieces come along with it. Like currently that card's useless, but if it finds the right support cards, maybe there's some kind of sweet control hunter deck with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's actually all that useless. I feel like 2 damage across the board is really good.
It doesn't go face, right? It's just 2 to their minions.
It's just 2 to their minions, but like doing that and gaining 5 life for 6 mana by itself is not
I thought it was
that
5
bad of a
mana.
card. It's 6 mana, which makes it a little worse.
A lot worse. Okay, but it also changes the hero power, which maybe that's great, maybe that's terrible. Depends on what your game plan is.
Have you tried the Beast Simulator thing on Hearthstone yet?
I haven't. How do you feel about it?
Every time you combine Stone Tusk Boar with anything,
it's good.
It's really nutty.
Yeah.
What are the odds? A lot of poison things. Not good, not good. There's a lot of beasts.
Okay, so looking at the hands, strong hands on both sides. Kwang has 1 drop into Totem, and Ant has Coin Ancient Watcher into Purify.
Okay.
Into Humongous Razor Leaf, into Shadow Visions for another Silence on it. So both players very happy about what they're doing. I think Ant's hand is like lines up better in the circumstance because the Ancient Watcher is just going to eat that Primal Fin Totem.
Yeah, that's very favorable to be able to do that, get it out before it starts generating value and really flooding the board.
Kwang leads with Bloodseal Corsair. He doesn't want to risk drawing patches, and he does want to have 1 extra power in play immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all upside compared to Firefly.
Yeah. Don't have to worry about too many things.
Oh, Evolve's interesting.
Evolve is pretty good.
Yeah.
I would not mind just evolving next turn.
Yeah, he could just make some 1-drops this turn and next turn do some kind of like hero power evolve turn.
Well, even this adds minions to the field, right? Because now your opponent's going to kill the totem and you have 3 minions left over and then you play the 1-drops next turn plus evolve. You get a 5 minion evolve going on.
Okay.
That's not bad against a deck with no AoE.
Oh man, Devolve is...
And then you have the Devolve to follow up.
It's such a 6 card against Silence Priest. It just really disrupts their game plan.
I'm evolving here 100% of the time, and so is Kwang. Look at him. He's already got it queued up. Yeah. Boom. Got a Bluegill Warrior, too.
Push that, too. A good trick when you're playing a card like Evolve is to look at the end turn button. If it's yellow, that means there's still game actions you can take, such as attack with your charger. If it's green, you can safely click it and know that you're not missing any opportunities.
All right. Save those crucial seconds so you can begin thinking about
So once again,
things.
Potion of Madness, excellent here for Ant. You can take the Huckster, kill off 2 of Kwang's minions, and draw a card, and deny Kwang a card draw from the Huckster. But he doesn't have it, again. You could Shadow Visions for it.
A bummer for him.
If he doesn't find... Yeah, if you don't find the Potion of Madness, you find a Silence to go with your can't attack minions in hand.
Yeah, but they're not developed on the board. That's so slow. Not finding it here is really backbreaking.
Yeah, you wanted to find it.
I was thinking maybe we just play the Razor Leaf, and then next turn you go for the Shadow Visions, because then if you hit a Silence effect, it's actually good, you know?
Alright, so Kwang... Pushing 8. Probably just wants to go wide on the board this turn. You don't really need to evolve. You just need to have the widest possible board for Bloodlust Lethals next turn.
And against attack with no AoE, Bloodlust is really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Ant's deck does a poor job of interacting with Kwang's deck, and Kwang's deck does a good job of interacting with Ant's deck, so it's all kind of stacked in the Token Shaman's favor over Silence Priest.
So, is there any way Ant can stay alive? He can go Northshire Cleric, heal, dig for Potion of Madness. Try and stay alive.
If Potion kills off 2 guys, there's still 5 plus 12, 17 damage, so that doesn't work.
Well, you kill off the Huckster. You take control of that, and then that gives you something shamany, like 0 mana, gain taunt, and heal to full health.
Okay.
And then you're in the clear.
You just needed to draw a Potion of Madness, take the Huckster, kill it into Ancestor.
Yeah.
It's almost too easy.
It's almost too easy. I make that play all the time.
Now, a good spot on the line, though, Firebat. I appreciate that. It's why world champion.
You got to figure out how to dig your way out of these holes.
Mm-hmm.
I play Priest a lot, so...
Get in a lot of holes.
You get in a lot of holes. Your cards are generally worse than your opponents.
Yeah. And boom. Quick 3-0 lead. 3-0 victory for K Kwang.
All of the losses are on the Silence Priest, not pulling its weight. It was a deck that was around in the metagame, very popular about a month and a half ago. Lost popularity due to the really rise of Token Shaman and Token Druid, which are 2 of the decks in K Kwang's lineup, so it makes sense that he's finding himself having success against the Silence Priest.
Sure. One of the arguments for playing the Silence Priest is its excellent matchup against Jade Druid. Silence Priest makes big minions. Jade Druid doesn't have removal for big minions. So you can see how that kind of works out for the Silence Priest, but I'm not seeing a lot of Jade Druid in this tournament. I kind of would have expected more, right? Because the Quest Rogue just got nerfed, and you'd expect Jade Druid to kind of take over that share of the metagame, since they both fill a similar role of punishing slow decks and kind of generally being weak to aggro.
Yeah, and I think, judging by Ant's lineup, how he's got also the Miracle Rogue in there and what have you, he was kind of anticipating
some Jade Druid.
Some Jade Druid, yeah, and not what he ends up going up against today. And losing that favorable in the beginning of the Silence Priest versus the Mage was huge, because that was the matchup he wanted with the Silence Priest. That's where it's able to, get an easy win, and not being able to capitalize on that lucky Q really ended up hurting him.
Yeah, and our next match is Mage versus Green Sheep. Green Sheep, an established pro. It's been winning Hearthstone matches for a long time.
Wait. Isn't Green Sheep being replaced?
No, he did replace another player,
he did
right?
Replace another player. Okay, sure. Because there's like visa troubles or something.
I think it was formerly Rage. I don't know the reason why, but I think Green Sheep replaced Rage, and he's going up against Mage. People may not be that familiar with Mage, but I've been learning about him as he's been, at #1 legend spot a lot these past few months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been doing very, very well, and he was also in the recent championship.
Yeah, he's in the APAC region, I believe.
Yeah, APAC region. Actually, like, one of the forefronts of that region and really showing a lot of dominance this year. Last year, it was Handsome Guy that was like kind of the face of the APAC region, and this year, Mage.
Yeah, so definitely Mage guy to watch out for. He's been winning a lot for months now.
We have no deck lists for Rage.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate, because Rage is known for playing wacky, crazy stuff, so he's probably going to be playing some wacky, crazy stuff. Because Green Sheep taking over his deck lists, I imagine? I don't know how that works.
I would think he would get to submit his own deck list. That's usually how it works. Like in Star Ladder, I replaced Dog at the last minute, and I submitted my own decks.
Sure. Yeah, that makes tons more sense.
Yeah. Really does. But if we click the link for Rage's decks, it might... No, it says no screenshot, like you said.
Yes, but we can take a breakdown on Mage's deck list. He's rocking the Miracle Rogue, 1 Questing Adventure, 1 SI, Arcane Giants instead of the Cold Blood finishers. Fairly standard Miracle Rogue. He's got the Quest Warrior with 2 Dirty Reds and 2 Armor Smiths and Battle Rage and Slam. So he's cutting the additional taunt minions. Some players like to include, 2 copies of Bloodhoof Brave, as well as Tar Creeper or some sort of something like that. But instead of the Tar Creepers and the second Bloodhoof Brave, he's got weapon removal in the form of Harrison Jones, a Slam, and a Battle Rage. So additional card draw to make up for the loss of taunts, to make it better in the Taunt Warrior mirror and against some of the other control decks, but a little bit weaker against aggro. And then he has Jade Druid, 1 Tar Creeper, 1 Gluttonous Ooze, very, very standard package in that deck. And then he is not running the Evolve Shaman, but instead is running a Spirit Echo Jade Shaman, which is a deck with N'Zoth and Harrison Jones as well.
Wait, he doesn't have the elemental stuff, right? Because now
Nope.
one of the big changes that just happened, I think literally yesterday, is Jade Spirit became an elemental, which means you can curve turn 4 Jade Spirit into turn 5 Servant of Kalamos with activation. And also, the Servant of Kalamos can now discover Jade Spirit, as well as Halcyon and another thing.
Nutty. But no, he has not included the elemental package in this deck list. He also has no volcanoes, so he is teched heavily towards beating control and not caring about aggro all that much.
Yeah, Volcano's a hell of an anti-aggro card.
So yeah, especially with known deck lists, like you can kind of get away with doing these sort of things if deck lists are hidden. You just like remove volcanoes and tech towards being better against control with a typically speaking anti-aggro deck, and a lot of people even ban it, not knowing that that's what you're doing, or they'll play around volcano the whole time, which will give you the leeway to win games. But when your opponent knows you don't have volcano, a lot of times they can really exploit that in your control deck. So a lot of the decks here for Mage are all of his decks are control decks targeting other control decks.
So he's got a read on the metagame.
Mm-hmm.
He's anticipating a lot of slowness, not a lot of aggression, which makes sense when you consider the Quest Rogue nerf. With Quest Rogue out of the way, there's less reason to play aggro to punish Quest Rogues, which means more reason to play slow stuff, which is why he's playing the anti-slow stuff, right? It's logical. There's a lot of thought that goes into building effective tournament lineups, and it's easy to just completely miss it and be unaware of all the clever decisions that these tournament caliber players are making.
Yeah, the lineup looks pretty clever. We do not know his opponent's lineup, Green Sheep's lineup, but Green Sheep's a player known for playing all aggro.
Mm-hmm.
So he brings almost exclusively all aggro to every tournament he plays. So he may find himself having some very favorable matchups here, even though Mage is playing archetypes typically that do well against aggro, like Taunt Warrior and the
Shaman.
The Shaman, yeah, Jade Evolve Shaman, but or Jade Echo Shaman. But even though those archetypes are typically favored, the way he has them teched, or so heavily teched, may make them unfavored.
Let's see. The Shaman still has 2 Devolve, 2 Maelstrom Portal, 2 Lightning Storm, a Thalnos for those 4 AoEs. It has a lot of good defensive cards, but still, the fact that the Shaman has the N'Zoth, the Harrison, the Double Jade Spirit, the Spirit Echoes, the Loot Hoarder, a lot of cards that are just low tempo, going to get you run over by aggro.
Yeah, it can win versus aggro, it's just a lot less likely.
The Shaman anti-aggro tools are pretty crazy strong. When they want to beat aggro, they really can. I think Shaman is the most anti-aggro class in the game when it wants to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, and that said, I'm going to mute my microphone, but not yours, Firebat, and take a quick break because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. We'll be back with some Hearthstone soon.
All right.
Want to talk about Firebat Hearthstone?
Want to talk about Firebat Hearthstone?
Yeah. We're not
All right, so there's these three guys, and they're hiking through the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And then they find an old lamp. One of them picks it up, rubs it, out pops a genie. It booms.
Wait.
You have finally freed me after all of these years, so I'll grant each one of you 3 wishes. The first guy immediately blurts out, I want $1 billion. Poof. He's holding a printout that shows his account balance is now, in fact, $1 million and some other amount. You know, whatever he had in there to begin with. You know, I don't know. The guy was probably poor. The second man thinks for a bit and then says, I want to be the richest man alive. Because, you know, he's got to one-up the first guy. Poof! He's holding a paper that shows he has over $100 billion in his bank account. The third guy thinks even longer about his wish. Thinks deeply and then says, I want my left arm to rotate clockwise for the rest of my life. Then, boom, his arm starts rotating. The genie tells them it's time for their second wish. So now the first guy says, I want to be married to the most beautiful woman on earth so I can have... then poof, a stunning beauty wraps herself around his arms. Second guy says, I want to be good looking and charismatic so I can have every girl I want. Poof. Bam. The first guy's wife immediately starts going after him. You know, he keeps one up in the first guy. That's basically the whole second guy's gist.
Yeah.
And then the third guy says, after thinking very deeply, I want my right arm to rotate clockwise until I die. Poof. Now both of his arms are rotating in opposite directions. The genie tells them to think very carefully about their third wish. First guy does, and after a while says, I never want to become sick or injured, and I want to be healthy until I die. Poof. He starts seeing much healthier. His knees get better. You know, he can run again. You know, so he's like solving the problems you have. Second guy says, I never want to grow old, and I want to stay 29 forever. So, you know, one up in the first guy again. Poof! He starts looking younger already. Third guy smiles triumphantly because he's proud of what he's come up with and says, my last wish is for my head to nod back and forth until I die. Poof! He's now nodding his head and still flailing his arms around. The genie wishes them good luck, disappears, and the men soon go their separate ways. Many years later, they meet again and chat about how things have been going. First guy is ecstatic. I've invested the money and multiplied it many times over, so me and my family will be among the richest of the rich pretty much forever. My wife is a freak in the sheets, and I've never gotten so much as a cold in all these years. Second guy smiles because he knows he's one up to the first guy and says, well, I built charities worldwide with a fraction of my wealth, and I'm still the richest guy alive and also revered for my good deeds. I haven't aged a day since we met. And yes, your wife is pretty wild in bed. Third guy walks in, still flailing his arms around and nodding his head, and says, guys, I think I fucked up.
Yeah.
That's the whole story. Yeah.
That's the worst joke ever. It's like 500 miles of setup. That was dumb.
Oh, it's so good.
Now let's check if this guy's speaking English.
I doubt it. Oh, you thought I was going somewhere with that.
Oh, just fucked up.
It's the best part is it doesn't go anywhere. It's kind of like the broadcast, you know.
Mm-hmm. If we
so that's why I thought it was fitting because
tension. This is
right. We'd build a lot of tension, and then
that's Green Sheep.
That is Green Sheep. Beautiful hair.
Mm-hmm. Nice Discord advertisement on his jersey. I use Discord sometimes when open cups make me. And there's Mage, just kind of staring off into the distance, doing his meditative thing, focusing on his breathing. Not relaxed, even though he knows he's playing in TitanAR, very prestigious tournament. 30,000 US dollars in prizes, plus Hearthstone Championship Tour points. Precious if you need them. Worthless if you don't care, but these people probably care a lot.
I would care. You would care too.
I definitely care. I care very much a lot. I
Very
care
much.
about them like almost more than anybody in the world.
Right. Wow, he's really good at spinning.
I'm definitely
the
like top 10 in the world in how much I care about HCT points right now.
Well, you're close to almost making it, right? You're at like number 2,
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, I believe I'm number 2 behind Muzzy for the Americas region. He's got a 6-point lead on me. So if I were to win a tournament like this, I would close the lead to a mere 1 point. So
And Green Sheep looks tired in that photo. Holy smokes.
he's got some zombie makeup going on.
Yeah, those are some deep bags, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not just bags under your eyes. Those are like hefty bags under your eyes, man.
All right, we're going to see Mage playing Jade Druid, which is a deck
All
that
right.
I was expecting to see a lot of in this tournament based on the Questrogue nerf. He's got Gluttonous Ooze teched in there and Tark Reaper. So he's ready for weapons and aggro. There's generally like 2 tech slots in Jade Druid, and those are what he went for.
And we don't know Green Sheep's deck list, but as expected, aggro Murloc Paladin. Green Sheep is the guy I think that's brought the most aggro decks per tournament the longest. He is really known for that.
Super
Just
consistent.
Tons of aggro.
We saw
Yeah, very
Grimscale.
consistent.
We saw Grimscale Chum there, which is actually a key identifier card. It tells us A, that it's an aggro Murloc Paladin, as opposed to a more mid-rangey list, and B, that it's not the very popular UK Paladin, which would instead run Argent Squire in that slot. So seeing that Chum, I'm expecting less weapons, probably 2 between the Rallying Blade and True Silver instead of 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting 0 Dread Corsairs. I think Stonehill Defender is much less likely, and instead probably a Cold Light Seer to pair with the Chum, right?
Yeah, definitely more focused on the Murloc synergy, less on the Murloc plus Pirate hybrid, which is kind of weird that he's not playing UK Paladin because Green Sheep is from the UK, but he's kind of going against his own brethren here, bringing a different archetype. Maybe
Okay.
it would have been too predictable.
Too predictable. Referee got a nice car shirt.
Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I got a free car shirt.
Yeah. Well, maybe
Right.
maybe they docked it from his pay. He's like, you know what, this car shirt's so nice, I'll buy it.
I mean, come on, we need some casting shirts. We get about 0 seconds of camera time, but we would appreciate it.
I'm wearing my boxers and a t-shirt.
Is it a car t-shirt?
No, I wish it were.
Exactly. See? I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind it getting docked for my pay. That would be... Don't dock it for my pay. But if the organizers are listening, feel free to send me a car t-shirt. Love to participate in that.
Yeah. Sell out for these Malibus. That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know what? If you can't get me a t-shirt, I'll settle for like a car. That'd be all right.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If the t-shirt's too much, just ship over the entire car.
So Mage looking at some good cards, Wild Growth and Wrath. Wrath seems pretty good against Murloc Paladin. Kill that Murloc War Leader or maybe anything else along with it.
It's always nice to hit your 1-drop when you only run 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Turn 1 Jade Idol. Not great because it's a 1/1 so much as because it's also buffing all of your future Jades for the rest of the game.
Right, it's just something to do. Typically speaking, Jade Druid doesn't do anything on turn 1, so having something is great.
Yeah. Mage has a hell of a hand here. Wild Growth into Wild Growth Wrath into Nourish +1 mana. I mean, ideally he would just hit a 6-drop because there's a bunch of nice 6s in Jade Druid like Aya and Behemoths. He wants to curve turn 2 Wild Growth into turn 3 Wild Growth into turn 4 6-drop.
You like to see that.
Yeah.
And as Green Sheep, you like to see this, just Murlocs on Murlocs on Murlocs. He's got all the synergy happening all the time.
And he probably trades here, I would think, because it
Why?
plays around a Swipe or a Wrath turn. If a Swipe or Wrath comes out, it's killing your Tidecaller, so by trading, you deal with a 1/1 instead of pushing 3 face damage.
No, I like going face. I mean, you could trade your 2/3 into the 1/1, and then you've profited 1 damage this way.
Okay, but you've lost the health for it.
Lost 1 health. I don't know. Do we ever need to kill this 1/1? What if we just play War Leader and jam it at his face?
Well, that sounds pretty reasonable looking at the current game state. He's got a Consecration in hand. That's another card that's kind of is hinted at by the chum. You don't see Consecration in the UK Paladin, but this version more often will run it.
Yeah, Consecrate's really hot right now in the metagame that we've seen for the most of the tournament. Not going to be great against Mage, but very strong against some of the other opponents as they are running, the token Shamans, which it's great against, and the token Druids, which it's great against.
Yeah.
So Cold Light Seer or Murloc War Leader, he's going to opt to go with Cold Light Seer to try and maximize the amount of Murlocs on board and have the most influential buff. Again, ignoring this 1/1 because what's it really going to do?
Yeah. He's staying consistent. He ignored it. Part of the reason he's ignoring it is he has this Consecration, and he doesn't think the 1/1's going to trade in to do anything relevant anytime soon. There's chances he finds a Consecration turn.
And I mean, that's what you got to do as a good aggro player. You got to figure out where the spots you can sneak in 1 or 2 extra points of damage. Because at the end of the day, that's what the game comes down to a lot of the time. And every time he's ignoring this 1/1, trying to force Mage to have to be the one trading it in, he's gaining damage.
And is Mage trading it in?
I think Mage is thinking about trading it in to respect Consecrate. But no,
Nope.
Sending it to the face.
He's disrespecting his life total as well by face tanking that minion.
Mm-hmm. Some pretty good Consecrate value here.
Yeah, it's okay.
I would love to see Consecrate coin out that 1/3, changing the hero power. Next turn you can go hero power plus War Leader. Get some boofs.
That seems like a pretty powerful line. I was looking at saving coin for Tyrion, but I like your line better. Get that power spike going sooner rather than later. Tends to be the right idea in Hearthstone. You trade this 2/5 to protect your 2/2 because the 2/2 is really valuable going into your War Leader turn. Doesn't coin the Valfin.
I don't know. The Valfin's a 3/5 or 3/4. I mean, with the War Leader buff, could have had it in play. But getting Tyrion out of turn sooner is also really good. It's a tough call.
So Mage doesn't find anything to do with 4 mana after his Nourish. He's going to hero power. He's just figuring out where to point it. If you put it at the 2/2, it sets up to Wrath Swipe or hero power the 2/2 again next turn. It goes poorly if the opponent plays something like a War Leader or a Megasaur. Or a second Cold Light Seer. Or a second Rock Pool. So that's 6 cards that punish. That's kind of a lot. Oh, he's thinking next turn's Primordial Drake. Maybe he puts it at the Rock Pool just to represent it. He kind of moused over the Rock Pool to bluff having Primordial Drake in hand for next turn. He wants Green Chief to be thinking about playing around Primordial Drake because Mage doesn't have the Primordial Drake, so he's just trying to trick him into doing stuff he doesn't need to do. Taking suboptimal lines.
Good, solid Hearthstone.
Mind games from Mage. Showing why he gets that #1 legend spot so frequently.
Well, Getaway Kodo, not too bad.
Getaway Kodo is the value pick. Redemption's the tempo pick. Could protect a Murloc for an extra turn to get more War Leader value.
Or you could just play Getaway Kodo and then jam the War Leader right now.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
He's going to go with Redemption jam the Getaway or jam the War Leader.
He's going full tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Very aggressive. It's consistent with how he's been playing the game. Of just going face with his minions and ignoring his opponent's minions, not trading. Unless he really has to. Which he doesn't. Alright, so 8 mana for Mage. I'm thinking Aya and a couple of Earthen Scales.
I'm thinking Aya, Innervate, Jade Blossom,
and 1 Earthen Scales, yeah.
Yeah. Do you die doing that? You get a 3/3 Jade and then a 4/4 Jade, so you heal for 5, and you're facing down a
17.
lot.
So you live at 1. Oh, sorry, I missed math. You die.
No, you die. You die to the True Silver. You die to any +4 buffs, which we should assume there's probably 2 True Silvers and 2 Kings. So
speaking of
that's
dying,
pretty risky.
Nope, never mind. We're good.
That came back to life.
Whew.
So you do have to probably go with double Earthen Scales if you want to try and guaranteed to survive. But Mage is going to take the risk here, saying, if you got it, you got it. I need to take a desperate play to try and stay alive in this game with a chance to actually win. So he's going for his desperate play.
All right, well, mine froze, so I'm refreshing the page.
So True Silver Champion here is lethal, but we are going to go with Gentle Megasaur, which finds +1/+1, which is also lethal.
Beautiful.
Because 16 plus 3 is 19.
He had 12, 15 plus 4 is 19. So
You take Divine Shield, missing
lethal.
lethal again. 2 missed lethals this turn for Green Sheep.
He's trying
There's
to
no
figure out.
taunts.
I think he just realized he missed lethal because he just shook his head. It's like, oh my god, what have I done? Don't worry, Green Sheep, you're still going to win.
What? What? What is happening?
Yeah, this is a little unexpected. He's shaking his head and disgusted himself. So keep an eye out for Green Sheep to be potentially on tilt. It would be easy to kind of start making more mistakes because you're frustrated. So we're going to get to see how good Green Sheep's like mental fortitude is. Can he recover from this and get into good Hearthstone form?
Well, yeah, if he loses this game, he is going to tilt right off a cliff.
He is not going to lose this game. I don't see Yogg in Mage's hand, so...
Mage doesn't run Yogg.
Yeah, that's going to make it really hard to draw.
And the
Green Sheep's still just shaking his head. So frustrated with himself. Don't worry, Green Sheep, you're up 1-0. Got favorables. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, still able to take it over Mage. But definitely not the cleanest way to take it. That's going to rattle your bones a little bit there.
Yeah, that hurts. He's typing something out.
Mm-hmm.
He's got pen and paper
well
there.
Played,
I guess you're allowed to
probably.
take notes.
Mm-hmm.
I
like that you can take notes. The only tournament you can't take notes in is like the official Blizzard tournaments.
Yeah, it's weird that it's different rules than other tournaments, right?
Yeah, every other tournament you can take notes in. Note taking is a very helpful and skill intensive way to play the game.
I actually like the HCT rules better in that I don't like taking notes. I find it to be reminiscent of being in school, which sucked.
I like taking notes because I'm a tryhard and I do whatever it takes to win. So I will write notes for hours before my game and then memorize a bunch of stuff and write a bunch of stuff down during the game. And my opponents won't put in that amount of time and effort, so it'll give me an advantage.
Yeah.
So I love notes.
I do think you're making a good point there. I've noticed in my own tournaments, the more notes I take, the more likely I am to win.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people get really lazy with that. And they just don't take any, or they don't do any studying pre-game about the deck lists and stuff like that. So, hey, man, it's 12 grand on the line. I'll take it. Don't worry. Thanks, buddy.
You don't need to take notes. It's all right.
Yeah,
I'll
sit
do it
down.
for
Don't
you.
worry. You'll look nerdy if you take notes. Don't do it. Just, I'm the nerdy one. So, you want to just be cool. I'll take the 12 grand. Thank you.
Yeah, and 5 HCT points to go with it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Save yourself about 100 hours worth of open cups.
It's pretty good. I like that.
I wonder how many hours on average it takes various players to like win an open cup each month. That's like a stat that goes through my mind. Because like when I win that open cup, I feel really good. I think to myself, I wonder how many thousands of dollars worth of time that was worth.
It's pretty good. It looks like we are going to be seeing from Mage the wacky Jade Echo Shaman. This is an archetype of deck. No, you switched to Rogue. We're going to be seeing the Miracle Rogue with only one SI7, which can hurt you a little bit against aggro. It's a very powerful card against aggro. Only one Razor Petal Slasher, which is another pretty good anti-aggro card, but featuring double Arcane Giant, Questing Adventure, and double Mimic Pod. So pretty heavy on the threats. It's more geared towards being able to beat control than it is geared towards being able to beat aggro.
Yeah, I think this is the list Muzzy used to win the NA Spring Championships to qualify for Shanghai.
Okay. And that was a very control-heavy metagame.
Yeah. I think this is exactly it. The 2 Mimic Pods, 1 of each 3-drop, 1 Razor Petal Lasher. This looks like it to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see if Green Sheep continues bringing out aggressive decks, or if maybe he has a weak link in his lineup, one deck that happens to be some sort of control deck that Mage's lineup can prey on. But if it's more aggressive decks, then this Rogue deck, bearing like an early Edwin, is probably going to have a pretty difficult time against most aggressive things.
I would say the Rogue deck's probably unfavored against aggressive decks, but in a reasonable spot. Like, you still have 2 backstabs, 2 eviscerates, some preps. Like, Rogue does Rogue things sometimes.
Sure. And
the Edwin,
that's
like
kinda,
you said, is really the big one.
Yeah, that's kind of like where Mage's lineup is positioned. Like, he has Jade Druid as well, which we just saw, which can sometimes just do crazy stuff and beat aggro. It's not the worst deck against aggro, but it's just definitely an anti-control deck.
Yeah, so Mage's lineup is trying to consistently beat slower decks and sometimes win against aggressive decks. And just overall have an edge against the field in that manner.
Okay. Green Sheep with the Evolve Shaman.
Easy full mulligan.
Yeah.
Pretty weak hand here. Doppelgangster and Devolve unlikely to be useful in the early turns. Devolve is pretty great against Rogue in the later turns, as you can get a Van Cleef or a Questing Adventure. But apart from that, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, and the hand from Mage, though, looking pretty fantastic. He's got the Swashbuckler to pull patches immediately. He has the coin, which is just great. And he's got the SI7, which he can coin out there to start really putting to work.
Yeah, Swashbuckler into coin SI7 agents. The most tempo you can have in the early turns, excluding 0 mana cards, right?
Yep.
I think as these rogues that run Swashbuckler patches, Swashbuckler is like the number 1 card you're looking for off the mulligan. You want to hit that turn 1 Swashbuckler patches opener.
He keeps Fan of Knives as well, just because it's
AoE.
Pretty powerful card. Yeah, AoE is what's good against Token Shaman. They're trying to go wide on the board. He does run Thalnos, so he could potentially make that combo happen later.
He's thinking, do I ever not Swashbuckler here? And he's going to come to the conclusion, no, I do always Swashbuckler here.
You could try and do something fancy like Coin Dagger, but I think it's bad.
That sounds real fancy. And not.
Yeah.
He's looking at double coin SI7 maybe.
Okay.
It would contest the Primal Fin Totem.
That's actually pretty strong.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think that's a real line of play.
That's a solid one. Jade Claws doesn't interact with it. I like it a lot. I think you double coin this SI now. As soon as you said it, it's like, wow, that all just makes sense. Shaman doesn't run Lightning Bolt. They have no way to beat the 3/3 immediately. You're going to slow down their board development for the next 3 turns put together. Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, and it curves into something like turn 2 Dagger, turn 3 Swashbuckler Redagger, or Fan of Knives or something. It just lines up really well against Green Sheep's turn 2, which now sucks.
Now, yeah, what does he do? Totem and Cry?
Yes, the crying being the important part of the turn. Toteming's kind of optional. I guess it discounts your thing from below and gains 3 life.
YOLO Devolve?
The YOLO Devolve, I mean, the argument for the YOLO Devolve is you just saw Mage use 2 coins, so Questing and Van Cleef are unlikely to be in his hand, so it's not going to be doing as much. But devolving a 3/3 into a 2-drop, you're just not even taking a lot off in the way of stats. What if it's just a 2/3? That's the same as a 3/3.
What if it's an 0/7?
Oh, that's unlikely.
Yeah, there's 2
percentage-based gamers here. Yeah, there's 2 of them, but you're looking for one in particular, right? The one that doesn't have taunt.
I mean, either 0/7 is probably pretty good for you.
Okay. Yeah, it gets that 3/3 out. Primal Fin Totem and Rogue. That'd be a hell of a card in Tempo Rogue, right? You could protect it pretty well. Good board control tools.
Yeah,
you could really use a stream of threats. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I like developing it now, man. Just start getting that value pumping out of it. You're kind of doing what the Token Shaman wants to do to you as the Rogue. But he's going to opt for the 2/2, it looks like, instead. Just more stats on the table faster.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. That one's... I mean, it's better against Maelstrom Portal, right? So you have more stats left over, but...
Okay, he's thinking he's going to need a Maelstrom Portal to have a chance here, and the Razor Pedal's better against that. Is it true, though? Because maybe he needs a spell damage Maelstrom Portal to really win here, and the Primal Fin Totem actually survives that where Razor Pedal dies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, regardless, Mage still has a commanding lead, kind of on the back of that turn 1 double coin SI7 agent.
Yeah, that play basically won him the game. Double coin SI7 is real good. Much better than the turn 1. It seemed like it was like always obvious you always turn 1 Swashbuckler, but when you stop and really think about it, SI7 is just so strong against the potential plays from Green Sheep.
Yeah, and it would have been really easy to just turn 1 Swashbuckler, end up losing a close game, and never realize you made that mistake.
Yeah, yeah.
It's things like that make the difference in Hearthstone. That's why Mage is here competing and winning. Because he takes the time, finds the lines.
He sees the lines.
Speaking of lines, having double Doppelgangster, double Bloodlust, 0 Evolve in hand when you're behind on board is not going to work out super well.
Definitely suboptimal.
Yeah, bad line.
More like a circle or something, right? Like it's as far away from a line than you would possibly get, right?
I like this Fan of Knives a lot. The question is, do you prep it? You don't really have much to do with your mana, so no. Save the prep for a future gadget or whatever. Oh, the Thalanos fan would have been nice. He's still probably playing the Thalanos. Just go wide on the board. You're not getting Maelstrom Portal so far.
Mm-hmm. And you want to cycle into the gadget, so you can kind of close this game out.
Yeah.
And looking for Evolve. Found it. All right, good job, Green Sheep.
Looking for some nice Karens?
All Karens, all the time.
All right, we'll take 3 Karens. Unlucky. All right, so Burglebot's a pretty average 6-drop. Scaled Nightmare, I'd say, is really good here because the 2 attack can't be exploited as a small number, so he gets the benefit of the 2/8, and the Goya is well below average.
You know what's really good?
Gadgets.
Killing opponent's entire board while drawing cards.
Yeah. No, that was a hell of a draw from Mage. Picking up the gadget really closed out the game for him here. I think there's roughly 0% chance Mage ever loses this game now.
Yeah. Green Sheep still has this 2/8.
Make that a 4/8. We could get it in there. We could make it a 6 and then a 9. That's not very good. Probably going to want Flame Tongue Patches or something.
What devolve sequence needs to happen for Green Sheep to be in this?
There's no 3-drop to pull a Doomsayer. He value trades the 4/4. Yeah, he's just trading stuff. And that Flame Tongue Patches didn't feel very good, but I guess it had to be done. If you devolve, you deny a card draw from Thalanos here, but you don't have an answer to a Van Cleef or Questing Adventure. He prefers to save it. I might have gone for that devolve.
I mean, you got to do something. You're in a little bit of a desperate spot.
You could have devolved before taking all the trades, and some of these 2-drops could potentially go into Tentacle of N'Zoth, and then you could clear off a lot of the board, catch up that way.
Right, like something could have happened. And this is your last hurrah. Once this board's cleared, what is this devolve really doing in your hand?
Not a thing.
Whew.
You'd lose to a 2/2 Edwin at this point, even after you devolve it, so...
Yeah.
Well, Green Sheep's sort of checked out of this game. He's looking at the double Bloodlust and 0 board control and thinking, maybe next time. Try not to get coin SI7 agented on turn 1.
Yeah, it's really tough for aggro decks to come back from Coin SI7. Coin any 3-drop's really hard to come back from.
Alright, picks up the Jade Claws, so he could push 13 this turn. He's only 14 off lethal. That's not very helpful. Alright, you could devolve up a Doomsayer. Even if that's a Doomsayer, you're still just not winning. Trying to think what other troll minions could pop up off this devolve. It's 3 wisps, so 1-drop and a 2-drop.
Yeah. And we'll see.
Nope, that's a really good 2-drop.
Yeah, it's a high roll.
It's a super high roll. +1 card on a 2-drop. So, Mage hits Spine Slayer to deal with that 8/4. Just keep the board under control. Don't die to any Bloodlust shenanigans. It's like impossible to die to Bloodlust from 19 here.
Yeah, he's got just Eviscerate. He can set up like a big Edwin plus an Arcane Giant this turn.
Yeah, that's nice.
Get some healing, just in case.
Cover all the angles.
Yeah. And the Green Sheep's not even going to wait to see the second Edwin come down. He knows it's coming. And, oof, rough. But yeah. Mage evens up the series 1-1. The Rogue able to take a W, even though he's face down against an aggressive deck. Miracle Rogue typically does not actually perform that badly against Token Shaman, because that specific kind of aggro is very vulnerable to backstab Fan of Knives and SI7.
All right, so series is tied up to 1-1. You would still expect Mage to be somewhat unfavored based on the remaining decks. Mage has sort of a greedy N'Zoth Shaman and a Jade Druid, 2 slower decks that are great against other slow decks and a bit weak to Green Sheeps. I'm going to assume Token Druid and Token Shaman.
Right. The Token Druid and Token Shaman. I'm not so sure they have favorable matchups against the Jade Shaman, but they both definitely have favorable matchups against the Jade Druid. The Jade Echo Shaman, though, does have double Maelstrom Portal, double Devolve, double Lightning Storm, and a Thalanos, which could give it a chance.
In both matchups.
In both matchups, yeah. Because they're both token flood decks. So even though there's no volcanoes, it's still, I'm not sure. I haven't played too much Echo Shaman, so I don't know for certain, but it can't be that bad.
I think Mage's Shaman is actually probably favored even without the volcanoes. I think those other AoEs are so effective against Green Sheep's remaining decks that it has a good chance to pull a win. But here is Mage's real liability. The Jade Druid struggles to AoE down these boards. They'll be presented by Token Druid and Token Shaman.
Yeah, all it has is swipes for AoE.
And Primordial Drake.
And Primordial Drake. And you have to hope that's good enough. You ever tried teching in a Starfall into Jade Druid?
No, have you?
Yeah, it works great against Shamans. Do you have 2 across the board? Because I noticed in Mage, a lot of Mages, sometimes you just play Blizzard and it kills everything and it just feels fantastic. It's just having 5 mana kill everything against Shaman's really good. In late game, you can pair it with Fandral to do 5 damage to a single target and 2 to the entire board, which is nice.
It deals 7 to the target, right?
Yeah.
Total. So, another idea is Wild Pyromancer in place of Starfall. It does sort of a similar thing. You try and set up turns where you go Pyromancer, Innervate, Wrath for 1, deal 3 to something and 2 to everything else. I'm just trying to play Pyromancer plus 2 spells, basically.
I don't like Pyromancer as much because I feel like my gadget cycles get so much worse because against aggro I have to expend so many spells and then I fizzle out and run out of card draw and cry.
Okay, I could definitely see that.
It's like you have to work to make Pyro good, and then that makes your gadgets worse. It's kind of weird how that deck works like that. You need so much draw in Jade Druid to really make its own game plan work. So expending that to be able to clear against aggro, then sometimes aggro can actually just keep up with you or outvalue you,
I definitely know what you're talking about. Running out of cards with Jade Druid, very much a thing that you want to be trying to avoid. And Pyromancer definitely runs into issues of using up your cards early to activate the Pyro and running out of cards and not getting your synergies off because of it. So, looking at these hands, Wrath is a pretty key card to keep against Token Shaman so that you can deal with totems, specifically Flame Tongue, Mana Tide, to a lesser extent Primal Fin. So Mage does keep a Wrath, but not two. That's kind of too many situational cards to keep off the mulligan. Green Sheep looks at this Firefly into Coin Mana Tide curve and thinks, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Jade Druid doesn't have the early minion board presence to contest these totems, so they're just very strong against Jade Druid.
Yeah, oftentimes your opponent's forced to wrath them, which basically pulls you ahead a card because you draw a card and they discard a card.
And if they don't have a Wrath, they kind of just lose to it.
Mm-hmm. But the one drop into Earthen Scales Jade Druid start, it does allow Mage to have a board. So if Green Sheep does go with Coin Mana Tide, his Mana Tide dies to a hero power and the 2/1 remains. So he's kind of forced to Maelstrom Portal here.
Yeah, and this is a matchup, unlike a Token Shaman Mirror where you would save Maelstrom Portal for a lot of value. Against Jade Druid, you're pretty happy to just kill a 2/1 and develop a 1-drop on turn 2. You know, instead of being behind, you're ahead. That's where you want to be. Set up for these Mana Tides. He's thinking, do I coin out this Flame Elemental to support the Maelstrom Portal? I mean, you should see what's in the portal first. You have to Maelstrom Portal this, right?
Well, yeah, but
Just no way around.
the punish?
Ooh. Well, this is where you tell yourself, I knew I didn't want to coin out Flame Elemental.
From the beginning.
Yeah.
I knew it all along. But yeah, this is very unfortunate for Green Sheep. This is going to not allow his Mana Tides to come out and be real sad. And this is very beneficial for Mage. He can Hero Power Pass, ignore this, and make it so Green Sheep can't develop his board, which is what he wants to be doing. As the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for Mage.
Well, Green Sheep can still develop his board with Hero Power, but yeah, it is much weaker, huh? You're thinking by skipping the Wrath removal here, you push Green Sheep onto just Hero Power for the turn.
Right, and then he Hero Powers, and then you can drop Fandral, and then he can't even, like, Flame Tongue into it. He's got to Jade Lightning it. If he doesn't have Jade Lightning, then it sticks.
Well, besides the Hero Power, Green Sheep could potentially have cards like Jade Claws. That's another way to develop.
Okay. I don't know. You never kill this 2/3. You want to Wrath on Mana Tide and Flame Tongue, for sure.
Yeah. 8 mana Thing from Below. Don't see that too often.
Okay. So the Fandral dies to Jade Lightning or Coin or Flame Tongue or
Jade Claws.
Jade Claws. Maybe you just Hero Power down the 1/1 and wait a little bit longer and disallow him from being able to suicide off his 2/3. Yeah, just free time and then maybe Nourish after this, hang out. It's a good time to be a Mage right now, man.
Yeah, it kind of feels to Mage like he's wild growthing in that he's getting to sort of skip turns on both players' sides, which favors him.
Right.
So Tide. Oh, that opens up the option to Fandral Innervate Wrath, which seems pretty powerful.
If you Fandral Innervate Wrath and kill the 2/3, it's going to be very difficult for Green Sheep to kill your Fandral. He would have to devolve it. Or it's like, what?
Flame Tongue
That's
Patches.
about it. Yeah, Flame Tongue Patches, sure.
Flame Tongue Patches you don't even mind because they're trading the Tide in that scenario. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like it. You do get rid of that 2/3 though that was preventing him from developing, but he's starting to get to the point where he can develop anyway.
Well, the thing is, you're killing the 2/3 anyways because he can just trade it into Fandral.
Right. I like it. I think you want to Fandral Innervate Wrath. Just get rid of the 2/3, make Fandral be a threat. I also don't hate Nourishing though.
Well, the nice thing about Fandral Innervate Wrath is you're threatening to Nourish next turn a lot of times, and the Nourish with Fandral in play is just completely backbreaking. It's hard to lose after that.
He's going to go for the Mana Tide. This makes it a lot more likely that his Fandral can be answered.
Because of Jade Lightning.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, Green Sheep's used the coin. He's going on 5 mana. He cannot get Spell Power Jade Lightning or Maelstrom Portal Jade Lightning. But
it's not just Flayed Lightning. The other option is Flame Tongue plus Claws or double Flame Tongue. Oh no, this doesn't work because the Emerald Hive is making those expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's only Jade Lightning.
Okay.
And you remove a card from your opponent. So He risks the Jade Lightning to try and make sure Green Sheep doesn't get an additional card.
Pretty big risk.
Yeah, I think it's a really big risk. I personally would have went the other way with it, but I guess I can see the logic.
Well, I mean, going the other way, you still run into Devolve is the issue. And devolving just the Fandral is actually pretty reasonable against Jade Druid. Jade Druid has a lot of cards you don't really want to devolve that much. Like, the Jades aren't that great to devolve, and the Jade Spirit's actively bad to devolve.
Mm-hmm. That's unfortunate.
Is that
you really
a
want to be
Shaku?
able to... Yeah, it's a Shaku, which is a great 3-drop. But Green Sheep really wanted to be able to trade off this Hive Queen so he could develop this turn, but is, again, forced into a situation where he is unable to develop his minions.
This board state's kind of an illustration of the importance of card text, where Mage got a 3-mana 2/3 that's very good, and Green Sheep got a 1-mana 2/3 that's very bad.
This is a bummer. He holds back the Jade Idol to try and make sure this Hive Queen can still not be traded off and is still punishing Green Sheep. He can evolve it.
This has been a really cute game. I've enjoyed watching Mage play around that Emerald Hive Queen. Just punish Green Sheep for the bad portal RNG.
Green Sheep, yeah, he's been struggling this game. This is a favored matchup for him, and it was looking pretty good. He had a great hand for the matchup. You know, he's got the double Mana Tides and the Thing from Below with Aya. He would have drawn even more cards. He has the Doppelgangster evolve on 6. If he didn't portal into Emerald Hive Queen, I think he would have won this game.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I think this game was heavily decided by a little bit of randomness there.
Well, not just randomness, but also how well Mage exploited the randomness.
Sure,
right?
Sure. He's definitely exploiting it quite well.
I mean, if Green Sheep was upset about that game where he missed lethal, he's got to be feeling even worse now about this Emerald Hive Queen game. And you can see, like, his body language, the way he's moving his head around, you can tell he's just frustrated.
His head is barely in the camera anymore. He is slumping down in that chair and just sad.
Mm-hmm. Mage picks up Gadget, not what he needs here. He already had Nourish if you were interested in card draw. He's looking for tempo plays. He's playing against a token shaman. You want to keep them off the board to minimize the impact of cards like Flame Tongue and Mana Tide. So, what's a good tempo play here? Halaziel Wrath. Heal up to 30. Clear that. Now the Emerald Hive Queen finally dies. You could pick off the Healing Totem if you prefer. Force the opponent to trade their own Hive Queen in. Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Because if you trade into the Hive Queen, they won't suicide their Healing Totem. But if you trade into the Healing Totem, they will suicide their Hive Queen. So this way you get to kind of clear 2 minions instead of 1. And you really do want to clear the Token Shaman's minions. Maelstrom Sword Portal, sort of a nice pickup for Green Sheep here. But it's doesn't feel like enough.
It's going to come down to whatever he gets off Doppelgangster Evolve, right? Like,
yeah.
He's going to need 3 high mains.
Okay, high mains and Karens. Not picky, either one.
Mm-hmm. I think even throwing the Flame Elemental, you take the risk of Doomsayer because you need something here. You want to get a 2/6 off that with Taunt.
Yeah, or a Librarian. Get that 3/2 card draw.
Right.
Maybe a 4/4 would be alright. Settle for a nice millhouse.
Yeah, even a 4/3 at this point.
Succubus.
These aren't bad. I've seen worse.
When the beast dies, you give the opponent a 3/3. The Bolt of Fist Ogre is really good, and the Frost Elemental's okay. River Croc's good too. It's definitely above average for Green Sheep, but above average seems below what you need.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be it's going to be good enough.
I think you start with the Shaku attack on River Croc, anticipating a swipe on the Beast and Halaziel trading into the Beast. But first you see what's in the Shaku. He wants to see what's in the Nourish. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. I was expecting some more tempo-based plays.
He was aiming swipe at his own minion to bluff Earthen Scales?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that Mage likes the mind games. He's been doing them.
Okay. Now he's going to launch the swipe, though.
Eternal
Why
Sentinel.
mind games a card you're using on the same turn? Some nice healing happening here, though. Look at that. Right back up to 30.
I like the animations.
It's like we have some announcements that happened.
Yeah, we don't know what it means, so it's...
The rat is bold.
Okay.
Maybe he won.
Okay, I like that theory.
Congratulations, baby. All right, so...
Flame Tongue Stonehill seems about right here. So you start with the Stonehill, then you Flame Tongue, and you Tide.
I like that. Or you could jam Aya. How big are the Jades right now? Are they just 1/1s?
Well,
I think they are.
I don't like the Aya because I really... Like, I want the Flame Tongue so my 2/2 trades, and I want the Stonehill to protect my Flame Tongue. And then Tide fills that out very nicely. So I would Stonehill on the far right. Pick something expensive or that pairs well with Aya next turn.
Yeah. I mean, I was leaning towards just getting Aya out as soon as possible as well.
And Maelstrom Portal and going wide, huh?
Right. The wider you get on the board, the more value Flame Tongue Totem gets. And the bigger your opponent's minions are, the more you can trade into stuff with the Flame Tongue. Right now, you're only taking one trade with Flame Tongue.
Look at that value trade with the Boulder Fist Ogre. Really protecting his minions. Trying to get more Flame Tongue Bloodlust value.
I like it. I think this is the way you're supposed to play Shaman, man. You got to protect your board, build your board up. There's no Yogg Saron in Mage's deck, so if you can just get a ton of Flame Tongue value when they try and develop into your board, then you can actually outvalue the Jades enough to set up a Bloodlust.
So he went Aya Portal instead of Flame Tongue Stonehill Tide. Either way develops 3 minions.
But you expose Flame Tongue that way, and you only get one trade with it.
Okay.
You win this game when your opponent plays like Jade Behemoth, Jade Spirit on turn 10 or whatever, and then that gives you like 100 Flame Tongue trades, and you just get all the value. Or when they play Aya this, getting those trades is going to be what gives them the opportunity.
Patch is actually not even a bad draw since he has Flame Tongue and even Bloodlust in hand. Is this ever lethal?
That's lethal, right? I think that's lethal.
It's actually really tricky with the Flame Tongue Bloodlust Patches interaction.
So right now on the table you have how much? You got 11, 12, 13 Bloodlust buffs for...
Yeah,
Flame Tongue's 4, Bloodlust's 12, and then the patch is another 4. So yeah, it's lethal.
So the way I count it is the base stats here is we have 14, and the Bloodlust is another 15, so that puts us at 29, and the Flame Tongue's 3 over.
Wow. Even with the Maelstrom Portal RNG, with the Emerald Hive Queen, causing Green Sheep to miss a ridiculous amount of turns there. Like, he missed like 4 or 5 turns in there in the early game. Is still able to find a way to make it happen on the back of Doppelgangster Evolve into Bloodlust Flame Tongue patches.
I mean, it was the lucky top tuck of patches that really won him that game.
Good old patches.
I mean, the card's just good when you give it Bloodlust and Flame Tongue. It's a 1-mana Wolf Rider. You like that. So Green Sheep taking a pretty nice lead in the series here. He just needs to find a win with his Token Druid against either Mage's Shaman or Jade Druid. Mage does actually have reasonable chances. I think Mage's Shaman should be quite favored against the Token Druid. Devolve, Maelstrom Portal, Lightning Storm. These cards are fantastic against Token Druid. They really just kind of neuter the game plan. Devolve kind of unpowers the Mark of the Lotus Power of the Wild power-ups. And then just AoE against the wide board, generally speaking.
But at the same time, you give Token Druid 2 chances to try and win something, it's usually going to find a way to get there. Like, they have some pretty powerful cards in that deck that can steal a game away from anyone, especially when it has that favorable against the Jade Druid. It's one of its more favorable matchups.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see. Starfall and Jade Druid. That was an interesting idea you brought up earlier. I'm thinking, I can't get that off my mind. I keep thinking
it's
text
really
slots.
good, man. It's like, you play against this matchup, for example. What turn does Living Mana come down on? 5. How much mana does Starfall cost? 5. It works really nicely. I tell you what, man. I was having a lot of success with it. I was like going like 72-ish% on my climb to legend.
Okay. You play one
Not quite
Starfall,
at
one
legend.
Yogg in the 2 tech slots?
I got to legend, I got to rank 1 with 5 stars, and then tried to do Deck Doctor.
Ooh.
So that like I finished with someone's deck to get into legend.
Memes.
Turns out people submit horrible decks. Did not make that at all. Rank 2 now, so Yeah,
you got to switch back to Jade Druid until you're rank 1 5 stars again. So you can say, "Yep, Deck Doctor's my way to legend, boys."
Yep.
Solid 1 game.
Yeah. But typically speaking, Token Druid heavily favored here. Is it Token Druid? Did we get the confirmation with the screen?
They're showing us that it's Jade Druid, actually. Right?
Green Chief's playing Jade Druid? This is
No,
Mage.
that sounds wrong. Yeah. I must have missed the last screen. I'm spacing out a little bit. It's late.
It's early. What is it now? Like 4 in the morning? 5 in the morning. Holy smokes.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's 2:30 in the morning, and yesterday I woke up at 4 in the morning, so we're doing good. And a bit of a delay.
It is
before we get into the
Jade.
game.
The Jade Druid mirror. So his Jade Druid should probably be favored against the Shaman, just because Druid has more cards that say Jade on it than Shaman does. So you get value trades throughout the entire game if you just start ahead in the Jade count.
That said, favored is not a win. Sometimes you don't draw the Jade cards, and they do.
In this matchup, a lot of times players only mulligan for Jade cards, not even keeping Innervate.
Yeah.
They just keep Jade
Wild
cards in
growth.
frame. But the Green Sheep going to keep the Innervate here. It's been a debate among top players whether or not keeping it's right. I've seen a lot of players mulligan it away. I've seen a lot of players keep it. And
See, I think this was just an inexperienced mulligan for Green Sheep. He pitched the Jade Spirit. I think that's quite wrong, and I don't like keeping the Innervate either. Although the Innervate works out pretty well with this hand. You probably Innervate Jade Blossom. Figure it out next turn. Okay.
He ends up just passing, though. I don't...
Well, maybe he's thinking he turn 2 Innervates Jade Blossom, turn 3 Jade Spirit. This way he has upside... Oh, wow. If he'd innervated Jade Blossom last turn, he would curve it at Jade Blossom this turn into Jade Spirit on turn 3. He'd have his 3/3 Jade on turn 3 with double Wild Growth effect going off.
Well, he sees the amount of ramp he has in his hand, realizes, I'm probably going to run out of cards, so he's going to save the Innervate for Gadget, it looks like.
And that's why you don't keep it off the mulligan.
Right, yeah, exactly, because you end up just saving it for Gadget anyway. You just want a mulligan for things that are green in this matchup. You want the Jade Spirits, you want, like, Aya's not even bad, you want Jade Blossom, Jade Idol, Wild Growth, every card that's got the green on it. Innervate's a red card.
Red isn't green.
Red isn't green.
Different,
for sure. Like, totally different side of the color spectrum.
Well, turn 3, that Jade Blossom's green. Good decision, Green Sheep. I like it a lot. And on the flip side here, turn 4 for Mage, that Jade Spirit's green. Yeah. Now things get a little bit more interesting. Wait a minute. I'd probably play a Jade Spirit and a Jade Idol. Obviously not shuffling, but rather spawning a Jade.
He's going to go with Aya just to try and get ahead of the Jade count as fast as possible. I like this.
Oh, you like the Innervate Aya Jade Blossom?
Right, Jade Idol. But yeah, just get as many Jades out as possible.
Okay.
As fast as possible. Seems
He loses
fine.
the Innervate for Gadget for card draw, but instead he upgrades his Jade Spirit to an Aya 2/3 into 5/3 Death Rattle.
Yeah, and the death rattle just makes your jade count one ahead of your opponent, which is what you want. If you're one ahead of your opponent, then all of your jades value trade. If all your jades value trade, then your opponent needs to stop playing jades to kill your value traded jades, which then allows you to play more jades and get further ahead, and they never catch up and they die.
Sounds a lot
That's the
like
logic.
Hearthstone, where you get ahead, snowball lead, win.
Yeah, that's the idea. And there's no Yogg for Mage, so if he falls behind, he did.
So Mage trying to solve the puzzle. He
He's
knows
got to go crystals.
if he loses this game, he loses the match. So he's got to win this.
Well, he's not even going crystals. He's going full tempo with his removal and then setting up to Aya and just hoping to top deck more things to follow up. This is even more of a commitment to tempo than going crystals with a Nourish. That's interesting.
Okay. Looks like you're a few seconds ahead.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to slow it down.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just letting you know.
Okay.
And these gadgets looking mighty awkward, having used an Innervate. So, turn 6, Jade Spirit, Hero Power down to 2-1.
Yeah.
Could Jade Blossom instead, but he doesn't have anything to do with 8 mana instead of 7, so Jade Spirit seems to make more sense, just to have the extra body in play.
I like it a lot. But then Aya's going to come down for Mage, and Green Sheep's going to be a little bit behind.
It's reasonably close.
It's really close.
I think the double Gadget in Green Sheep's hand is really awkward. The double Nourish in Mage's hand is really awkward. The Nourishes are a little more flexible than the Gadget, but they're like less powerful in the best case scenario.
I wonder why he goes with this one instead of getting the 2-3 out there. The 2-3 is kind of nice because it contests the 2-1.
I don't know, kind of repping the Primordial Drake or thinking about a top deck.
I guess. There are some things he could draw, like another Innervate, which would make this really worthwhile.
Yeah, set up for the Gadget Innervate Jade Spirit, you're saying?
Yeah.
So there's 1 Innervate and 2 Primordial Drakes to make this make more sense? Maybe he's just asking himself the question of, when I go with Jade Spirit over Jade Blossom, how relevant is that extra attacker for that 1 extra turn?
Also, Jade Blossom's just a spell you can play with Gadget later, potentially. He does have 2 Wild Growths in his deck, though.
So this turn, I'm thinking I Jade Spirit, I Value Trade the 4-4, and I Hero Power the 2-1, and I save the Wrath and Gadget for next turn.
I would Wrath for 3 on the Aya still.
Okay, you're going full tempo.
Yeah, I say this matchup's full tempo, man. I don't think you want to do anything besides tempo. So I would have went Jade Spirit, Hero Power the 2-1, take the Value Trade, Wrath for 3 on the Aya to set up the trades to be cleaner for you. And then you hope you top deck another Jade card and your opponent doesn't have any more. And whoever runs out of Jade cards first loses. Taking this kind of line,
I definitely agree that it's very much a tempo matchup. I just feel bad wrathing for 3, leaving 0 spells in hand and 2 gadgets.
Yeah, but if you draw a card that's not a spell, it's a Jade card and you win. If you draw a card that's a spell, you play with Gadget.
If you draw a card that's not a spell, it's a Jade card. It could be like a Primordial Drake.
It's not bad either.
Gluttonous Ooze.
Gluttonous Ooze is bad.
Yeah.
That's a miss. I don't know,
You're
you just
taking
give your
most of the
opponent
deck's
such
hits, so it's fine. Okay.
a good value trade. And I think here you even just drop the elephant. Like, you don't care that the 5-1 can trade up into your 3-6. Forces your opponent to hero power, and you just want to get your Jade count rolling. If you hero power now and develop nothing, it's really sad.
I really like the Hero Power draw 3.
Man, you can draw 3 later. Get a 6-6 out there.
Well, the thing is, if I get a 6-6 out there, next turn I'm probably taking a turn off to draw cards, right? I'd rather take the turn off to draw cards now while I get such a sick Hero Power with it.
You might not have to take a turn off to draw cards, because draw another Jade card, and then...
Well, I drew a Fandral. I don't know, like... The one after is Earth and Scales.
I just think the tempo is so much worth it.
Hero power to 5/1 is sick tempo. Like if you Jade Behemoth, you're not gonna have nearly as good of a nourish next turn. Why do
You're
they?
gonna have a 6/6 in play.
Yeah, and that's gonna like value trade this Jade Behemoth. Okay.
Yeah, you make up the value, man. A 6/6 is really good. Not having it in play is really sad. And then potentially you can have a gadget turn behind it because you can capitalize on the fact that you're so far ahead of tempo, clear your opponent's board, play gadget, do stuff with that, force them to have to swipe the turn after, and just try and snowball.
So if you're green sheep, do you like the gadget double earthen scales, fishing, or?
No.
Okay.
I like tempo. I like getting this out of range of the hero power like he's doing. I would even hit the 5/5 so I don't have to hero power next turn. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't value my life total at all. I only value the board.
Oh, I definitely agree with hitting with
Matchup.
5/5.
Yeah. Now you're kind of committed to having a hero power at next turn, which is awkward. I guess he's assuming it's just not bumping.
Boop. One earthen scales deserves another. Everyone's earthen scalesing to try and kind of one up each other.
Yeah, if he had went with the Jade Spirit earlier instead of the Jade Blossom, he could pair that with Gadget now.
So you can Primordial Drake hero power down that 7/3, but it leaves him with a 6/1, which is vulnerable to stuff. Primordial Drake, in particular, would be really solid for Mage. And I don't think he's played any of those yet, so it's quite likely that he has one.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't. He's got Fandral Nourish. Try and fish for Wrath or something.
It's not bad. Or you could play more Jade cards, man.
Ooh.
But how good is fishing for the Wrath? You can also fish for the Jade Idols, which are starting to become pretty good. He's about halfway through his deck. It's interesting. He's looking for swipe here, it looks like. Not playing the Fandral. He's thinking about it anyway. I don't like that at all. I think it's more important to be developing.
Okay, well, he hasn't made a decision yet on my screen. He's about to play the Nourish first.
Yeah. I mean, he was picking it up. He always picks it up twice and then plays it. I don't know why he does that, but he does. But he found the swipe.
You're spoiling things.
Well, I mean, everyone knows he's going to play it. He picks it up twice.
Okay. And Innervate's a nice draw for Green Sheep. Pair that with his Gadget.
Yeah, you want to make the Gadget a 5/5 here with the Earthen Scales. Get it outside of range of another swipe or a Feral Rage. And you want to play the Jade Spirit. Now you're significantly ahead because Mage didn't develop anything. Or apparently we're playing Earthen Scales. I would have really liked to see him play a 4-mana 7/7 with a 2/3 there into an empty board against a deck with no comeback mechanisms.
Sure. The Feral Rage worked out great as he hit the Wild Growth. Gets a lot of card draw before the Gadget dies.
This is the weirdest Jade mirror I think I've ever seen. Neither player has Yogg, but they're both committing to draw rather than just going full tempo.
Well, drawing can lead to tempo. You're saying tempo now can lead to value trades is tempo? But
Yeah,
drawing efficiently can also lead to tempo by just kind of better turns.
Tempo leads to winning the game. They die. with a whole handful of cards.
Well, no one's dying. They're both in at 30-something. It's more about board presence.
Well, yeah, because
So
neither of them been
it's a
punching
question.
each other in the face with 8/8s the whole game.
Okay.
Both Nourishes are gone. One Feral Rage. And
Green Sheep really needed those extra draws. Like, if he were about to draw Tar Creeper into Feral Rage into Gluttonous Ooze, like if you were like 3 draws short here,
that's true.
the Jade Spirit would not carry him to victory.
It would have done 9 damage this turn.
So this
and
turn
still be around.
Sure. It looks like a Feral Spirit to clear the Fandral and a Jade Spirit to develop.
Okay.
You don't really care about gaining 8 by pairing Fandral with that Feral Rage. You just Feral Rage clear and a Jade Spirit to develop.
You want to pair Fandral with Jade Idol so that you can not have to spend one of your Jade cycles
Sure.
adding them to your deck, because being down one Jade card in your deck's a pain. So if you can pair Fandral with Jade Idol in this matchup, you really, really want to do it. It's like so incredibly powerful. It's like drawing another Jade card. Because in order to shuffle, you have to discard a Jade card. The Idol.
Both players have nice golden Gluttonous Oozes. Excellent 3-mana, 3/3 vanilla creature. Here's where the combat math gets really tricky for Green Sheep. I'd be very tempted to draw a card off Wild Growth, but maybe we should just focus on tempo instead. He can go something like Jade Spirit plus 6 mana, which is like a hero power is pretty nice. Or no, you could just Jade Spirit and the Tar Creeper and Gluttonous Ooze. That's just the most stuff.
Yeah. You want to play as many Jade cards and as much stuff on the field as fast as possible against a deck that has crummy removal.
Missing the hero power means his Jade Spirit goes face because he's not clearing off the opposing Jade Spirit.
He's going to squeeze in that hero power. So he's not playing the Ooze.
The Ooze might be better than the Tar Creeper here.
Why? You don't want the... swipe trade's really bad for you if that happens, I guess.
I'm just not sure why the Tar Creeper needs to come down this turn. I think the Tar Creeper is more better than Gluttonous Ooze in the future than it is now. I guess stopping the 7/7 from connecting with face, but who cares? You're stopping the 7/7 from connecting with your 8/8 and a swipe, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it does. Alright, well, it makes sense then. This looks like a... Okay, first you gotta check whether you want a Primordial Drake and hero power. It's pretty decent.
Nah.
If you go for the Primordial Drake hero power, your Jade Spirit hero power clears the Tar Creeper, your 7/7 clears the 8/8, and he has a 2/1 and a 7/2 into your Primordial Drake, so you're definitely behind.
Yeah, and then they play any Jade card and you lose the game.
I mean, you're going to be behind regardless of how you played this turn.
Yeah, that's true.
You just are behind. Here he's like...
That's a saucy pickup.
Saucy pickup being a Wrath to be paired with his Fandral. So we probably start the turn with that. Fandral, Wrath the Gadget. See what you draw. Got 4 mana to play with. Probably going to want to hero power the 2/1 Jade Spirit. And play the Wild Growth, but not draw the card in case you draw another gadget. No, I think Green Sheep already did both gadgets this game, right? So you start with Fandral Wrath, then you draw off Wild Growth, then you hero power on the Jade Spirit. He could go with Gluttonous Ooze instead of the hero power Wild Growth, but no, you want to kill that 2/1. It's very worth it here to protect your 7/3.
Mage's 6 remaining cards are shown on the left there. 3 of them being Jade cards. So he's got pretty good odds of finding a Jade card. And if it's not a Jade card, it's a spell that cycles into Jade cards.
Alright.
If he removes the Fandral...
He's not doing anything. You can't remove Fandral.
Just trying to get value out of the Primordial Drake while he can.
I like it. Kill that 7/3. It's efficient.
And this is going to be the end of him.
Yeah, Green Sheep's going to nourish his way to victory.
Yep. There it was. Jade Idol, Elephant, GG.
I think Green Sheep drawing those extra cards was really important for him. Instead of going for the Tempo Jade Spirit, he went for a Feral Rage and hit the Wild Growth. I don't know if I liked the Feral Rage better, but having seen that it hit Wild Growth, I liked it better.
Yeah, well, it doesn't hit Wild Growth every time.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I agree with you.
Yeah, you can't be results-oriented like that. I think this matchup is better played when you play for full tempo rather than trying to play for value. So
I just think sometimes the cards drawn, the
sometimes,
value translates into tempo down the road, kind of thing.
sometimes when you can connect enough Jade cards, I guess. If your opponent is doing it, it opens up leeway for you to do it as well. Green Sheep was ahead pretty much the whole game, so like Mage had to try and do like weird stuff to kind of catch up, and him doing like weird draw stuff allowed Green Sheep to do weird draw stuff. So it's kind of like Green Sheep was drawing because he saw Mage was drawing, and he was like, well, if I'm ahead and I always stay one Jade count ahead, and then I draw alongside my opponent, I'll stay ahead. And it kind of worked out that way. He's just been one turn ahead doing the exact same thing Mage is doing. He just kind of like got ahead and then played copycat the rest of the game.
Yeah. And he got ahead, I think, because of Jade Blossom. It's like Wild Growth and a Jade Idol in one. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Those are two very good cards to have, and it's 2 in 1. It's extremely good. And this looks like it's lethal, or at least close. 1925, yeah, it's lethal. Green Sheep takes it 3-1 over Mage. The Smork kills the greedy lineup.
Yeah, as expected. You know, we didn't even know Green Sheep's deck list, but we thought they were going to be more aggressive, and they were. Well, he had 2 aggressive decks in his lineup, and then followed that up with a Mage and the Jade Druid there, and able to handsomely take down the more anti-control lineup of Mage. Advancing to the next round, he is going to be in round 3 of the winner's bracket, alive and fighting for his chance at $12,000.
And 5 HCT points.
And
Heck
5 HCT points.
Beautiful. So, I mean, we don't have commercials. We should probably talk about something.
Talk about, what do you want to talk about, Zalae? How's your day been going?
My day's been pretty good. I'm just thinking, like, what about that new Jade Spirit as an elemental change? Like, how impactful do you think that is? Do you think there's going to be a lot of kind of hybrid shamans that are elemental and Jade packages to incorporate the Jade Spirit into Servant of Kalimos synergy, or do you think that's going to be unimpactful in tournament play?
I think it's probably going to be pretty good. I think it's just too strong of a curve, right? Just being able to go Jade Spirit into the Servant of Kalimos is really good. The fact that it's a 4-drop really highlights that. I don't like Spirit Echo as a card. I think it causes a lot of really clunky and awkward situations, and maybe you could just run Servant of Kalimos and a couple Elementals over the Spirit Echo package. Just because Elementals are already so naturally good in Shaman, you don't need to run many. Like Firefly plus Servant of Kalimos and Jade Spirit, and you're pretty much set. Maybe drop Stonehill Defender out for the Hot Spring Guardian, and like that's all the changes you need to make.
Okay, so you were looking at it from the perspective of a Jade Shaman adding in this Elemental package. But the other way to look at it is, what if you look at an Elemental Shaman, you already had the Slight Jade package of the 5 Jade cards, and now you just added 2 Jade Spirits.
Yeah, that could work as well. I think both are worth testing. Both could potentially be pretty good.
The other big factor that's pushing Shaman in that direction is just that Quest Rogue kind of goes away. And Quest Rogue was a big part of why Token Shaman was the Shaman deck. It was actually favored against Quest Rogue, where other Shaman decks get butchered by Quest Rogue, just because of the speed of the deck, the double Bloodlust, and all the token pressure. But that's not nearly as necessary now that Quest Rogue's out of the picture, and you can make a slower Shaman that's similarly strong or even stronger against the aggressive lineups, and kind of has more staying power against some of the decks that have AoE tools.
Man, Shaman is just good. Shaman's class is so powerful. They're one of the best classes of utilizing elementals. They're one of the best classes of utilizing Jades. They have some of the best AoE. They have some of the best healing. Like, they have some of the best taunts. Like, Shaman's got it all, man.
Yeah, they're really not missing much, are they? The Jade Claws, Jade Lightning package is just nice.
It's silly. So I think definitely the change will make us see a little bit more elementals happening.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right, what else can we talk about deck-wise? A lot of this stuff is kind of net decks. I mean, the UK Paladin is kind of one of the more recent decks to rise to popularity, and man, has it ever come in with a vengeance, really replacing a lot of Paladin decks have kind of switched over to the UK Paladin with the pirate package of 2 Dread Corsairs and patches. Here's a question for you. What do you think about in UK Paladin? What do you think about replacing the Argent Squire with Bloodsail Corsair? More ways to activate patches sooner, less risk of drawing it.
You can't do the 1-drop coin blade anymore, which hurts a little bit, I guess, for being able to buff it. Paladin does not have the greatest amount of ways to buff a 1/2 early on. So all the decks that play 1/2s have ways to buff them so that they trade into your 1/2s. So that could be a little bit of a bummer. Like Argent Squire isn't vulnerable to that because it's not a 1/2, it's a 1/1 with Divine Shield. So even if they buff their minion to trade into your 1/2, you can still trade back.
Right.
So I think it'd be worse. It's just too difficult. You don't have a 2-drop that buffs it. People are going to Flame Tongue Totem into you and stuff, and it's going to be a bad time.
Okay.
Mark of the Lotus.
The advantages to it are you draw patches less often, you potentially gain weapon destruction effect for some of those early game spots against like Jade Claw's Rallying Blade.
Yeah, but I think it's on average slightly worse.
Okay.
I think that it helps a few matchups for sure. Probably helps out against like Pirate Warrior, for example, where they just play 1/1s and use weapons to help themselves trade up. So 1/2 and 1/1 Divine Shield are the same thing. But against any of the decks that run the buffs, 1/2 and 1/1 Divine Shield are not the same thing.
Yeah, so you're kind of scared of 2/2s and 3/2s and such, but you're happier against like the early game weapon decks.
Mm-hmm.
So early game weapon decks, that's like Warrior, Shaman, Paladin. The buff decks would be like Token Druid. And then some of them are both. Like Shaman's both a buff deck and an early game weapon deck. It's pretty close in my eyes. I could even see running a split of one of each, 1 Argent Squire and 1 Bloodsail Corsair.
A split, and then just draw the right one for the right matchup?
Or just if you have both in hand, you have the option of which one's better in this circumstance.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I could see that.
It's just something to think about. There's one thing I really like about the UK Paladin is no consecrations. I hate consecration in aggro Paladin. I think I've talked to you about this, and you kind of like it as one of you think it's a card that finds ways to be good.
Yeah, I think I do. I ignore people's boards a lot.
Yeah.
When I play aggressive decks, and then use Consecrate to kind of sweep it up. I think you can sneak in a lot of damage that way, and it really makes up its cost. So even though it's only dealing 2 face damage, the fact that you get to ignore like their little minions twice or whatever makes it essentially be like 6 or 8 damage because you get to go face with a bunch of your minions, and then they value trade you, and you don't care because you Consecrate afterwards.
But it makes a lot of sense that it doesn't see play in UK Paladin, because UK Paladin has 2 Rallying Blade, 2 True Silver to support the Dread Corsairs, and with those weapons, you're kind of almost forced into clearing minions with them, which makes the Consecration worse.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Consecration is too good in this metagame to run, which is maybe why Green Sheep, our UK representative, chose not to play UK Paladin, because it runs less weapons and you can sneak in those Consecrates, just because like almost every single player has brought Token Shaman to this tournament. Token Shaman, very, very, very popular deck. Aggro Druid as well, another very, very popular deck. Consecrate destroys both of those decks.
Sure, makes sense. So, if all these people are bringing Token Shaman and Token Druid, and people are teching to beat those decks, maybe it's time to go greedy and slow like Mage did. He just got kind of unlucky that he queued into the one guy who's always going to be bringing aggro.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm actually surprised with how much aggro there has been. It seems to be like every single matchup we've had, there's been at least one aggro player.
Well, it kind of goes back to what you were saying about how aggro always has a decent chance. Even if you're unfavored, you can win. It's not as
Yeah.
much the case with slower decks. Sometimes they just lose very consistently.
Yeah. Yeah, that is oftentimes why people tend to bring more aggro in Conquest than any other format. Just because against Conquest, if you don't really know what people are going to play, right now we just had a meta shakeup with the Quest Rogue nerf. So you don't really know what decks people are going to play. So a lot of people fall back to old consistency and just go with aggro because it can win against anything. So
Another factor on my mind is that this tournament is in China, which is a long flight for a lot of people, and that could mean jet lag, and so maybe that's an argument for trying to play something that's a little more forgiving or sometimes faster games, like less mentally taxing. Play around the jet lag by smorking.
it looks like they're doing some sort of giveaways or something. People are winning stuff. Chinese Oprah's about to give me a car.
Kind of looks like they're giving out Hearthstone packs. They got the codes.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Cars tend to be worth more.
Nah, man. My car drives me to legend. My Hearthstone packs drive me to legend. Boom. Same thing.
Okay. And back to the caster desk. Tiny little car there.
Cars everywhere, man.
TitanAR, buy a car.
That even rhymes.
It's
TitanAR,
nice.
buy a car. You creating their jingle, man. You should get paid more.
Should get paid. Nah, they pay us well enough. Can't complain.
We nailed the jingle.
That's really good. You know what's not really good is that dude's tie on the right. It looks like he didn't even try to tie it. I don't know what's going on
No,
there.
he doesn't know how to tie a tie whatsoever. He just kind of flopped. There's no knot at the top. It's really just he wrapped it around his neck, flopped it over.
Maybe that's like some super fashionable, trendy thing that I just don't know about because I'm not in the know. But it looks like he just didn't tie his tie, and I don't know why you'd wear a tie in that case.
Right. Yeah, it's really lazy. He doesn't even have the
Get a clip
the
on.
button, but
You
either,
can figure
yeah.
something out.
Right. It's not that complicated.
He must be super fashionable and trendy. That's what I'm concluding here. That guy knows better than me. He knows how to dress. He's got a vest on.
I mean, everybody's got a vest. I think
That's dress code,
in
huh?
China, yeah, they like give you clothes to wear in China.
What?
Yeah, like every time I've casted in China, they just throw random clothes at me. Even shoes, like they have the whole thing.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't even tell them my sizes or anything. They just knew. China's got a different standard for like dressing people up.
That's really professional. So then I was right about my read that he's way more fashionable than I am, and I'm just behind the times. The no knot tie is just where you want to be these days.
Mm-hmm. Apparently.
Be sure to do that next time I'm casting a tournament.
So this is the bracket.
Yes.
We just saw Mage versus Green Sheep. Now we're going to see Chung Fur versus Shu Sheng.
Yeah, Xu Sheng. Nailed it. Good job. I was
Alright, so
really
let's
glad
pull-
you were pronouncing names and not me. All right, we're
Pull
going
up these, yeah,
All right.
deck lists.
You want to do... All right, let's see if we can find these guys.
Their names are both in English on the brackets. We nailed it.
I found
But,
Chung Fur. There's no decks for him.
Chung Fur does not have decks publicly available for some reason.
You see Xu Sheng?
Um,
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
We do. We got Shu Shang, man. Shu Shang is rocking heavy control. Oh, yeah. If you thought this tournament was going too quickly, well, boy, do we have a treat for you. This is going to be an epic battle. He's got the super control-heavy Gunther Mage featuring not only Medivh and Alexstrasza as threats alongside the double Firelands portal, but also Archmage Antonidas in there. Just lots of gas. The deck that keeps on giving, as well as Polymorph and Meteor. So he's not trying to kill people. He's trying to just outvalue them with massive bombs.
And he's
he
got
has
the full tech package in there with Glut News plus Eater of Secrets.
Oh, baby. And then he's got the Dragon Priest with Elise and Tar Creeper Gluttonous, who's double Galaka Crawler decked in there. And just a one of random silence in there to maybe beat some Doomsayers, I guess, and
Wait,
unfreeze some things.
this is really wacky. He's got a Dragon Priest with 2 Galaka Crawlers. Those are beasts. No Curator. I'm upset.
That is really wacky. Yeah, you could have squeezed Curator in there.
I would have done it just because I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of got a soft spot for Curator. I really like Curator plus some Beasts and Dragons. It just makes me happy. I really
Yeah, this
like
guy's
going
got. He's the master of tech cards. You know, the one of Silence, one of Potion of Madness, double Galactic Crawler, one of Tar Creeper, one of Ooze, and then.
He's just really confident in his read on the metagame. He's going to pick the right tech cards for what he's facing and just nail it every time. No?
Sure. He's got Gluttonous Ooze in every deck.
Well, it's good to be consistent. That means he's targeting weapon decks. He's targeting those Medivh mages. He's got Medivh in his mage. He's got a Paladin. He's got a Warrior. So only his Priest isn't weak to weapon destruction, and he thinks other people are probably along the same mindset as himself, bringing a lot of stuff that's weak to weapon destruction, so he's going to try and sweep it.
He's got Lay on Hands in his Control Paladin, man.
Did we talk about how his Priest has 1 Potion of Madness?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is...
I guess that's because you have 2 Galactic Crawlers that do sort of a similar anti-aggro thing. And Galactic Crawler did get better with UK Paladins' rise to prominence, right? Because now Token Druids playing Pirates, Token Shamans playing Pirates, Aggro Paladins playing Pirates, Pirate Warriors playing Pirates. There's kind of a lot of those things running around.
Mm-hmm. Does make sense, yeah.
Okay, so he's got Dragon Priest, Quest Warrior, Gunther Mage, and Control Paladin. With the Lay on Hands, you were saying. No second Primordial Drake. He's got 4 8-drops. I've had a lot of bad experiences with Lay on Hands as a card. In the early game, obviously it costs 8 mana, so it's completely useless, which is a big liability. In the super late game, the fact that it draws 3 cards can be a liability because of fatigue. And in the mid game, the complete loss of tempo, 8 mana, 0 board impact, tends to be a disaster. So in order for Lay on Hands to be good, you have to want the healing and the draw and not care about tempo, and it's kind of hard.
It is really good against Mage, though.
Yeah.
Not the player, the class.
Just because you want the healing. Not even for the draw. You could just play another Forbidden Healing or something.
Well, the draw is still also good. Sometimes the Mage matchup gets really grindy and value-oriented, so it can really work its way in there.
No, you're right. The draw is really good against Mage, because the Mage is always going to be drawing faster than the Paladin, so the Paladin does want the card draw to keep up. They're not worried about fatigue at all. You're right.
Yeah, his lineup is really good against aggro. Well, he's got really polarized deck lists, right? They have the extra late game and extra early game, but less mid game, with double Volcanic Potion, Gunther Mage, so it's got and it has Barrier in it, so it's got all the early game plus 2 Volcanic Potions, and then it's late game bombs after that. So he's trying to be able to beat aggro pretty effectively while also being able to beat super heavy control decks and just kind of conceding to mid-rangey decks, which I think is pretty good for the current metagame. There's not a lot of mid-rangey decks out there.
Okay. He's got 1 Spike Ridge Steed in his Paladin. Have we talked about that?
If not. But, so that's what I'm saying.
He's got triple
mid-range cards.
He's got triple 5-drop leading into the turn 6. He's got 1 Elise and 2 Kodos. He still doesn't want the second Spike Ridge Steed.
Too greedy, man.
Well, it's weak to Shamans playing Devolve and Hex, and it's also just a lot of decks do clear your board a lot. He's trying to put people in more of an awkward spot where they have to figure out, should I clear the 5-drop or not? Whereas the list with 2 Spike Ridge Steed, it's we always clear this 5-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to put people to tough decisions. That's kind of a mindset that some people adopt to try and be effective tournament competitors, of just, I always want to figure out how to put my opponent in difficult positions to where they can make mistakes.
I really like this guy's lineup, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Xu Shang, man. This guy's going to go places this tournament. I'm probably cursing him right now. He's probably going to get really unlucky and lose. But I dig it, man. I dig it. I think his lineup's got a really good chance against Shaman, Druid, and Mage, which are the 3 most popular classes we've seen. Against the Token Shaman, Aggro Druid, and Mage. I think everything looks pretty solid.
And can you talk about why Mage? He's got a lot of Gluttonous Oozes. Do those help?
The Gluttonous Oozes help for sure. He's got weapon removal in every single deck to be able to beat Medivh. He has extra healing in every single deck, or Eater of Secrets, which is kind of like extra healing because you remove 1 block from them. In every single deck, Priest just naturally farms Mage with the double Priest of the Feast. Extra Lay on Hands in the Paladin helps it do well. Double Armor Smith in the Taunt Warrior is pretty good. Not the best, but can usually do all right with the weapon removal to help make sure Medivh doesn't do too much. So yeah, just lines up pretty well against Mage.
Okay. And to talk about these guys, like who they are, how they got here, they've had to fight through a 256-player bracket, 7 rounds of Swiss to get here, so they've been doing a lot of winning. They're not just random dudes. Definitely earned their way here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think it's 256 players, and a lot of those players are kind of like invited, pro, really good players that they had to beat, too.
Right. Yeah, so, and there's their list of accomplishments. He did something in 2016, and then another thing, and then in 2017 he did something else to round it all off.
That's really solid. You like to see that.
Triple things. Not a lot of pros have triple tournament first places. I'm going to assume those are all first places, but they may not be.
I know I don't have, I don't have 3 first places in, like, majors.
I do.
That's pretty good.
But you got to get a little lucky every time you win a major title, man.
And play really well.
And play really well and prepare really well. A lot of things come together.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Probably 3 major titles for this guy. Very impressive.
Yep. And we don't have the other guys' deck lists, but we do have 2 nice white cards on stage.
We got the admins getting a little bit tired. Must be so exhausting for them. It's probably like 9 p.m. there. Must be brutal. Here, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Looks like Paladin from Chungfur is banned. We are not sure his deck list. And Priest from Shusheng was banned.
Chungfur did not want to play against that Dragon Priest. Does that kind of tell us anything about his decks? I mean,
that means they're aggressive, right? With pirates in them, probably.
Okay, the Shaman's token Shaman had pirates, didn't want that. He's got a Secret Mage that's consistent with what you were saying about aggressive. Secret Mage is the aggro of Mage decks these days. He's got Yogg-Saron on there as a top end, just kind of like things didn't go well, let's see if this bails me out kind of card.
Right.
He's queuing into a Quest Warrior. Definitely feel like Quest Warrior's favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, Quest Warrior is great versus Secret Mage. Secret Mage goes kind of all in really, really fast, and then one board wipe, and they're usually out of business for a while, and you just stabilize as the Taunt Warrior.
Now, what do you think about this for a strategy? Keep the Quest as Taunt Warrior, and don't play it on turn 1, but save it for a counterspell.
I think it's a very good strategy, and I think you should do that.
But not on the coin. On the coin, you can mulligan it because you have a coin to save for counterspell.
Yeah, correct. But yeah, you do not need quest completion in this matchup. You'll just win out of sheer value of your cards and minions.
It's fun, those little intricacies of like how your mulligans change based on whether you're on the coin or not, and like actually keeping the quest not with the intention of playing on turn 1. I enjoy those things. They make me happy. They make me like Hearthstone.
Yeah, it's some cute technical play. We'll see if he understands the matchup like that.
Looks like his
There's
glasses
also-
are real, in contrast to that announcer guy's at the start. He actually has lenses in him.
Yeah, it seems the 4 players on screen with glasses all have real glasses now.
That's
Almost everyone has glasses.
Huh. I would wear
Yeah.
glasses, but I wear contacts instead.
I do not wear glasses or contacts, but I probably should. I'm starting to get around to that point. You know,
At 20?
I can definitely not see as far as I could 3 years ago.
Okay.
Reading at a distance is becoming more and more difficult.
Yeah, you can get your eyes checked pretty easy. I think you just go to like a Walmart or something. There's a lot of places you can do it.
Yeah, but it seems like a lot of work. I'd like to just pretend I can see a little while longer.
Okay.
I just squint a lot.
Okay.
That's
No,
what
I
I
mean,
tell people.
you could probably afford LASIK. You won a world championship.
Nah, I hate going to doctors and eye things. And is it, this one, that one,
Oh,
this
yeah.
one,
That's a
that
great
one?
game.
Like,
You're like,
yeah.
no, they're the same. They're like, pick one. You're like, oh, God. Where's my coin when I need it?
Oh man.
About to get into the game. Or are we?
They're really debating on how long they want to wait until they hit the start button. Their class is already locked in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's probably some kind of technical issue that we're stalling for time.
Right. The number one rule when stalling for time with technical issues, don't mention there's a technical issue, right? Try and play it off.
Yeah, no, we really wanted to talk about whatever we're talking about right now. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go back to the matchup that we're going to see. Big picture, Quest Warrior versus Secret Mage. You talked about how the Secret Mage tends to go all in pretty early and kind of run out of steam.
Right.
The Quest Warrior is great at defending themselves because they have a pile of taunts and removal. Like, their entire deck is defending themselves. So if the opponent's forced to go all in early and doesn't get a lot of value out of their cards, they just run out of steam and lose to Quest Warrior. It's kind of what Quest Warrior does. It definitely can fatigue you if you're a deck that runs out of steam. It's got great defensive tools.
The key thing that the Secret Mage is going to need to find is the Pyros, which I think we saw in that screenshot that showed 6 cards from his deck. So Pyros is, obviously insane because when you go all in and then they remove your board, you still have gas. It's like pseudo card draw because it turns into a 6/6 and then a 10/10, which can be pretty good because Warrior has to kind of spam its removal as well as deal with counter spells, which makes it run out of removal even faster, which then makes a 10-mana 10/10 not so bad because they're out of stuff that can deal with it. But mainly as the Mage player, you're just looking for, a good Mana Worm start or Arcanologist, and then obviously you play TitanAR Mage, and then just hope they don't have War X. If they don't have War X for your Mana Worm Arcanologist start, you can probably get in 10 to 15 damage, and oftentimes that's enough to just start burning them out.
Another key thing to keep in mind in the matchup is that the Mage is not going to be conceding because Yogg's in the deck, so there's always a way. So the Warrior's got to be like on point the whole way through to try and close it out before Yogg potentially steals a win from him.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things to note about the Taunt Warrior deck list is there's only one Sleep with the Fishes. And that could be a little expensive because being unable to get that Sleep with the Fishes, you just need to clear the Mage's board once, right? Like everything's going to have 3 health. Mana Worm, Arcanologist, TitanAR Mage, Sorcerer's Apprentice only has 2, but you get the idea. There'll be a bunch of 2 and 3 health minions out on the field, and if you get Whirlwind, Sleep with the Fishes, and kill all of them, suddenly the Mage has no card in their hand, and then you're just chilling. So now he only has 1 Sleep with the Fishes, 2 Brawls, instead of 2 Sleep with the Fishes, 2 Brawls. So it could be a little bit more difficult for him to get that initial clear. So if he does miss the Fiery War X, the Warrior is in a lot of trouble usually.
I think it's really interesting playing only 1 Sleep with the Fishes because to me, Sleep with the Fishes is such a good card. I compare it to Execute in particular. Execute can deal more damage to a damaged minion, but I think the AoE effect from Sleep with the Fishes tends to be more valuable than the ability to deal more damage to a single target. Like, there aren't that many huge minions out there in Hearthstone right now, and there's a lot of wide boards.
Right, exactly. I think there's just tons and tons and tons of wide boards in Hearthstone right now, so it does not make any sense to me to cut Sleep with the Fishes. I would cut Execute before I would cut the Sleep with the Fishes as well.
Like, Sleep with the Fishes doesn't have to even hit multiple targets to be good. Like, you could just go slam Sleep with the Fishes on a turn 4 mana 5/5 thing from below, and it's perfectly reasonable. It's like you fireball the thing. It's like, even on one target, the card's okay.
Yeah, it's better than fireballing it because you're also cycling through your deck if you slam Sleep with the Fishes.
Sure. And
all right, we are into the game.
And it looks like Shushang mulliganed the quest. And
or used it to stop counterspell. Could have happened.
Yeah. But he's on coin, so he probably mulliganed the quest.
Okay, makes sense.
kind of a bummer that he's on coin. It would have been more interesting to see whether he kept it and how he used it if he weren't on coin.
Chunkfer opened up this game with a babbling book, so he got a blizzard, I imagine.
Okay. Makes sense. And then this Arcane Explosion Spellbender, I mean, play a lot of babbling books.
You played 2 babbling books. Spellbender is a common ran card in Secret Mage.
Yeah, of course. The Arcane Explosion,
they don't run,
though.
Yeah, they don't run Ice Block. They run Spellbender instead oftentimes.
I don't think he picked Arcane Explosion off Glyph, so it does seem like he booked twice and got Blizzard Explosion. And is just kind of upset with his life. That's not really where you want to be.
Well, yeah, I don't think you should keep booking this matchup. I think it's too low impact. A 1/1's not doing enough for you. You need to increase your odds of finding Mana Worm. So I don't like that mulligan choice if he did end up keeping it.
Well, maybe just mulligan to 2 books and just kind of hit some crappy cards. Okay, so Shushang's turn here. He's got a Fiery War Axe. He's thinking, how do I deal with this 5/5? He could Dirty Rat this turn, intending to Brawl next turn. Not a huge fan of it.
No. I don't think you're in that desperate of a situation.
Whirlwind and Fiery War Axe would clear. It's not resource efficient, but do you need to be?
I don't know what we're
doing
with
Battle
Rage.
Is
what
weird.
the hell? Oh, there's a secret up.
Okay, we figured it out. He's dealing with the counterspell.
Yeah, we didn't know Counterspell had been played. And there was
we
no
couldn't
indicator
see
of
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not on us. We joined the game late because of production, and the secret just wasn't showing.
Okay. That makes more sense. I was really looking at that Whirlwind plus Stonehill Defender to then set up to War Axe the next turn.
Sure.
But this works out nicely. Get rid of that Counterspell.
So what's in the box?
Meteor.
You don't want 2 Spellbenders. Yeah, Meteor's nice single target removal with some AoE. That's better than Flame Strike against a Taunt Warrior.
Mm-hmm. But as the aggressive deck, when you've only done 8 damage and now you've fizzled out, you're sad.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 4 reactive cards in hand and 1 Fire Lens Portal. It's not the kind of minion pressure that he needs to take out a Taunt Warrior.
Yeah, and this is why the matchup's pretty favored for the Taunt Warrior. They can handle the secrets pretty effectively. They have cheap spells in their deck, the quest, and then they have a bunch of taunts and removal, which work well at stopping your aggression.
Yeah, a pile of taunts, removal, and life gain tends to do pretty well against an aggro deck that runs out of steam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know how to lose this game, so kind of do whatever you want this turn.
Dirty Rat's kind of appealing because 3 of the cards in Chunkfer's hand are spells, 2 from Babbling Book, 1 from a Glyph. That last card, though, could be potentially Archmage Antonidas, which makes it a little scary to play the Dirty Rat, because if it is a minion, that's the only one it could be, basically, at this point.
Yeah, Yogg-Saron is the other one. But you're right. It's kind of like, if you're Shushang, you're feeling like, I'm winning this game, why would I throw the game by dirting ratting out an Antonidas, right? Mm-hmm. You can just take safer lines.
Yes, I like this play.
Well, these are some awkward options. The Tar Creeper looks silly next to Curator, but Public Defender doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, I kind of like I don't know.
You can't take Lord of the Arena because that lines up into your opponent's Firelands Portal turn, which there's a strong potential that the card in his hand that is not randomly generated could be Firelands Portal.
Yeah. The other problem with Lord of the Arena is that it sucks.
Right. That's also a good argument.
Yeah. So, speaking of things that suck, Chung FR's turn 6. Ooh. I mean, you can ping the Stonehill to set up for it to die to Meteor Splash damage and develop a 3/2 threatens the Stonehill. I don't know, man.
It dies to the War Axe.
Yeah. It dies to the War Axe, but it might protect your portal minion from the War Axe, and pushes some face damage. I don't think you're really getting a ton out of this girl. I think dies to War Axe is okay.
Alright. Get him.
Think you girl, ping the minion.
Alright.
Because, you definitely don't Meteor or Arcane Explosion or Blizzard. So it's
right.
And pinging the minion's better than pinging face, especially considering the Meteor in your hand. And I think playing the girl's better than saving it, because next turn you want a portal and you don't want them to have a weapon to whack at it with. And if you're Shusheng, you have a lot of options. All of them win the game. Don't Dirty Rat and lose to Antonitis.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like slamming that girl?
Nah, I like just playing a 3/6 and War Accident. The 3/6 is really awkward for Firelance Portal, which is what you're trying to play around.
If you go to 15, how close are you getting burned out by something like Firelance Portal into Fireball into Pyroblast type stuff? I guess
Oh, yeah, that's true, huh? You know your opponent has that one card in their hand. Could be a Fireball. They could have accumulated more burn from the Glyph and the 2 Babbling Book cards. How much burn are you going to play around from a hand of 3 randomly generated cards and one that's been sitting there all game? And the answer to that is not a lot. Which I think is the appropriate response. Like, more often than not, your opponent did not get 2 burn cards off Babbling Book. Oh, no, he is going to change his mind.
I like this. Stonehill and Armor Up.
Yeah, he's fearing those random Babbling Book cards. He picked up the Direhorn Hatchling in the beginning and ended up chickening out.
The advantage to playing Direhorn Hatchling there is if you can get it killed off, then when you play Curator, you actually draw the Direhorn Matriarch out of your deck, as that is also a beast. Whereas currently, when he plays that Curator, I'm pretty sure he's going to have no beasts in his deck.
Still fighting for board with the Firelance Portal. I'm
surprised.
Surprised, yeah. I would have liked to see him maybe just chuck that one at the dome.
The reason for it is his hand.
Played forever.
Yeah, but he's got Meteor, Blizzard, Arcane Explosion. He's hoping to get like some minion chip damage based on all the spells in his hand that have to target minions. And look how bad this Tar Creeper is. Gets wrecked by Meteor.
It does get wrecked by Meteor. The Meteor is going to pay out huge for him here.
And the Mirror Entity is actually a really nice follow-up to the Meteor to try and really push the minion damage.
He might be able to get there.
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't know.
He's technically in it, but this is one of those Yogg sort of games.
No,
Pyros doesn't
Pyroblast off Glyph kind of game, man.
Sure, but he's still like several damage short.
2 Fireballs in the deck. And a Dream.
Yeah, I mean, Shusheng has Armor Smiths, and he can just armor out of it. Glyph.
There's 2 secrets up.
Interesting. Yeah, can be tough in the positioning in the second one. It's the Spellbender from earlier, right? Plus the Mirror Entity from now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's if we had played that slam earlier on the girl, it would have walked into the Spellbender. All right. So we still don't want a Dirty Rat because we're scared of Antonitis and we don't have removal for it.
The card's been played now that was being held there the entire time. So you know there's 2 random spells and then a card that was drawn the last turn.
Yeah.
So it's less likely to be Antonitis now. After seeing it was revealed to be Firelance Portal, but...
Plays Tar Creeper into the Mirror Entity. Makes a lot of sense. Follows it up with a 5-mana card because that's how much he has to spend.
Alright, there's no way we can get through more minion damage here, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm fine with giving up on the board. We're going to Glyph and start burning face.
Right. Glyph into Pyroblast, Lego.
Lego.
He wants to fight for this board. Changafar loves the board.
Board's a beautiful thing, but this may not be the right time for it.
Your opponent may have a few taunts in their hand.
Yeah.
They may be playing Taunt Warrior.
Yeah. Tends to taunt. Yeah, Blizzard, Arcane Explosion, AoEs for 3, just not enough to get up through these high health taunt minions.
Yeah. He is attempting
to
force his way through the board. Yeah.
He's thinking he's going to Glyph up. Oh, wow. He's taking these trades, too. I thought he was going to ping that thing next turn. So there's still a Spellbender up here.
Yeah. Dirty Rat seems really appealing now. If things go wrong, you can brawl.
Yeah, okay. You Dirty Rat, even if it's Antonitis, you slam it, that gets Spellbender, then you brawl. Like, so many things have to go wrong. Also, the Dirty Rat lines up nicely against Chungafar's minions. And he agrees. Well played by Xu Sheng, identifying the right time to go for the dirty rat.
Yeah, I think that was the perfect time this game.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do, and he kind of just nailed it. I mean, I guess it's fairly self-explanatory. Like, sure, once I draw the execute, I'm not really scared of anything. Just go for the dirty rat now.
Well, the execute does nothing because of the spellbender.
Yeah, he doesn't know that necessarily. Like, it could be an ice block in his mind. But yeah.
It's probably a spellbender.
Well, he should know Chung FR's list, so he should know like the odds on that being ice block versus spellbender. And a lot of times they'll run one of each, and it's just kind of a 50-50. So Flame Strike's consistent with this whole fighting for board thing that he's been doing. It continues to not work, but hey.
Maybe his opponent that just drew 2 taunts will run out of taunts.
Yeah. But wait, he just drew 2 taunts. Shucks.
No way.
What are the odds? I mean, to be fair, it's not like the burn plan was going to work out here either. His hand is Arcane Explosion, Pyros, and he's drawing something that's not burned. So.
Right, he's drawn all board stuff, so he kind of has to do it.
Yeah.
Didn't have a choice.
All right, so for Chung FR to win this game, I think he needs to start drawing Yogg Saron pretty soon. Flame Strike's the pick, right? That's the one that helps you survive to Yogg Saron. Yep, play Pyros, ping something, trade in a 3-1 before it gets AoE down.
You don't want to play Flame Strike, so you can play Pyros again next turn?
I want to hold Flame Strike to just be AoEing more minions, because I'm trying to live as many turns to draw Yogg as possible.
Okay.
That's my mindset here. I just want to maximize the odds I draw Yogg and really believe. I think trading the 3-1 made some sense there, though. This Primordial Drake's pretty strong, and you know he just drew it. Like, that was a little bit embarrassing from Chung FR, I think. You definitely could have played around that Primordial Drake better. You knew it was there from Curator.
Right. So 100% knowledge that the card is in your opponent's hand and played into it.
But he's got Yogg, so let's see how good he is.
All right.
I might go for the Flame Strike Arcane Explosion, just juice the Yogg. For Arcane Explosion ping. Man, that Curator could be dead. Could and should.
Yeah, the Curator should not be on the field. And he is going to get severely punished for it still being there.
Alright, so if I'm Xu Sheng, I'm thinking about saving Slam Execute for the 10-10 Pyros. I'm thinking about going face, armoring up, and playing a 6-9 and an Acolyte with that. I don't see a real reason to deal with that 6-6. You can just kind of ignore it for a second.
Yep.
I like armoring up out of range of burn plans and just developing some stuff.
He's out of range of burn plans.
Out of 1-turn burn plans. But, like, more armor is out of range of multi-turn burn plans and farther from Yogg nonsense. Alright, he goes more taunts. That's another way to get out of range of Yogg nonsense. Just more taunts. That's very reasonable. He likes the Direhorn Hatchling better than the Acolyte armor up. Sure.
Yeah, that one is kind of debatable.
What does Yogg say when you play him?
I am something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't really. I play with the sound off.
Not a role player, huh?
No, not the biggest role player. Wow, he's really juicing it.
He loves
feeling
juice.
himself, man.
This Flame Strike kills 1 minion, which should have been dead already.
Right.
Awkward. You ping the 6/5 so that if it trades your girl, you can ping it down.
Apparently it says bow down before the god of death.
That is what Yogg would say.
Yeah, typical Yogg, you know.
Alright, he pings face to set up the Yogg lethal. I like it.
Okay. Good.
The man is playing to his outs.
Gotta appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. So Xu Sheng looking at something like go face, Primordial Drake armor up. Maybe he wants to
Yeah.
get this Alley Armorsmith online. Yeah, he wants the Armorsmith online. He wants to really armor out of range. He saw that ping face, and he started getting scared. He thinks, I need to squeeze in this armor up. I need to get this Alley Armorsmith in play so it can threaten to gain me more life. Trade to play around AoE. Try and bait him into playing a useless 10-10 that I haven't execute for.
There's the
Death.
Spellbender up, remember.
Bow down. Good start.
Did you just freeze?
Yes, it did. I don't know what's happening with this Bane of Doom. Yog's an awkward time for this to freeze. Please, Panda. Yes. No. Alright, Yogg went away and didn't win the game, so Shusheng got it. No. Yogg's in hand. It's Shadow Step.
It did shadow, and he survives another turn, so we get to have a replay.
Excellent. That's the best possible outcome when you freeze on the Yogg.
Justice.
So Shusheng's like, curse me, I have to figure out how to minimize his odds with Yogg. How do you even do that? Cross your fingers, I don't know.
Well, Chog first thinking about his turn still. I don't.
Oh, okay.
3-2 trade 6-3, right? Like,
That
what
sounds
else are we
good.
doing here?
Yeah, no, I like that a lot.
Why wouldn't we?
Maybe he disconnected too.
Okay, yeah, true. They got the attack off in time before the rope hit.
You could slam your Acolyte looking for like an Armorsmith to play to gain life against the Yogg turn. The slam would actually get redirected to Spellbender.
Yeah.
Guess for Primordial Drake, huh?
You would clean up the Spellbender, and then you get a draw off that, and you could trade into it with your Acolyte, you know? Because it's a 1-1. So you get the 2 draws that way. Your Acolyte's even healthier, so it's even better than slamming your own Acolyte.
Yeah, this way also saves Primordial Drake for fishes for post-Yogg nonsense, which I kind of like.
Yeah. Super cute.
If you're trying to beat Yogg, it helps to have a lot of angles covered, like having enough life, having enough minions, having a way to recover the board after they gain a lead on minions, having a lot of card advantage to make up for all the card advantage that you get. Alright. Warax Brave Armor Up seems reasonable. I don't know what this quest is about. I guess he just knows there's no more counter spells to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Even so, I might have like Fiery Warax Face instead.
I do like Fiery Warax Face better. Killing him's a lot better than trying to never complete this quest.
Yeah, you're really far off. Like,
it's not happening. We played 2 Stonehills this game.
We gave up on it.
Quest. Yeah. That is a tough quest.
Alright, well, Yogg first. Ask questions later. Should play it at the start of the turns. You have more time to react to whatever happens to the Yogg. Sometimes you have to make combat decisions. And animations can take a while.
Well, he might be thinking, maybe I can juice it longer.
No, you cannot. I'll yell at you a lot.
He's picking up the Archaeologist.
Chung,
he's thinking about it.
He's trying to buff his own minion with the Yogg. He thinks his minion's more likely to get buffed than it is to get destroyed.
Okay.
I don't think that's correct.
Oh, wow, there was a counterspell left. So, yeah, playing the quest last turn was really bad.
Ooh. Well, he buffed his Archaeologist. Gain 8, draw 3. Yogg doing Yogg things.
Holy smokes.
God of Death. Hunter Secret. Siphon Soul. That's fine. Ooh, that's... Alright, so he's going to burn his next draw. His hand's full of random beasts. Grandma and Raptor are some nice ones.
I don't know what Shushang's doing with his tongue, but I imagine it means he's upset.
Well, the thing is, the mage is now at 22. He doesn't have 22 damage. He's not close to completing the quest, and the mage is a full hand. He's very worried about getting outvalued here.
Fortunately enough for him, though, all of these beasts are total garbage.
Well, I would argue Grandma and Raptor are kind of good.
Really?
By garbage beast standards.
Yeah, by comparison to Hungry Crab, but still, those are not good.
Okay, fine, you're right. You're saying, where's the King Crush at?
Right, where's something, even Giant Sandworm at this point I would take.
Alright, so the Hunter Secret was an explosive trap. Shusheng played around it well. I do question the decision to Warax Face at this point in the game. It feels like you need every card available for the purpose of clearing Chung's minions.
Yeah, it seems like you're discarding half a card there.
Yeah, you don't really need to ever deal with the explosive trap. You can just ignore it forever. Who cares? Why go face? You can armor up. That's your going face. Well, his decision to play the quest is kind of looking a little better now. Like, maybe the game goes in that direction to where he gets Sulfuros someday.
I'm not sure he has enough taunt minions in his deck to complete the quest.
He shuffled 2 Direhorn Matriarchs in. You only draw 1 of them, so there's 1 of those left.
Right. And then he only runs 1 Bloodhoof Brave, and he only runs 1 Tar Creeper. He's played the Tar Creeper and the Bloodhoof Brave. He's played both Stonehill Defenders, right? So, remaining taunts in his deck, he has 1 Dirty Rat, 1 Ellie Armorsmith, 1 Matriarch, and this Primordial Drake. So that is not enough taunts to complete the quest.
Huh. That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, which it makes his decision to play the quest really weird.
Straight up wrong.
Yeah, there's a counterspell in the opponent's deck, too. And it's in play now, I think.
I think it's just this... Oh, yeah, he just played off Kirin Tormage.
Yeah, so there's counterspell in play now, and a quest that can never be completed for Shusheng, which could have been used to defuse this counterspell.
Alright, so if you bump Armorsmith into the Grandma and Primordial Drake, you're still not killing that much with the Primordial Drake, and you can't Fishes because of counterspell. What you can do is execute. Well, you could have tried to execute to eat counterspell and then brawl. What you'd really want to do this turn is play the quest to eat the counterspell, but it seems to be in play.
Yeah, play Sleep with the Fishes to beat counterspell, I guess.
This game is awkward.
Really awkward. Well, Shusheng could still potentially add value to the hand of Chungfur just because his beasts were so bad.
Alright, if I'm Chungfr, I think I start the turn with Ping on Armorsmith, then I Fireball and trade the Arcanologist. And after that, I have 4 mana, probably play a couple beasts. Alright, good start. We're on the right track, we're doing great things. You could Frostbolt it instead of trading the Arcanologist, if you think the opponent doesn't have AoE.
You want to try and save the Frostbolt for your Antonidas.
Does he actually play Antonidas?
We don't have deck list for him, but I assume so. It's very common in Secret Mage.
Okay.
Because you can use the secrets to protect your Antonidas to make it very powerful.
Okay. And they kind of have to use removal aggressively to deal with your early game threats rather than taking chip damage to save removal for a potential Antonidas.
Yeah, and they have to waste removal on counterspells, so they just, Antonidas is just very core in Secret Mage, I'd say.
Alright, so you need to save and execute for the Pyros, and you need to use something to eat the counterspell. Do you use a Fishes or an Execute to eat the counterspell? Basically, do you want to save a Fishes or an Execute in your hand for the late game? Probably Execute for Antonidas, right?
Probably.
So you use Fishes to eat the counterspell. You save 1 Execute for the Pyros, the other for the Antonidas, and you Brawl after you eat the counterspell. So the turn is Fishes, Brawl, Armor Up.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Shusheng doesn't have the luxury of knowing that Chungfr has a counterspell up. He has to think through other scenarios. Maybe it's an ice block. He's thinking about what if it's an ice block, what's the percentage it's an ice block versus counterspell. Maybe I should start with Brawl, because it could be ice block. And I seem to have disconnected.
We're losing him. Right. He does end up using the Execute to defuse the counterspell and then going with a Brawl. Maybe that means there is no Antonidas in the deck.
Shusheng won the Brawl, Chungfr lost it. The worst minion survived. Alright, good turn for a 10-10. Pyros, hell of a card. I do believe you mentioned that earlier in the game.
Yeah, that was going to be one of the deciding cards. And the Ghoul off the top allows him to execute the Pyros
Good
and
player.
win the game. Yeah.
Did he win it all the way? What if he gets like fatigued or something?
That is true. I think Shusheng may be fatiguing faster than Chungfer. I have no exact card count yet, but
Chung did draw 3 off the lay-on hands. He's playing a deck with Arcane Intellects.
he didn't play any Arcane Intellects, though. He milled one.
Right. Good point. And Shusheng had like Acolyte Slam type stuff.
Right. His Acolyte drew 2, Slam drew 1, so that's 3 right there. I think he played the second Acolyte too, and it only drew 1. Though.
All right, so you Frostbolt the 3/3, and oh no, do you Valet the 3/3 while you have a secret up? Does he have a secret up? The counterspell's
No
gone.
secret.
Yeah,
the counterspell's gone.
Spellbender's gone too.
I think you should Frostbolt 3/3.
Yeah,
it's going to continue punching you
very
in the
obvious.
face.
He's just tempoing out the 2/3. That was what he was trying to figure out. Which might mean he doesn't have secrets in deck, or maybe he has one and he thinks he's unlikely to draw it soon. He just thinks Shusheng doesn't have good answers to a 2/3. I don't know. Usually Shusheng finds a taunt pretty quick, and the 2/3 doesn't accomplish a whole lot in play. I'd be inclined to save it in hand for value.
It's going to get rewarded because there's no taunts.
This Armorsmith draw for Shusheng is very unfortunate. He's looking for high value draws, and 2-drop is not that. Portal, on the other hand, this is very much a value game, and Portal is excellent value. Unfortunately, he's looking at potentially... he's really giving Shusheng a nice second brawl here. Oh my god, do you ever ping your 1/1? You could ping your 1/1 to play around that brawl.
Ping the hell out of that 1/1.
Oh boy.
But you have to put your opponent on potentially having brawl in their hand as well, which is another reason why I don't like this, because what other card would they be sitting there holding?
Yeah. Let's see how many times this 1/1 can win a brawl.
Yeah.
It's already survived 1. Alright. I actually feel like Chung FR is favored to win in fatigue based on my estimation of what's going on here.
Yeah. Quest at 3 of 7. Not going to be completed this game. He's got 2 taunts left.
So we were talking about Chung trying to burn Shusheng out, but Chung played for board, and that worked out really well for him because it allowed him to capitalize on the value he got from Yogg Saron.
Right, but come on.
What? That's a legitimate strategic thing that happened.
I don't know how often Yogg's going to give you that much value, though. I think...
Well, that's kind of the out you're playing to, though, right?
Yeah, but is that more likely or less likely than finding Burn?
Man, this Matriarch's a good card. Good
I
thing
think
you
it's
have 9 damage worth of burn to kill it with.
Yeah, I think it's a lot less likely that Yogg generates that much value than it is that you just draw into your burn or glyph into burn. But once he had no burn options available, I think transitioning to board was right. I just think he did a little bit too early.
Does Shusheng still have a Primordial Drake, or did he use both?
He used both.
That's a bummer. He's almost out of cards. He's got Harrison and 1 more card. He is almost definitely going to lose this game in fatigue. I can't think of what that last card could be that he would win, since you're telling me it's not Primordial Drake. It kind of needs...
Ellie Armorsmith, I think.
That's not going to do it. Chung's realizing I don't really need to draw cards here. He pings the Harrison, so if the Harrison were to trade the Bediz Valet, it would get pinged off.
Yeah.
Good
See,
memory.
not enough taunts to complete the quest. Yeah, a lot of little misplays this game from Shusheng. He was in a very favorable position. The Yogg kind of tilted him, I think, and end up to where we are now. But he might still win. Ellie Armorsmith is a hell of a card in fatigue.
Oh my god. I didn't realize Chung was that close to fatigue.
Yeah. Just barely able to eke it out. So, able to stop the value from the Yogg. Wasn't able to get enough value off the Yogg. Able to barely stabilize. Even though he got tilted from the Yogg and made some little mistakes like playing the quest without enough taunts in his deck when his opponent has counterspell still remaining.
So we did see no secrets left in deck. That's why he tempoed out the Valet.
Yep.
Man, That game was a nail biter.
Yeah, that was close.
I like to see that. All right, so Quest Warrior advances. His one unused card was Asleep with the Fishes. We were talking about his decision to run only one of those instead of two. Since he never even used it, seems like running one was a decision that worked out well for him that game.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not saying it's correct based on that. I'm just saying that time it worked out.
He had opportunities to use it that game where I think he should have played it. I don't know. I was not impressed by either of the players play that game, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, it was a long, complicated game, and neither player was flawless.
Yeah.
All right, so his priest is banned. His warrior got to win. He's got to get wins with his teched out Gunther mage and his control paladin. What do you think about the decision to include Elise Starseeker in control paladin as a third 5-drop?
It's really greedy. It will help you out in the Taunt Warrior matchup. I imagine that's kind of what he's targeting with his entire lineup.
Yeah, he's got double Stampeding Kodo. That's great against Taunt Warrior, Snipes, and Melee Armor Smiths.
Yeah, and then the Elise also just helps because the way you beat Taunt Warrior is you go all in on pressure the entire game, and then they're forced to brawl without the quest completed, which means they can't translate the brawl into damage as easily later on, and then you like constantly reload with floods of stuff, and having an Elise pack helps do that.
All right. Well, let's enjoy some commercials, take a quick break, whatever.
Okay.
Be back
sounds
soon.
like a good plan.
人类向自然展示勇气，你负责记录人类的勇气，探界者负责给你底气。胆量背后的胆量，实力终极 SUV 雪佛兰探界者，雪佛兰梦创未来。 保利丰广场，雄踞城市中轴，徽州大道中心，集完省首家智慧住宅、超5A 甲级写字楼、爱情公寓、大型购物中心、国家3A 文化街区于一体，潜心铸造国家3A 级旅游文化街区徽州里。徽州里的到来，必将为这座城市掀起中式味道。
Hello， 欢迎回来，这里是雪佛兰2017神之梯炉石传说国际公开赛总决赛的比赛现场。我们现在正在进行的是16进4的一个小组赛。然后刚才也是看到了我们这一次 D 组的一个胜决，是由 Chamber 对阵书生的第一局的比赛。第一局的比赛就已经打了一个拉锯战，时间非常的长，所以刚才也给选手一个小小的休息的时间。这边呢是由书生的任务战先跑一程，现在他还剩下一个奶骑和麦迪文法。 而 Chamber 的3个职业都还是目前还在手里的，没有跑出去。那我们这边首先也是来看一下，就是下一场的出战的卡组。Chamber 这边是选。
Alright, welcome back everybody. It looks like Chengafar is going to be running back the Secret Mage for the next game. Yogg-Strong was pretty good for him that game, but it wasn't good enough to overcome how bad the matchup was, and also he was just really off to a bad start with those books, finding Arcane Explosion and Blizzard, really low impact cards, not filling the role of what he's trying to accomplish in the matchup. And he's playing against Xu Sheng's Control Paladin. So Secret Mage versus Control Paladin. The Control Paladin often has enough heal to survive the burn. It's mainly a question of whether the Secret Mage can effectively stick a board long enough to push enough chip damage to really get there. have to think
Yeah.
Xu Sheng's favored. What do you think, Firebat?
Xu Shang is favored. If he's on the coin, he's favored more so because, just like the game before, Mage goes very aggressive, and one board clear sets them behind a lot. But unlike before, the Paladin is a lot harder at beating Counterspell. So to make the equality combos happen, they take a little bit more work. So being on the coin to be able to beat the Counterspells to make equality clears happen is really important. Or finding a Hydrologist early and being able to save the secret to do that is really important. Or finding Rallying Blade. You do one of those things as the Paladin in the early game. Otherwise, it gets pretty 50-50.
Okay.
Just because the Mage can get a board that sticks really well.
So Xu Sheng didn't like any of his early game cards, pitched them all. He seems to not like his opening hand either, which I'm not that upset about it. It's got an Eldor, like you're interacting in the first 3 turns.
You want Hydrologist, Doomsayer, Equality, Rallying Blade, Consecrator, True Silver.
Yeah, it's a bad hand, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Secret Mage missing turn 1. That's crucial for Xu Sheng. Tempo Pyro? Tempo Pyro. It's got 0 synergy for it in hand. Sure. Lines up really well against Chungifar's turn 2 Arcanologist in that, sure, you fall behind by a card, but if you don't die, you win.
Well, you get an Aldor trade, man. That's really good.
Sure. And then the Mage really doesn't want to be pinging on turn 3, because then they're floating that mana like they did on turn 1. I guess the Eldor doesn't have... I mean, Eldor is better against Secret Mage than against other mages because it has Cabal Crystal Runner as a target and Kieran Thor Mage. So sometimes you save it and just play the Burn Bristle and trade, but...
No, I hate that. The Burn Bristle also doesn't contest anything. Like, the typical turn 3 play is a 4-3, and Burn Bristle only has 2 attacks, so not contesting your opponent's minions is really bad. So I definitely think you Eldor.
Yep. I think that's pretty good analysis. I have to agree with you, Firebat. Smart man. What do you think Xu Sheng's thinking about? He's thinking about what he needs the Aldor for.
I think he's thinking about maybe playing Wicker Flame going face.
Okay, then you still have the Pyromancer there to contest a Kieran Tor Mage.
But I think that's just worse, yeah.
Why is it worse?
Because your opponent can like ping and take a value trade, which is really awkward for you because you don't have a spell to clean up.
Okay. Battling Book's actually kind of a nice draw for Chungafar here. It allows him to fill out the curve while pinging the Pyro.
Yeah, you can't develop a 4-3 into this Pyro. You got to ping it. You could try and develop a secret this turn.
Yeah, if you develop a secret this turn, the next turn you can ping the 3-1 and Valet, the 3-3.
Yeah.
The issue is, what if your secret doesn't stick, right? If you play Mirror Entity, you place a minion, and then you're not going to get to Valet him.
Well, if you play Counterspell, there's no spell Paladin's going to play on turn 4. They don't run Blessing of Kings. They're not just going to consecrate you in the face. So Counterspell is going to stick 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, they could try to Hydrologist Secret, but would they really do that with a 3-1 Pyro on board? That's a hell of a ballsy play. Actually,
Right,
you could do it. Oh, no, because Spellbender's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't really do that. So you could have just gone for Counterspell there.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Counterspell there to set up for the Valet. You're kind of just throwing away a 1-1 right now. Oh, this way makes it so you're not throwing away a 1-1, but you're using a Frostbolt. Kind of weird.
I like it.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty normal use of Frostbolt.
Yeah, this is not...
Just trying to line up his book against that Pyromancer, get some favorable tension. Save himself 2 mana worth of ping.
Punished by the taunt, though.
Boop. Trades the play around ping. I don't know if that really makes sense.
Yeah, your opponent showed that they really didn't want to ping.
Yeah.
And then you just made it so they didn't have to. You had the taunt, which made it so he had to ping. So I would have liked to see him maybe not do that trade.
Uh-oh. Look at this Rallying Blade buff on Burn Bristle.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, that's actually super sick. All right, which
There are
secret
3 5-drops in the deck, so I like playing Mirror Entity, kind of hit one of the 3 5-drops. He's more worried about setting up to deal with Spike Ridge Steed, it looks like.
Yeah, he's thinking he's not going to have time to play a secret next turn, so he wants to keep Spike Ridge Steed out now. I don't know about this.
He's going to play around the Rallying Blade.
He goes Tempo Valet. He could have pinged instead, but he wanted the 2-3 in play.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
Lots of tempo.
The Rallying Blade's great here because it allows the Burn Bristle heal to actually get value this turn. So Xu Shang looks to be in a really good position. I mean, Chung Far needs to be ahead on board and pushing minion damage. Instead, he's behind on board and trying to catch up. Not where he wants to be.
Yeah. It's looking real bad for the Secret Mage.
He's already got a Spellbender up. He's looking at Valet, Crystal Runner.
No, you can't play the Crystal Runner. He's only got 3 mana.
Okay.
He could have played like Secret Crystal Runner this turn if he wanted, or Secret Valet. Going with Valet Ping.
He's kind of repping that he's playing around Spellbender, or that he's playing around Spike Steed. Yeah, he's pretending he doesn't have a Spellbender up with that ping, right? He's saying, I'm scared of Spike Steed because this is neither Counterspell nor Mirror Entity. Or neither Counterspell nor Spellbender, so he's saying it's a spell. He's saying it's a Mirror Entity. He's trying to represent it being a Mirror Entity.
Exactly. And Xu Shang did not test for Mirror Entity last turn. He went Rallying Blade Hero Power. So seeing that, you saw him take like a big sigh when he picked up the Elise. He's really afraid of this being Mirror Entity.
Yeah, but he just didn't want Eldor to play around it. He's like, you know what? You're lying to me. I don't believe you when you tell me that's Mirror Entity. Oh, and there's a sigh of relief as the Elise
that was a pretty cute bluff from Chung there, man.
Yeah, and it was a ballsy call from Xu Shang. I would have been really tempted to Eldor there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the Eldor doesn't work out that well against Mirror Entity.
No, I mean, like, you don't do anything with the rest of your mana if you play the Eldor.
So, Secret Crystal Runner is a play. But
you want to wait on Mirror Entity till your opponent's turn 8, usually.
Yeah, I mean, that matters more if you have relevant amounts of pressure. Which he kind of doesn't currently.
Well, at this point, Xu Shang's hand is getting so small that he could be forced into a situation where he like actually cannot play around Mirror Entity.
Okay. So the Eldor is great on a 5/5, then he doesn't have anything good to do with the rest of his mana, so instead he just plays on curve. 4/6 taunt, draw 3. I can imagine worse cards.
Yeah, now he's in a great spot to play around all of the secrets.
Yeah, because the Hydrologist tests Mirror Entity and Counterspell effectively. He plays around Spellbender by not triggering it at all.
Mm-hmm.
We could see Chung Afar's game plan. He just drew the Yogg Saron.
Praise Yogg yet again for Chung Afar. Has to be the game plan. I mean, that's kind of what happens in unfavorable matchups when you're playing Yogg decks.
So here's an interesting position. Most players would just automatically trade their 2/3 into 5/2, but Chung's asking himself, can I just go face? Like, he's not racing me. Why don't I just make him trade? Well, if you trade, it sort of protects your board, but...
Going face plays around Primordial Drake, which is the expected card to come out right now. If you trade, then they play Primordial Drake and clear your board.
Okay.
So,
and you know he has Primordial Drake, because he just curated. Yeah.
So you want to go face here, because Xu Shang's going to trade the 5/2 and the 2/3, play Primordial Drake, clear your board.
Well played, Chung. Get that 2 damage. And there is a Spellbender up, right? He's been pretending it's not a Spellbender, but it is.
Yeah.
I asked if he's because of the Spike Ridge Steed being drawn.
Yeah, he's probably just never going to play Spike Ridge Steed. It's not worth the risk.
So we know Chung Afar's secret package. It's Spellbender, 2 counter spells, and an entity. Mm-hmm. No blocks. So He's probably going to start juicing the Yogg here with Mana Worm Counterspell Entity. Maybe he's thinking about playing the secrets one at a time to try and bait his opponent into... well, actually, if you play only one secret, then your Mana Worm gets Kodo'd. And you know he has Kodo from that Curator.
Right. So you have to play 2 secrets?
Or not play Mana Worm. But I think Mana Worm 2 secrets makes a lot of sense. Like, you're just trying to play all the spells before the turn 10 Yogg. And, like, playing your stuff's probably better. Now, when you play all the secrets, your opponent, I think, has perfect information as to what they are. So he can really just exploit things. He's nodding like, yes, I know about this. I can beat this. Hydrologist Secret to eat the Counterspell and the Mirror Entity.
Yeah, Hydrologist just beats both of those secrets in one card.
You know it's a Counterspell, buddy. You don't have to...
Right. But just in case, he snuck an extra secret in his deck.
Maybe he booked or glyphed when you weren't paying attention.
Yeah, this is a completely irrelevant decision. It is going to get counterspelled, but Getaway Kodo, perfect one to get counterspelled.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's going to hold on to it, I guess, in case there's another counterspell in the hand, or in case he wants Getaway Kodo value later on and doesn't want Consecrate, for example.
Sure.
I don't know.
What's the rush to deal with the counterspell? It actually works out really well for Xu Shang here that he chooses to hold the Getaway Kodo. Not just because he squeezes in a 1/1, but because he prevents Chung FR from playing the second counterspell this turn, which prevents him from juicing the Yogg.
Mm-hmm. All right, Fireball Face, let's go. Set up that lethal.
Yeah, I mean, we're really close to Yogg lethal. We're about 1 turn out.
Yeah, I'm Fireballing Face here every time.
Ping and face. That's the interesting decision. Yeah, you ping the 1/1 for Tarim, maybe? You're not really scared of Tarim here. He debuffs a certain amount of his own board.
How much juice, man?
All the juice.
All the juice. Let's go.
So if you Fireball Face, Xu Shang can lay on hands face, and it doesn't get Spellbindered because it's not targeting a minion.
Right.
Maybe he wasn't sure about that interaction.
No, he has to beat the counterspell.
Hand size. Oh, I thought the counterspell was... Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize. In my head, he had already beat that counterspell, but no, still have to actually play the secret. He draws into the Forbidden Healing, which... Yogg. Let's see what we got.
Quadruple Fireball Face.
Just juice the Yogg this turn, right?
No, it's good enough.
Counterspell, Frostbolt, something.
It'll win you the game.
Yeah.
Is 2 spells really going to help?
Yes.
Either you clear the board and play Call of the Wild 6 times, or you don't.
All right. Bow down before the god of death. That's a good start.
Now you get another Yogg.
You like that. That made the Yogg this turn look a lot better. Ooh, never mind.
You got a Chillwind Yeti.
Okay, yeah. Net gain of Chillwind Yeti. Clear the board.
And 4 armor.
Yeah, this is good.
Does Yogg juice itself?
I don't believe so. I don't think the player is casting the spells. I think Yogg is casting the spells.
Okay. Now you can maybe juice it. You just Firelands Portal Face, Frostbolt Face, set up lethal.
Push 8.
I don't know. I'm torn. I think I would just keep jamming it. The way the game has been going for Chung thus far is his Yogg always comes back to his hand and he gets to play it again. So the sooner he plays it, the more likely he will have time again to be able to replay it.
Okay. The more he plays it, the better.
Right. You just want to maximize the amount of Yoggs per game.
He's really trying to clear this Tyrion, huh?
Interesting.
He didn't even want to juice the Yogg.
No.
Can't say I understand this line.
It's like half the juice, man.
A little bit of juice, not too much. Sometimes juice gets, like, too sweet if you drink too much of it.
Oh, I know.
Drake Corsair is pretty sick with this True Silver in his hand. He could use some tempo plays too, considering he's got 400 mana in his hand.
What's your favorite kind of juice?
My favorite kind of juice, lately I've been drinking this like pineapple mango orange juice, and it's nice. I like those mixes.
Pineapple mango orange. I like the cranberry mixes.
Oh, cranberry's awful. You have bad taste. There's not a lot of wrong answers, but damn, cranberry is no way. Do you know why people
Cranberry
drink?
juice is so good.
No, you drink that because you got like health issues, and it helps with something about your kidneys or something.
Oh,
It's like for old people. You don't actually drink it for flavor. It's awful.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's good for me though. So
Well,
I'm healing.
I'm not saying it's good for you. They put so much sugar in there to make it like palatable. It's not good for you either. But
Okay.
if you
I like it, man.
you just like sugar.
I juice my yog with cranberry juice.
Now Glyph really juices Yogg. You could juice it like infinite times this turn with Glyph into Glyph into Glyph into Glyph. I mean, I guess you're limited by the turn timer.
Right. That's like the pineapple mango orange of juices for yog.
Wow, sounds amazing. I want it. Oh.
Oop, that's a short-lived yog.
Yeah.
Lot of card draw to fatigue himself, though.
Yeah, he doesn't fatigue himself. He will eventually fatigue. You're right. That's like kind of where things are headed.
He's just going to get killed by this Ashbringer, honestly.
Ashbringer's more too strong. The Consecration really speeds up the clock, too. What secrets are up right now? There's 2, so it's a counter spell and a spellbender.
And the spellbender, yeah, counterspell and spellbender. That spellbender's been there the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Whoosh.
You could actually bait counterspell with Spike Ridge Steed. Probably not this turn. This turn you develop a board. Next turn you run Spike Ridge Steed into counterspell. And that way you don't ever have to deal with the spellbender.
He's already tested for Mirror Entity. So he knows it's not that. So it's interesting how he's choosing to develop the board here with the Ooze Kodo.
Very interesting. The Kodo seems pretty good, especially with that Eldor in hand.
Yeah.
This seems like a mistake.
I don't know why I didn't just play Tyrion.
Yeah, Tyrion was good minion.
It's a 6/6 Divine Shield.
Taunt.
Taunt.
Death Rattle.
Really good.
Yeah. A lot of words on there. That's usually a good sign. I mean, Tyrion's like kind of the best late game minion in Hearthstone. I don't know. I guess Taram's probably eclipsed it by now. Hello card, though. Alright. Chung has a lot of options. Let's see what's in the box. Alright, Meteor's pretty decent against this board. Those other cards are garbage.
Easy choice.
Mm-hmm. Not sure what this card he's hovering is. It's a girl. Oh, yeah. Tempo that out.
Oh, for sure.
You wouldn't tempo it out if you had more 2 health minions in play, out of respect for Consecration Primordial Drake stuff, but when it's your first minion with 2 or less health, definitely worth putting in play.
Alright, Lethal's pretty good.
Yeah.
Emotes the well played and then kills him.
Mm-hmm.
Da-da-da-da.
Can you Spike Ridge Steed your opponent's minion? Because that's a really stylish lethal.
I have not tried recently, maybe.
Okay.
Alright. Shusheng up 2-0. I was saying I really liked his lineup before the match had even started, and it is performing. His deck's having some very favorable matchups up against
the mage, the secret mage. Yeah, you talked about how his lineup targeted mage with the healing, with the kind of answers to the sort of threats that a mage might have, and kind of a game plan of just fatiguing mage, and that is in fact how it's panning out. The mage just doesn't have what it needs.
Yeah, he's got double Volcanic Potion, Eater of Secrets, and like just extra removal with Meteor in his own Gunther Mage. So typically speaking, Gunther Mage does pretty well against Secret Mage, just because they have very similar early games. The Secret Mage a little bit better on the early game, but then when they starts transitioning to the late game, the Gunther Mage is still alive and has just way better late game. So, also Ice Block. Ice Block is a hell of a card, and the Secret Mage does not run it. So, the ability to just, when you're both burning each other out and giving up on the board, to just have 2 extra turns of burn is really strong.
On the topic of Ice Block and Ice Lock being a hell of a card, I hear a lot of rumblings about people grumbling about Ice Block. They're upset about the card. They don't like it. They say it's uninteractive. They want it moved to the Hall of Fame. How do you feel about all that?
I think Ice Block is Mage's only real defensive tool. They have Ice Barrier, I guess, and they have board stalls, but Mage and Control Mage really relies on Ice Block a lot of the time to exist, which is why I believe they pushed it so hard with Mad Scientist and then pushed it so hard once again with Arcanologist when Reno rotated. So I think it's a really core class identity. It's a unique mechanic in the game. I think the problem and the gripe about Ice Block is the ability to just constantly chuck burn after it at people, which is more the fact that there's just too many burn cards, which is maybe because of things like Pyroblast existing, where one card can equate to so much burn to combo with the Ice Blocks. So I would rather reduce the amount of burn in Mage and still keep the uniqueness of Ice Block around, because burn's not unique or interesting, and Ice Block is.
That's really well said. I have to agree with you. I also personally am a defender of Ice Block. To me, it's interesting, and it makes games play out in a different manner. You kind of have different goals, different win conditions. But I think sometimes I feel like the things that make the game interesting to me make the game unfun to other people. Because I felt the same way about Quest Rogue. I thought Quest Rogue was really interesting, and other people really felt like it was unfun. I thought Patron was really interesting, and other people felt like it was unfun. So sometimes I feel like I'm just the opposite of everyone else, and it's kind of a bummer. Because they're happy and I'm sad.
Quest Rogue was kind of sketchy, and it was really fun in the beginning, but then once we all started versing people that completed the quest on turn 4 and then just losing, the problem with Quest Rogue is the game's played out really, really similar a lot of the times, which makes it if you're playing against Quest Rogue, it basically plays out the same way every time. You just kind of hope they don't complete their quest and pressure as fast as you can. So it's really boring to play against. I don't know. Playing as it is pretty fun, but
I played a deck that farmed it, so I was pretty happy. I was just playing that hybrid mage.
And it's just also just definitely bad for the metagame.
I mean, compared to Jade Druid?
Yeah, it's just more in your face, and
I'd rather play against Quest Rogue than Jade Druid.
Really?
Yeah.
Quest Rogue's way more polarized.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like just playing games and knowing I'm screwed.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel like I don't know I'm screwed against Quest Rogue in the same way that I do against Jade Druid. I know once they complete the quest if I'm screwed, but then I can concede because I'm dying in a turn or two.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think it was a good nerf. I liked Patron, though. I definitely liked Patron. That was a really fun and interesting deck. But
I don't think the Quest Rogue nerf was unreasonable. I just didn't like it. That's all. All right.
Okay.
Let's talk about this game that we're watching here.
Let's. With a very heavy mage hand from Xusheng, but it does have an Eater of Secrets against Secret Mage, which is pretty terrific.
Yeah.
And then the Secret Mage has a bunch of secrets.
It's pretty terrible. The Secret Mage needs early pressure to win the matchup. That or a good Yogg.
Yeah.
Speaking of good Yogs, Chung FR's Yogs have been pretty good. They've all been good, but not good enough, you know?
They've been close.
Yeah, every time. Just shy. Valet face. That's a feels bad moment. Turn 4, put you to 27. You're really not on track with where you need to be damage-wise to get this win.
Counterspell is up. Not really great responses to the counterspell from Xusheng. He can play the Eater of Secrets if he wants, but he chose not to play it last turn, so I have to imagine he's going to stay true to that line and not play it again this turn. look to maybe play it on turn 6 to free up the counterspell so he can Firelands Portal on 7.
You think he's gonna Frostbolt Ping? Or just not
Wow.
proc it at all?
I think he's just going to probably ping, wait, and then next turn go like
Eater Frostbolt.
Frostbolt, yeah.
Okay.
He's going to break it.
Trading Frostbolt for counterspell isn't too bad, even with Eater in hand.
And this makes it so Chunkford does not think that there's an Eater of Secrets in Shushang's hand. He does know it's in the deck list, though, so he's going to try and space out his secrets as best as possible, but he's like less aware.
And 33 life. Pretty good against the burn deck, or an aggro deck.
Now Shushang can beat the second counterspell and free up the Firelands Portal. This works out beautifully.
Potential Spellbender for future Firelands Portals, but you still get the 5-drop, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
This ping goes pace. Interesting. I would have been tempted to ping the Pyros just because putting it at 2-1 kind of threatens to ping it again. It's kind of misleading. It just suggests you don't have Firelands Portal in hand. And I just don't think the one face damage is particularly relevant most of the time. That said, in defense of Shushang's play, he does have a Pyroblast in hand, so maybe he can reasonably hope to just set up a lethal at some point. Oh,
he has 26 damage right now.
Yeah, but he's still just going to be clearing with it.
Yeah, he has to clear this Lyra. If it wasn't Lyra and it was like a small minion, he could have just started chucking, though.
Okay. I wouldn't like it. I would feel like it'd be taking risks with a very favorable position.
Well, the counterspells are gone, so what are you really risking? And he has an ice block in hand because the Arcanologist, basically.
There's books and glyphs.
Okay, true. You do at some point need to turn on the gas to kill your opponent. Secret Mage can outvalue you in some situations. Maybe not this specific list because Shushang is rocking Archmage Antonitis, Medivh, Alex, Double Firelands Portal, and Polymorph for the Pyros.
No, you're right. There's some merit to finding a line that kills Chung FR because, the sooner you kill him, the less he yogs you.
Yeah, because Yogg can generate a lot of value. Glyphs can generate a lot of value if things don't go your way, but wow, that's a big mirror entity to play into. He had seen both counter spells, so it was a 50-50 that was either mirror entity or spellbender, and he took a big risk there, trying to think that it was mirror entity. I don't really like that. Yeah, I don't like that 50-50 at all.
No, he's got a good position. He could just Arcanologist if it's entity, you Meteor.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit silly there, a little bit cocky. Forgot that maybe the mirror entity was in the list. He's played against this deck twice now, but chose to take the 50-50.
Takes Vaporize, thinking the opponent might trade. I was more on the Blizzard train to try and use the freeze effect to protect my board from his board.
Right, but he can't Blizzard this turn. I guess he wants to.
But for next turn, right? Because the Medivh's about to make a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, true.
This turn you're protecting with Mirror Image.
Yeah.
I wonder why I took the Vaporize. It seems... I guess it's a secret for Valet. That's it. But he has an Arcanologist. I think he still has a secret in deck, right? We've seen Entity, Counterspell. There should still be Spellbender.
Right, there's Spellbender. Doesn't even play the Mirror Images, which is odd.
Huh. He's scared of AoE, right? What AoE exists in this mage deck? Is there a Flame Strike? Usually there is one. Yeah, there is. This would be the Flame Strike turn.
So he wants him to go like
there's
Flame
two Volcanic
Strike
Potions as well. That's why he didn't play the images.
Sure. He wants him to go like Flame Strike, Frostbolt, or Flame Strike, something, and then go face with Medivh and lose the Medivh.
Okay. So 9 mana to work with here. What's the winning line? Man, things are tough here. That Mirror Entity really spiraled things out of control in a hurry. Like playing Ice Block and losing a race doesn't sound great. Polymorph into Medivh. Ooh, Wolf Rider. That's a spicy one. Is he Polymorph the Pyros? Okay.
Now you polymorph it when they play it as a 6-mana 6/6.
Sure. He's taking a fully defensive line, which gives Chung more time to do stuff, but Chung doesn't have a lot of stuff to do, actually. He's got Yogg and some nonsense.
Man, giving your opponent free 7/7 has been a bummer this game.
Yeah. You don't want to do that. He was looking so good, too, the first 2 games. Well,
The second game was pretty good.
one game was good.
The first game was sketchy.
No, yeah. Alright, AI draws into Volcanic Potion, which leaves a bunch of stuff alive. Not that much. If
You kind of want to play a big spell for the Etiesh. So
yeah,
you
but
could just
you know
Meteor.
it's Spellbender.
Right.
Spellbender puts it on the far right. The Meteor sucks.
Yeah, that's right.
You could Polymorph to eat the Spellbender and then Meteor. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to realize it's Spellbender.
The only secret remaining is Spellbender, so it must be a Spellbender.
Yeah, so you target your own minion because it's funny BM.
Well, losing the Polymorph for the Pyros could be a big deal.
It certainly could. Because he doesn't seem to have a fast clock on Chang'e, so the value of Pyros is... Oh, well, that doesn't have to find shield or taunt, it's fine. Alright, that's a good turn to Juice Yogg.
Juicing her up.
Plop some dudes out there, hit him in the face. Inching towards that Yogg, Flare, Pyroblast lethal. Oh, Chung's Yoggs aren't that good. They're usually really good, not good enough. I feel like the Yogg's good enough this game, though. And I'm not just saying random words. I'm saying, like, he's not in that bad of a position that his on average is Yogg. I don't know why he's trading.
I don't know either. It's really good to set your opponent's life total really low because Mage can't really heal without committing 9 mana to Alex, and if they're doing that, then they're not committing 9 mana to dealing, 13 damage or 12 damage to you, which is really good. So I would have liked to see him set himself up to a position where a top deck Fireball pops the block.
He's playing really passively.
Yeah, which seems odd.
Ooh. That's a nice card for Xu Sheng here.
Especially with all that burn.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking defensively after he gets popped, but yeah, I'm starting to see what you're saying. I mean, if he's just not going to play Yogg, he can die at some point.
Yeah, if you Alex your opponent here...
Put him to 13, you don't set up lethal, and you don't...
yeah, it's
you
not
don't
good
have a
enough.
second block net yet.
Yeah, you need to wait till you get the second block and then do it, or the second Fireball. But he's already used one Fireball.
Well, what he's doing here is he's baiting out the Pyros, and then you Alex and go face to set up the Pyroblast lethal.
GG. Yep, that's what happened.
Clever setup from Xu Sheng. I like it.
Nope.
Yeah, this sure, whatever.
Well, he's playing around glyph cards.
Oh, we forgot about the Vaporize.
The Vaporize. Yeah. There's a Vaporize up. Okay. Then it makes sense.
Tough call here. I don't like the Yogg here. I like just burning face.
Yeah, you burn face. Make him play Alex.
Just ping face next turn, yeah. Because the Yogg's a little better if the opponent has some kind of minion in play. If it's the only minion in play, it kills itself right away really a lot. Yogging an empty board is a little bit unexciting. You'd rather have some stuff in play so it doesn't suicide as often.
Yeah. You could probably just ping face now and then try and pop him next turn. You don't really want to set up one with the ice block still active. So I think you just do this fast.
Okay. Good way to play around Alex. bait the offensive Alex, then pop him at 1.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really not a lot of time for Alex to win the race. Ooh, Uncle Tony. Successfully baited the offensive Alex. Tony might have worked out better here, Tony AI.
Well, Alex Fireball kills him. He picks up the second Frostbolt, though, so now he can pop at 1 and freeze the Alex, not dying.
Yeah, okay.
So you do that.
Yeah, no, the offensive Alex was good. And Frostbolt was a sick draw for Chungafar.
Yeah.
Giving himself chances. So he's going to pop Shu Sheng at 1 life. Frostbolt the Alex to not die to just a Fireball. And then Shu Sheng's going to have to find an Ice Block off his next 3 cards, being the Natural Draw and the Arcane Intellect. And even if he finds the Ice Block, does he win from there? Maybe. It depends on Yogg.
Yeah, I really don't like the offensive Alex. I would have liked to see him maybe just play Tony.
No, I thought it was good. He had to have exactly Fireball double Frostbolt for it to go this badly. It's like very specific. You think he could just play around everything? Not necessarily. There's Yogg is an issue.
Yogg's an issue either way.
All right, well, this turn you definitely start with Arcane Intellect. Everything else is ridiculous.
Everything else you die.
Yeah. There's no secret up. We went through the Vaporize.
There are literally no options.
Yeah. He's clearly thinking about something. I think he's doing the math on what's in his deck, but you can just play the card because you don't have options. You don't have to do any math.
Praying.
There it is.
All right, you play that.
Yeah, and then do you play Ooze?
No, you just fireball him in the face.
Okay. You set up for like a Pyroblast or something.
Yeah, you got 2 glyphs left. They could both get Pyroblasts. Or something.
I like the or something in particular.
Firelands Portal is a sick pickup.
Yeah, it's a nice one. There's no Inspire minions, thanks to the standard rotation, so it's fine to ping before Portal. Oh, Big Game Hunter, that killed Alex. Oh, Glyph for Pyro. Or 3rd Ice Block. I don't know why he's shaking his head. Just look at what's in the box. You don't have options.
He's a very patient player with playing the
I guess he's thinking like he could Tony and then Glyph for Ice Block. All right, well, Cabalist Tone. That could find an Ice Block. He really likes thinking ahead. I like thinking ahead when it makes sense to, but here, Barrier, you get pinged for lethal. Anything other than Cabalist Tome into Ice Block, you get pinged for lethal. I mean,
he's dead.
Yeah, trying to bluff the Ice Block doesn't work because they always want to pop your Ice Block, but sure, you can click the button if you want. Maybe he doesn't ping. Maybe he just Yoggs. Technically, it's an out. I don't know why you would Yogg instead of ping. Now, if you want to develop the 5-drop, you have to Portal first. Man, Shu Sheng looks physically pained from that loss. He's shaking his head. He's holding his head. He's hiding his face. He feels shamed. What do you think was a key moment there? Is there something he's really upset about there? Maybe a mirror entity?
The mirror entity was the biggest throw. He had the game down on lock. He knew all of the secrets in his opponent's deck. He had seen 2 counterspells to that point. The last 2 secrets remaining is 1 mirror entity and 1 spellbender. His opponent played a secret, and then he immediately slammed Medivh without thinking, giving his opponent a 7/7 while he already had 3 minions in play, which gave his opponent a ridiculous amount of tempo, allowing him to be just in a horrible position for the rest of the game when he was just dominating without that. And he had a solid play of Arcanologist plus Meteor to play around the mirror entity if he had wanted to. So he just was in a position where he was winning, I'd say, probably 80% of the time, and then took a 50-50 for the game and lost.
Yeah, you don't want to win 50% of the time when you can win 80% of the time. It's kind of important. But even past that point, when he went for the offensive Alex Straza and his opponent top decked the second Frostbolt for the perfect hand to punish it.
I think he could have played around that, yeah.
You could have held the Alex
just...
Straza for defense, right?
Well, yeah, because he had a different threat that he could establish. If Alex Straza was his only threat, sure, you got to do it. But he had the ability to just play out Archmage Antonidas plus Arcane Intellect. That means your opponent can't deal with Archmage Antonidas and pop you at the same time, so they have to pop you or deal with it. If they deal with it, then you're going to be able to have the offensive Alex afterwards. If they don't deal with it, then you have the defensive Alex to punish them popping you, and then just punching them in the face with Archmage Antonidas. And then they have to rely on Yogg RNG, which is more favorable for you than them at that point. So I would have liked to see him, set that situation up rather than just being like, well, if you can stop Alex from killing you with some frost effect off Glyph and still Fireball Frostbolt me, then you win. So I don't know. I think there was a lot of mistakes all over for that game. I think it was very winnable for the Gunther Mage and was kind of a throw.
Okay, so Secret Mage does find a win. Third time's the charm. And now he's going to try to find with Token Druid, which is a bit of a difficult task because this Gunther Mage does have 2 Volcanic Potions alongside a variety of other good removal cards for the matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the double Volcanic Potions are huge in this matchup. Absolutely nutty.
Xusheng kept that Medivh's Valet. What do you think of that?
I like keeping Medivh's Valet in this matchup.
How do you like Coin Frostbolt here to play around the Marquis of Charge?
I think Coin Frostbolt is better than Mana Worm.
Yeah, Marquis of Charge is a bummer, and even this 1-drop Mark of the Lotus is a bummer too. And gets punished a lot. One of the nice things about Coin Frostbolt...
hero power.
Yeah, one of the nice things about Coin Frostbolt on turn 1 there for Xusheng is that he does have a second Frostbolt in hand to protect himself from a vicious fledgling.
Mm-hmm.
I like Frostbolting the 3/2. You could Frostbolt the 2/3 to represent Volcanic Potion, but the 3/2 is A, it attacks for 50% more, B, it has the Beast tag. So yeah, you definitely wanted the Frostbolt something. I think Frostbolting the 3/2 makes sense. Now, this was an important moment. Chung FR just hero powered on turn 3 as Token Druid, which indicates weakness in his hand, and it really eliminates a lot of the possible cards in his hand. So Xusheng should be paying attention, notice that hero power, and start thinking about what cards remain in Chung FR's range of cards that could be in his hand, right? Like, what is it? Innervates, Living Mana, Savage Roar, Mark of Lotus,
and
Power
Hydra.
of the Wild. Hydra, yeah. So expensive stuff, Innervates, and situational cards. But what he doesn't have is minions to play for 1, 2, and 3 mana.
Which is why he takes the Mirror Entity and holds it, and he's going to play it going into turn 5 so that he can try and get, a Druid of the Claw or a Hydra.
Yeah. Another reason he's holding it is the combo with that Medivh's Valet, which is stranded. Otherwise. It would be a really bad play, the Mirror Entity, and then the opponent plays a Secret, and your Valet doesn't get the Frostbolt anything.
Yep. Faux show. It's even more reason just to hold it.
So, Chung FR is doing some math here on whether the Savage Roar is worth it. He pushes 5 extra damage for the turn. He says, you know what? Sure. Not doing anything else. It's hard to get more than 5 damage. Sure, you could get more than 5 damage with the Living Mana, but if the Living Mana is connecting, you're doing pretty well anyways from this position.
That's the secret from Glyph, so Chung FR, not a lot of information on what it could be. He knows it was selected, and that's about it.
Look at this. Chung FR has Shell Shifter, Druid of the Claw.
Very heavy Token Druid deck, man.
I would say kind of smorky. The Shell Shifter can be Stealth Mode, which sort of charges, and so does the Druid of the Claw.
Okay.
Anyways, the important thing here is Xusheng drew a Volcanic Potion, which I think is pretty good against Living Mana.
Pretty good. Yeah. I'd say it's up there. Not the greatest, but does all right.
Yeah. Flame Strike seems decent too. I'd be pretty shocked if Chung FR won this game.
Yeah, I think it's almost impossible. But I didn't think he was going to win the last game, so
Yeah.
we have to, stay tuned and see how it goes.
You think he's got a Yogg in this deck?
He's screwed.
No, this Meteor's a bummer.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
Get Meteor.
Coin Meteor, GG.
Thinking through the options, you could Frostbolt, Ping, trade Valet, save the Meteor to remove other stuff. It's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it saves the coin as well. I don't hate it. I like pushing the tempo and pushing the face damage of Meteor isn't the most important thing, so pretty solid play for the turn.
I like trading with the Bear here, mitigate the impact of cards like Mark of the Lotus, Power of the Wild, Savage Roar. It also accounts for the fact that he might potentially offensive Alexstrasza at some point this game, so Bear going face would only push 1 in that case, not 4.
Mm-hmm.
But it's less about the Alexstrasza, more about the fact that you can just choke this Druid out, so why try to pressure his life total? You're not really in a huge rush here. And you Volcanic Potion this one. You don't coin Flame Strike. You don't mind the damage on your own minions so much as you want to save Flame Strike in case he's able to pair a buff effect with a Living Mana.
Right.
Because if they Living Mana, Mark of the Lotus, and you've got a Volcanic Potion in hand, it doesn't really work out.
Shell Shifter, Druid of the Claw, and Hydra.
Now that's definitely heavy, like you were saying.
Wow.
Is Patches still in Chungafar's deck? I believe it is.
I believe it is, yes.
And did he just miss gaining a life?
He just missed gaining a hero power. Yeah, he could have hero powered there and then still played Living Mana afterwards. So
that's
minus 1 life.
It's a pretty basic mechanic there.
Yeah.
Can't really say much positive about that. What you can do is give Patches +2/+2 and trade it into that 4/3. And he's going for it. I like to see this. Develop a nice big board. Hope the opponent doesn't have Meteor. But Shusheng has everything this game. He can't possibly lose.
Slightly favored, yeah.
Slightly favored. He could ping the Hydra first. It's more face damage than pinging face.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could Meteor, coin, Ice Block. Feel more comfortable with the future Alexstrasza face play. Yeah. I don't really care which line you go with. They both just win every time.
Right.
I mean, both Living Manas are gone, and that's really the key way to win when you're a token Druid who's out of cards against a high life opponent. It has to be Living Mana, and they're both used.
He's dead, man.
Rest in peace.
Good Meteor placement, though.
Sick. Really
that one is probably fresh on his mind. Just got Meteored.
Yeah. All right. So if you Alex, you could probably die here, right? To a Savage Roar. It's 8 + 8, 16. Yep, die exactly.
You're gonna want to try and minimize the amount of dying.
You want it a solid 0%. So you could just go full turtle here. You play Ice Block, you Fireball a 1/2, ping the other one. I don't like that very much.
You got a Firelands Portal this turn for sure.
Yeah, this is better. Although, actually, if you Fireland Porter, if you hit the 1 minion worse than this, the 2/2 Death Rattle 5 yourself Bomb Squad, and Savage Roar happens, that would be 1 off lethal. Okay, never mind.
Coin it out this Ice Block now.
I like that. Should have coined it out last turn. It's okay, though. Hungry Crab's really not going to change much for you, John.
Low impact card.
Yeah, sometimes I cut Hungry Crabs for my token Druids just because I don't always feel like I need 8 1-drops, and I don't always see a lot of Murlocs running around.
Alright.
You'd rather deal 1 than gain 4 because it sets up the Fireball ping lethal?
No, they get a hero power outside of range of that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. No.
You should,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
yeah, you should definitely heal if you're gonna Alex, but why not just Fireball and Arcane Intellect?
Does sound like a nice safe turn. Like, just choke him out. Kill that
Yeah.
5/3. He's not doing anything.
Right, he's gonna run out of resources. If he does pop you, then you heal yourself up. Both living manas are gone. Hydra's gone. Druid of the Claw's gone. Shell Shifter would be gone.
It would be Vicious Fledgling that he could top deck. But basically all of his 4 and 5s are pretty much gone, so.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
I think this is fine, but
a little worse.
I would have preferred healing or stalling out longer. Because he could have got popped here if it was like a swipe top deck, and then they top deck another swipe or something, or the second Druid of the Claw, and just kill you. But he pretty much never lose from this position as Xu Sheng.
Yeah, like, taking the aggressive line, even if he does get popped there, Alex goes face, you play a new ice block.
And you win, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever lose with no matter what you do at that position.
All right, so Xu Sheng takes it 3-1 over Chung FR, largely based on lineup differences. He built a great lineup for targeting mage and aggro and, being solid across the board, and got rewarded by, farming a couple wins off of mage and third.
Yeah, I really like his lineup and his tech choices in his lineup, but not a big fan of the way he plays the game.
Yeah.
I think it's whenever he was like, he got a little bit tilted in the first game after the Yogg, and then made some mistakes due to tilt. And then at other points in the game, it seemed like when the game was over and he was really far ahead, he was just really sloppy closing out the game. So I don't know. I think it's more of a mental thing. And then in game 2, I thought he played great. The guy that ended up winning. So game 2, I thought he played fantastic all the way through. But the other games, when he gets ahead, he stops paying attention, doesn't close it out in the proper fashion. And then when bad things were happening, he was getting tilted. So maybe just a little bit of tournament inexperience from Xu Sheng.
Get some more practice, some mental fortitude. Still 3-1, good solid showing, good solid lineup. Got the job done. Even if it wasn't. Maybe I shouldn't say good solid showing. It was honestly a pretty shaky showing.
It was pretty shaky from both of those guys.
Yeah.
Shufer, or what was the guy's name?
Xu Sheng?
No, Chongfer, the other guy. Yeah, Chongfer's play was very questionable. Very questionable. He had some cute bluffs, so maybe he comes from like a poker background or something. Like the secret buffs were really interesting. I don't know if that's on purpose or that was just by accident that it worked out, but most of his plays seemed like the second or third best play you could make on that turn.
Yeah, which makes you think the secret bluffs were not so much bluffs as just stuff that happened.
Right. So I don't know what was up with that, but I thought the guy that played better did end up winning. Would you like to see that?
And he built the better lineup, too.
Secret
mage... Okay, yeah, let's go to a quick break. Sorry.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back with more action, figuring out what's going on at the next match that we're casting.
See you soon, guys.
你负责进入奇迹，探界者带你探寻奇迹。 强悍背后的强悍，实力终极 SUV， 雪佛兰探界者，雪佛兰梦创未来。大自然创造感动，你负责记录感动，探界者为你传递感动。温柔背后的温柔，实力终极 SUV， 雪佛兰探界者，雪佛兰梦创未来。
就是对面过不来
这样打应该就上乱斗了。
对，
主要是牧师已经没有手牌了，这个乱斗再不用的话，感觉后面
是乱斗如果真的万一留了目光龙，
乱斗如果真的万一留了目光龙，
好尴尬。这样
请解说不要操控比赛，谢谢。
还有
那个时候我是三杠零一自己
没有，其实输血打死，那也是恭喜一下布瑞斯，
没赢呢，还没赢。传说对吧？
哎，我只是在看。
我们刚才是不是奶了一口这个？下面不可能输了。
那这一次再奶，总不能再翻盘了。
哎，是不是出蓝菜就可以把对面打死了
1、2、3、4、5，对，如果出一张蓝塞的话，
就把对面打死了。
对，完了我估计
要恭喜布雷斯。
完了我估计
要恭喜布雷斯，要背锅了。
这一次再来就总不能再翻盘。
It's good to see you.
抱歉，抱歉，抱歉，抱歉，不错，抱歉，抱歉，打得不错，我很抱歉，目标，
打得不错，
感觉很难受。
打得不错，
我就是力量的化身。
圣光会制裁你。
世界对于我有些不同。我记得所有存在的、活着的，都来自水面之下。嘘，直到走上陆地，我们成为主流。榜上前100部高分电影，排名第1的安全款，我们在主流里统一。只看到边界，才看不到更深的世界。世界对于我有些不同。我独立，却不孤独。我渺小，有自己要走的路。我知道，表象和本质同样重要。现实和理想都是生命的桨。批评和赞美常常被经历，完美和不完美叫做爱情。1000个我们，有1000种故事，每一种选择都被信仰，每一个观点都自成流向。我自由的呼吸，看世界的态度流淌成特别的我。每个人都是一条河流，每条河都有自己的方向。各凭态度乘风浪。网易新闻。
大自然创造奇迹，你负责记录奇迹。探界者带你探寻奇迹，强悍背后的强悍，实力终极 SUV 雪佛兰探界者，雪佛兰梦创未来。大自然创造感动，你负责记录感动。探界者为你传递感动，温柔背后的温柔，实力终极 SUV 雪佛兰探界者，雪佛兰梦创未来。人类向自然展示勇气，你负责记录人类的勇气。 探记者负责给你底气，胆量背后的胆量，实力终极 SUV 雪佛兰探记者，雪佛兰梦创未来。保利丰广场，雄踞城市中轴徽州大道中心，集完省首家智慧住宅、超5A 甲级写字楼、爱情公寓、大型购物中心、国家3A 文化街区于一体，潜心铸造国家3A 级旅游文化街区徽州里。徽州里的到来，必将为这座城市掀起中式味道的摩登风。
尊敬的各位领导、各位来宾、各位观众，欢迎来到由暴雪娱乐官方授权、雪佛兰独家冠名赞助、T商资讯以及网易安徽共同主办、会玩互娱承办的雪佛兰2017神之梯炉石传说国际公开赛的总决赛。这里我们要感谢一下赛事独家冠名赞助商雪佛兰，雪佛兰梦创未来，同时感谢战略合作伙伴古韵新生徽州里合肥城市新名片，以及特别媒体支持炉石传说盒子上传说、旅法师营地以及 NGA 玩家社区。大家好，我是艾吕。
大家好，庄叔。
大家好，我是刘哥。
我们这一场将要播出的比赛应该是今天的最后一场赛直播上的比赛了。
是的，应该是一个 A 组的败决吧，好像由 Ant 来对阵我们的武藤游戏。
又可以看到 Ant 的比赛了。Ant 刚刚头铁的上了3次一个翻位幕，然后始终没有跑掉，
就也是结束的非常的快，对吧？
再来一次翻位幕，
我们就可以愉快的吃晚饭了吗？
驴哥可以给我们多讲一讲武藤游戏吗？
好的，武藤游戏它应该也是去年就是夏季赛我忘了秋季赛好像，然后打到超级联赛8强吧，然后其实还算是一个在国服大家比较熟悉的选手，也参加过很多大赛，包括黄金公开赛啊、超级联赛啊。然后其实他是一个比较喜欢玩控制卡组的人，就是很少玩一些快攻卡组，包括我们看到他这次带的也是有奇迹贼。然后有一个沉默木，包括一个冰火法，然后可能唯一的一套比较快的卡组就是一套鱼鳍。
鱼鳍还是比较快的版本。
是的。然后 Ant 这边我们刚刚已经其实了解的差不多了。不是武藤游戏吗
？OK， 那我
们
这盘
我们得到了消息有一些
的比赛来播
失误。
对。
重新演练一遍。
对，AK Wonder 对抗 The Rat。我们先看一下今天的 A、B、C 组的竞技情况。首先 A 组出现的是
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Zalae. I'm here with Firebat, and we've got some bracket updates. Looks like Royal has advanced out of his group here.
Yeah, we casted that.
Yeah. And so up next we're watching AK Wonder versus the Rat. Does that look right to you?
Yeah, in the losers bracket. So one of these two players is going to be eliminated. And it's going to be our last match of the day. Ant versus Fetcher Wataya X is going to be played off stream. So our North American representatives, both on the brink of elimination right now. Ant and the Rat being the only two North American representatives left in the tournament.
Okay, and Mage versus Chinese characters in the lower bracket there. And Chung FR versus other Chinese characters. Oh, Katsukuri. Right. Figured it out.
No, Katsukuri is someone else, right?
I don't know.
That's
Chungafar's
great.
right next to. I think that's.
No. It's look at it's guy with line through the middle of the name, right above Chungafar.
Ah, dang it.
Katsukuri's eliminated, man. They lost in.
Rest
They went
in
0-2.
peace.
R.I.P.
All right, so brief summary of what's going on here. It's best of 5 conquest, 4 decks, ban 1. The players that have made it this far advance through 100-plus player tournaments, Swiss brackets, 7 rounds, that kind of stuff. And now we're doing these 4-man groups where in each group they play kind of double elimination to advance to get knocked out sort of thing.
That is correct, and they are playing for $12,000 and 5 BlizzCon points.
Yeah, that's just the first place prize. The total prize pool is $30,000 and some more BlizzCon points.
These are the players that have already advanced. I think.
Green Sheep smorked his way to victory. I remember that for sure, and Royal too.
And the two aggro players advanced, and Shu Shang advanced with his more control anti-aggro lineup. So he's going to be in very well positioned as the tournament moves on, lineup-wise.
That's a pretty sweet ceiling they got going on there. Do they use like circus acts with that architecture, or?
I mean, so far, most of the gameplay has been a circus act.
Hey. All right, let's find some deck lists for Rat.
Okay.
I'm doing Rat. You can do AK Wonder if you want.
I am going to do both of them.
Wow, you're on
top.
I
understand the ins and the outs, and
so I'm looking at Rat's deck. His Druid is banned. It's a Jade Druid that was teching Yogg Saron and Hungry Crab.
Okay.
So his Jade Druid is banned, which suggests AK Wonder is not aggro. He's mostly slow decks, but here is in fact an aggro deck.
He's kind of half and half. He's got
the UK Paladin.
The UK Paladin and the Bloodlust Shaman, which are his aggressive decks, and then he has the hybrid Gunther Freeze Mage, as well as Taunt Warrior. So like half and half kind of lineup.
All right, so the first matchup is going to be Rat's Miracle Rogue against AK Wonder's UK Paladin. So if Rat lands a big early Van Cleef, I don't think UK Paladin has any answers. There's no Aldor, no Equality. It's just dead. You have to live until turn 6 Sunkeeper Terran. So Rat has just some free wins there from a big Van Cleef. Apart from that, Rat just wants to have kind of enough removal to kind of keep UK Paladin off the board. He could win that way. And on the flip side, AK Wonder's win condition is playing stuff, having a stick to the board, and killing his opponent with those minions going face repeatedly.
Right, just getting that sick early game curve. And he's already got a nice early game curve of minions. He could potentially keep all of this, but you probably want to throw back the Stonehill Defender, look for something a little bit more aggressively statted.
And we see Rat keeping Eviscerate on the coin. It's pretty decent removal for something like a Murloc War Leader. We were talking about how one of his win conditions is just having enough removal for AK Wonder's threats, not letting anything threatening stick. And wow, AK Wonder kind of nails it there with hitting with a Filefin Inquisitor into Rockpool. That's sort of the nuts 1-2 opener. On the flip side, Rat also has, Swashbuckler's the nuts turn 1, and Eviscerate's a good piece of removal.
Yeah, it feels bad playing Swashbuckler into a 1-3, but you got to do it.
Yeah.
It's what you got.
You could hallucinate, but eventually, like if he saw the rock pool in AK Wonder's hand via cheating or something, maybe you could try to coin Eviscerate. It still just doesn't really.
Yeah, that seems awful.
Yeah.
Eviscerate's for higher priority targets. But picking up a great card off the Swashbuckler there.
Yeah, Lost in the Jungle. And you can see how highly he values coin. He doesn't want to coin out 2 1/1s on turn 1, even though he knows the opponent won't have a good way to deal with him. Unless he's somehow prep Van. No, what am I talking about? That's the Paladin.
Wow, he could jam it out now and then coin out and eviscerate to follow it up, start removing some of these Murlocs, just getting them off the board.
It's like doing it last turn. You miss the 2 1 damage attacks, but you gain the fact that eviscerate is comboed, which is more relevant.
Mm-hmm.
You like using an eviscerate for removal on 2-3 here, because now you have a second eviscerate if something like a war leader shows up.
Exactly. I think it's good.
So jungle coin eviscerate. The alternative would be something like hallucinate jungle. Looking at a turn 3 coin eviscerate.
I don't like that as much.
No, you probably want to eviscerate once now and once next turn, not twice next turn. Because this way you avoid one of his 2-3s getting to attack once.
Mm-hmm.
Rat's inclined to agree with your analysis. He uses the top deck eviscerate rather than one that had been in his hand longer.
Which bluffs backstab, I guess? Because if it's not eviscerate that you're keeping, it's probably backstab. Because if it's SI, then you would play coin SI there. If it was Edwin, you'd probably play like an Edwin thing there. So it's got to be like, at this point, either eviscerate or backstab. More likely to be backstab because they used the other card.
So if AK Wonder were to hero power, it'd set up to Squire plus Rallying Blade next turn, but it doesn't feel right.
Well, actually, it can't be backstab, because if it's backstab, you're removing the Murloc every time. So by using that one, you're showing that you kept a card that is not SI7 Edwin Van Cleve backstab. So it has to be eviscerate.
What about Fan Knives? I guess you don't keep that against Paladin. It doesn't kill them.
No, you don't keep that against Paladin. So he kind of gives away information that it's potentially eviscerate, but I don't think it's that big of a deal.
What about like Shaku?
Yeah, you could keep Shaku, sure. Just generally
not in the deck, so he didn't keep Shaku.
Okay. Just generally, it could have been like, I guess, a Razor Petal Lasher. But generally speaking, you want to try and not really play the card you've top decked if you've kept it off the mulligan, because they have less information about the card that you top deck. They have more information about the card the longer it sits in your hand, especially if you keep it off the mulligan, because they know it can only be a certain range of cards. It can't be Arcane Giant, for example, because you would never keep that off the mulligan.
Sure. I do think there's something to be said for just mixing it up. Just keep your opponent guessing a little bit. Or just not always doing one or the other, not always playing the top deck, not always playing the older card. But you're definitely right that you should be weighted towards playing the card you kept off the mulligan because, like you said, more information about it.
Mm-hmm.
So this Grime Street is not... It's one of the 2 mana minions, right? You're not really in the market for a Light's Justice when you have Rogue Hero power.
Yeah, and getting a Divine Shield seems better than giving 2 minions +1/+1, because you're not really playing them anytime soon.
Yeah, they're both sort of 2 mana for 3/3 worth of stats, but this 3/3 worth of stats comes in play immediately, which is a good thing. And the other 3/3, like the last one on Arcane Giant, doesn't come for a long time. So it's just better to get the stuff now instead of later.
Yeah, stats are good. You want to be getting as many on the table as fast as possible, trying to make sure the Paladin does as little amount of killing you as you can possibly make it do.
Sick Argent Squire there. Rattling Blade buffing Divine Shields happened already twice today's cast. Right? I think it buffed the Burn Bristle earlier. Very relevant. And value trade with the bubble.
Prioritizes keeping the 1/1 alive. Seems good. The other option was to sacrifice the 1/1 to try and keep the Divine Shield bubble alive, but you're not planning on playing Rallying Blade again next turn. You're planning on playing Finja, so the Murloc is more relevant than the Divine Shield.
So Rat's asking himself whether he preps Mimic Pod here. It would get better to save it if he were to draw Van Cleef or either Gadget, but using it now gives him better options for this turn and the next turn and such. He has good options for this turn without it. He can just Razor Petal Dagger. So he can sort of wait 1 turn for free.
Yeah, I
if
like
he draws
it.
Gadget or Van Cleef.
I don't know. What are you looking for off the Mimic Pod this turn?
Yeah, it's tough to think of what you're really looking for. I mean, if you hit a Van Cleef, I guess you're pretty happy, but you can do that next turn too. It's still good.
Yes, I like the decision to
rewarded
save
for saving it. That's a fourth reason. There's 1 questing, 1 Van Cleef, and 2 gadgets. They're rewarded for saving the prep Mimic Pod.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's thinking, maybe I still save this questing and don't give his Finja anything to attack. Maybe I just shoot that 2/2 down somehow. You could just Mimic Pod and like Razor Petal Dagger the 2/2.
I don't hate it. I don't.
What if you go
like
for the
it.
questing prep? How big does it get?
Well, you can play 3 cards with the questing, so it gets to a 5/5.
So it dies to 3 damage, which is any weapon, kings, or steed. I don't like it.
Yeah, it seems dodgy.
Yeah, it sounds like you just Mimic Pod and kill the 2/2. Don't give his Finja anything to do.
Right.
We're seeing the best and worst of Finja right now. In that the worst is that it doesn't have something to attack, so it can't. It just kind of sits there in stealth. But the best part of it is that it's safe from removal and it sets up for a Spike Ridge Steed turn. Whereas a non-stealth minion, probably Rat would just clear the board, and the Steed and Kings would look much more awkward.
Well, now he needs kings. Steed doesn't work. It's a 5/5, so he needs either kings or another Rallying Blade or a True Silver. So it's not that likely.
It's 5 outs, pretty likely.
Yeah. I mean, but is it really better to Mimic Pod do nothing? Because then he would just kings it anyway, and then it's a 6/8, and what do you do?
Okay.
Right? Like, that's still a bummer. Like, you don't have Vile Spine in hand.
Yeah, you're kind of thinking you just lose to it, so hope he doesn't
Yeah.
have it. This is a nice turn. Backstab the 2/2, eviscerate the Finja.
Mm-hmm.
Make an Arcane Giant, dagger a 1/1.
Yeah, this worked out.
You still have stuff if you draw a gadget. You have an 8/8 for the opponent to figure out an answer to.
Yeah, this is a tough call, but I definitely think the questing has to be better, because if the Finja gets buffed, it's punching you in the face anyway, and you're in a bad position. So you can't really afford to give up that much tempo without any comeback mechanism in hand.
So Megasaur for AK Wonder, he might hit poison off of that if he wants to like hero power Megasaur. Alternately, if he Spike Ridge Steeds, his Rock Pool goes up to 9 health, survives a hit from Arcane Giant, but he does know about the Razor Petal or the Dagger. So he's going for the poison.
Woof!
Nails it. Good player. Rat just kind of nods his head. He's like, yep, you would.
Yeah, he hates to see that, for sure.
And now if he wants to Razor Petal, SI, Dagger, the 5/4, then his SI loses to dies to the poison minion. So instead, clears the poison minion, takes 5 to the face. Feels bad about his life.
You could try and just tempo SI, potentially. Opponent trades a 5/4 into it. It's not that bad. You have the pedal to clean up as well. But I think you need to hold on to as many spells as possible for your gadget turn.
Yeah, that's kind of how you win here. You rip gadget and have a nice gadget turn.
Yeah.
Some nice options for Wonder.
Pressure. He hasn't seen any Vile Spines yet, so I'd like to go wide on the board. Just slam down Wicker Flame.
Yeah, it also sets up for the Rallying Blade synergy, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're saying just don't take a 7-drop when he could easily have Vile Spine Slayer in hand. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That might be part of why he's not playing Spike Ridge Steed, too, right? Interesting.
Could be. I mean, it's just like they have such Rogue has terrible ways of dealing with a wide board. So if you can just keep piling on pressure.
Yeah, it's mainly just Fan of Knives, Stalinist Fan of Knives type stuff. They don't do well with wide boards, you're right. So what happens if you go all in on Edwin? You're killing the 1/4 taunt and making an 8/8. That doesn't sound like a winning line.
Yeah, and then one of the issues with that is also there could be a Sunkeeper Term in aka Wonder's hand.
Yeah.
Or something you want a Vile Spine Slayer, and if you go all in, you can't Vile Spine Slayer it.
And you can't gadget anymore either.
Right. So I don't think you can go all in.
You could make a 6/6. Save the court for stuff.
I think that's fine. But that also gets cleaned up on board.
Yeah, well, it's better than getting your face cleaned up on board, right?
Right, you're buying yourself some amount of time at least.
All right, well, Grime Street Protector is actually pretty saucy here.
Yeah, Grime Street Protector is absolutely nuts here. You gotta develop while cleaning up the entire board. Pick working out very, very well for AKA Wonder.
I have a new fantasy. Grime Street Protector, Rallying Blade.
It's a perfect 10 mana play.
So beautiful. Now, the real perfect 10 mana play is like Murloc, Megasword, Divine Shield, Adapt, Rallying Blade. That's what you want.
The best 10 mana play in the game is always Deathwing.
What about Yogg?
Nah, Deathwing, man. More consistent Yogg.
More consistent Yogg.
Yogg always discards my hand and kills everything anyway.
Well, do you want that to be more consistent?
Yeah. If it's predictable, you can control it better.
Okay.
That's not Gadget.
No. But it could become a Gadget in the near future. Download
Well, he's
Blood
dead.
Mage. Details.
It's not going to become a Gadget, man. Unless AKA Wonder misplays or
We have
trades
seen
in the
mislethals.
patches. We have, yeah.
Not from AK Wonder.
Not from him, no. Green Sheep, though, missed lethal twice in the same turn. Still advanced 2-0 from his group.
I feel like, does the second one really count when it's in the same turn? It's like, we get it. Just kind of beating a dead horse at that point.
I count it. Yeah, I count it.
Okay.
He was like... Because they're like two totally different lethals that he like started doing as well. Like, he had the one lethal with this True Silver Champion face to kill his opponent, and then he played the Megasaur and got the +1/+1 buff, which would have killed his opponent, and yet chose neither of them. Like, you at some point, you had to thought maybe you'd recount once you see the buff for the Megasaur appear.
Okay, so it's a win for AK Wonder with the Paladin over the Rogue.
Is that the expected result? That matchup's kind of close, right?
I think it is the expected result, but also kind of close. So exactly what you're saying, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like maybe 55-45, I would guess. I haven't played much UK Paladin to really learn all the matchups ins and out yet. Believe it or not, there's actually too many different matchups in Hearthstone to really know all the ins and outs if you're going to do things like stream. You just only have so many hours in a day.
Yeah. But sometimes the Rogue can really keep the Murlocs off the board. I think UK Paladin performs better than standard Murloc Paladin against Rogue because they're not quite as vulnerable to their early game being shut down, and the extra weapons are so powerful against Rogue. Like Rallying Blade's super good versus Rogue to keep them off the board.
And True Silver too, like both weapons, just great.
Exactly. And so since you're not as reliant on Murloc sticking, you can find yourself in a better position. When you go full Murloc Paladin, sometimes just a backstab breaking your Murloc chain and then Rockpool Hunter doesn't land, and then they just remove all of your Murlocs forever, and you can never crawl back onto the board. It's a bummer. So I do think the adaptation of UK Paladin is better against Rogue.
Alright, so Rat needs to find a win with his Miracle Rogue, with his Token Shaman, and with his Deathwing Vine Cleaver aggro Paladin. We'll call that Hoy Paladin. People wouldn't know what that means.
Deathwing Paladin.
Yeah, Deathwing Paladin, that's what... Well, nice emphasis, that's good. AK Wonder with the Shaman, that's probably going to be pretty good against these aggressive decks, generally.
I mean, worst case, it's got a mirror.
Yeah. And then his Warrior, I believe, was Quest.
Yeah, he's got a Quest Warrior in there. Quest Warrior should often be able to outlast the Rogue, unless the Rogue has a really good start. Should be super favored against the Shaman, and be at a huge disadvantage against the Paladin.
Okay. But still, 1-0 lead for AK Wonder. He's looking good. He's leading with the Shaman here.
Mm-hmm. Standard Shaman that everyone has been playing
Barnes over the second Stonehill. Normal stuff.
Right. That's been the biggest change for the Shamans is everyone's doing that now. I don't know what changed and why that became a thing, but like literally everyone in the tournament except the Rat so far has been running one Stonehill, one Barnes. So if you play this kind of Shaman deck on ladder, all of the pros, it seems, have come to a consensus that the 100% stock optimized version, one Stonehill, one Barnes.
Yeah, Stonehill's a bit slow and clunky as a tempo-focused deck. Maybe one's enough for that role. Plus, Barnes, it's like your only proactive 4-drop. Your other 4-drop is Jade Lightning, so it's nice to have at least one. And it's got some nice high roll potential hitting a Mana Tide or Flame Tongue or whatnot.
Yeah, Mana Tide, Flame Tongue, Primal Fin, Totem, all are fantastic hits.
Also just good with Evolve, right? Evolve any 1/1 5-drop or whatever.
Sure.
Barnes into Aya. That's nice. You know, it's not nice drawing Patches. This hand does nothing. Rat's hating his life right now. Patches, Coin, Prep, Vile Spine. What a disaster.
Yeah, but sometimes these rogue hands turn into magic.
Alright, he thinks about the turn 1 Patches and chooses to save it for later for removal or activating a combo on something like Eviscerate or Fan Cleave for questing.
Yeah, I like that a lot because if you look at the Shaman's early game, Shaman has 1 mana 1/2s as well as like Jade Claws and just a lot of stuff that 1/1s do not trade well into. So it makes a lot of sense.
I actually think Patches is fine against the 1 mana 1/2 because you're just clearing it with a dagger on turn 2. Huh. And I don't really mind a Jade Claws clearing my 1/1 Patches either. That said, I still kind of like holding the Patches for removal. I don't have a specific reason why other than I just don't like pushing the 1 that much. Maybe they Maelstrom Portal it or something.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it seems like it dies for very little purpose. Whereas, like, 1 mana cards are pretty good in Rogue nowadays, just to be able to help you combo things and do stuff. He's thinking about utilizing it now.
Nah, just wait. He's got nothing to do with this mana. What's the rush to do it this turn?
Pretty good board. Not the worst evolve in the world, by the way, either, if you wanted to go for that. Coin Evolve on 4 minions there. You usually get a bunch of 2/3s, which can help beat up your opponent. You got Jade Lightning to follow up. I think if he didn't have Doppelgangster in his hand, aka Wonder would have just jammed the Evolve there. But since he has that Doppelgangster in his hand, just wait for the combo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he doesn't even have to wait long for the combo. With the Doppelgangster, pretty easy decision to hold it. Turn 4, Jade Lightning. Turn 5, Doppelgangster, Coin Evolve. Let's go. That's a winning line. This game looks pretty lopsided. What Rat needs to turn it around would be either a Gadget or a Van Cleef. The Van Cleef, there's no Devolve in AK Wonder's hand to deal with it yet. But he needs something to use all these coins and prep and razor pedals, so mainly Gadget.
Yeah, Gadget would be great. Just easy Gadget into prep Van and Knives.
And here you can see why Barnes pulling the Primal Fin Totem, discounting Thing from Below while also just getting a lot of stats for 4 mana in a card.
That hot new tech.
So hot. Rat has a decent turn here, clearing all the threatening minions, developing a 3/4 handful of garbage, but if he can just hang on long enough to draw Gadget, this game could be his.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, this Doppelgangster evolve's coming right about now. Make sure you attack face first with the minions before you evolve. There's no reason to miss that damage. He's actually trading. This limits the risk of a Doomsayer or Pyromancer, but it also means he's not getting some 2-drops.
He seemed pretty happy with it, judging by his face. Not bad.
Yeah, that'll work. So, the beast is really worth killing because you get a 3/3 Finkel Einhorn off the Death Rattle. You meaning the Rat, not AK Wonder. So Backstab Eviscerate plus either the Petal or the Patches would do it. If you use the Patches, you save Petal, which is a spell for Gadget. Or spell damage off Thalanos.
Yeah, it seems just better to use Patches in this situation.
Yeah, it's not like you're sending patches to the face anytime soon here. You're very much stuck fighting for board, playing from behind. He mouses over prep as a semi-bluff.
For Edwin?
Yeah.
I guess. I think he'd play it every time, though.
Yeah, it's not really much of a bluff. Maybe he's just doing stuff.
He's just sad that his hand all costs 1 mana.
That is the main thing that the rat's doing, is he's just, this is the bad kind of rogue. Sometimes rogue things are not good things. So, AK Wonder doing a little bit of math. He's like, alright, if I go all face and these Jade Lightnings go face, that's 15, I'm 5 off. It's 3 off, counting the spell damage from Wrath of Air Totem twice.
Yeah, maybe time to just play Mana Tide, take a trade, look for that Bloodlust.
That sounds pretty smart. Put another minion in play. Very powerful board, very flexible hand. It's pretty checkmatey here. Alright, what nice Shaman card comes up here. Storm, no. Volcano, no. Lotus Agents into Rogue Druid Shaman cards. No. You get another coin. That's a nice meme concede.
Well, he's not dead yet.
It's a nice meme concede, though.
You just take the coin and you rip Gadget next turn and then do something amazing.
I don't think it can even be that amazing.
Gonna take the Druid of the Claw. Try and get some survivability going on here.
Prep Druid of the Claw. Wait a minute.
Oh, man. Well, we didn't really have much of a game this time.
Nope, this was a blowout. Rat's hand sucked. AK Wonder's hand was good. You know what? That'll happen some percentage of the time.
Doppgangster Evolve on 6 is really good, especially when your opponent's hand is coin, razor petal prep.
You know what? Games like this are kind of the price we pay for having some sweet RNG-based games, and I'm willing to pay it. A game like this doesn't ruin my day. Unless I'm the rat, then it sucks.
Then it's a bummer, for sure.
Yeah, I've had some of those days.
So after this, AK Wonder just has the Taunt Warrior to win with. The Rats line up against Taunt Warrior. The Paladin should get a free win. The Shaman, he has a Sea Giant, 1 Sea Giant, 1 Doppelgangster. So he's got the kind of amnesiac tech going on there. And then he has 1 Devolve, 1 Hungry Crab to help him out against Paladin. So I'd say overall his tech choices hurt him against Taunt Warrior, and that's already a super Taunt Warrior favorite matchup. And then he has the Rogue versus the Taunt Warrior, which should be closer to 50-50. He has 1 Mimic Pod, 1 Questing Adventure, no Shaku, so he's like kind of light on threats, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult. But definitely winnable. It's going to be real tough, though, for him to get a win with that Shaman up against the Taunt Warrior remaining for AK Wonder. Wonder does have, a pretty stock Taunt Warrior with like double Sleep with the Fishes, double Brawl, double Primordial Drake. So he's got all the clears in there. If he finds, 2 clears over the course of the entire game against Shaman, usually you win.
So if you Ancestral Spirit a Druid of the Claw in bear form, does it come back as a 4/4 with no abilities?
No, because it's been transformed already, right? So it should come back as a 4/6.
Okay.
The card is already transformed.
Devolve would be pretty nice against this. Ancestral Spirit.
Devolve.
Oh, the Bloodlust might work out too. I could see this working. Because hear me out. He's got 5 minions in play, right? And then they all get +3 attack, so that's 15 damage. It's 1.5 Pyroblasts for half the cost.
He's just going to double Jade Lightning him over the top.
Yeah, that's just less clicks.
Right, efficient clicking. Make sure you pace yourself so you have enough energy for the next game. Series might go long. Don't want to BM. Save your fuel, man.
Mm-hmm. Plays around potential misclicks while trading. It's kind of hard to do. I guess if you attack with the wrong minion.
Sometimes, you get into these big stages and they got that fan going and the breeze comes in, and that'll make your hand move and click the wrong button. You gotta be weary of the whoosh.
The whoosh. Or more realistically, just kind of getting nervous because you're playing on camera in front of a lot of people for a lot of money sort of thing.
Or, maybe AK Wonder was out late last night hitting the gym, working out a lot. Maybe his muscles are kind of sore. He has a cramp while trying to bloodlust kill his opponent. Arm flails. All of a sudden, misclick, throws the game. So it's just minimizing the clicks, make sure no cramps get in the way.
Very efficient lethal from AK Wonder. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah. So now he's going to have the Taunt Warrior up against all three of the remaining classes for the Rat. So the Taunt Warrior, fairly stock Taunt Warrior. He's got 1 Slam, 1 Battle Rage, double Tar Creeper. What is different? He doesn't run like any weapon removal, so he doesn't have any of that tech in there. There's no shield block tech in there, and there's no Dirty Rats. Instead of like Dirty Rats, he has Tar Creepers. A lot of players have been running the Dirty Rats. So, about as stock as you can get.
Okay. And we're going to see Rat's Miracle Rogue, it's kind of like Muzzy's Miracle Rogue, but it's more anti-aggro in that it has a second SI7 agent and a second Razor Petal Lasher in place of cards like second Mimic Pod and Shaku.
Right, so it's a little bit better against aggro because Mimic Pod's terrible against aggro. It generates value and card advantage, which isn't great against aggro. You want to be getting tempo, and Shaku kind of does the same thing, whereas SI7's a higher tempo card. So these are tech choices designed for beating like something like Paladin, for example, whereas they're going to hurt him a little bit against the Tall Warrior.
Yeah, you could really use that extra value from the Shaku in the second Mimic Pod.
Yep.
Rat looks at his hand and sees something that's actually playable. A nice change of pace.
He's got a pretty good hand this game, yeah.
Coin Backstab SI would clear. Maybe it's better to just Razor Petal, take it slow.
Yeah, for sure. Overclearing sounds really bad. This Armor Smith's not doing that much to you. Getting an SI out there super aggressively like that gets super punished by just War X.
Yeah, and if you coin Backstab SI, you don't have a great plan to use 3 mana next turn. It's not like you want to use the Razor Petal on turn 3. The SI being developed just kind of doesn't accomplish much against a turn 3 Tar Creeper. Alright,
pretty sick curve.
You're thinking 4 mana taunt on turn 4?
I am. I think that's a fantastic way to play the game.
Yeah. Hearthstone's not always complicated. It can be very complicated, but other times play your 4-drop on 4.
Alright, let's fire off this Backstab SI now. Get some board control going on.
Mm-hmm. We're killing the Armor Smith, and we are not attacking the Stonehill. Alternatively, we could kill the Stonehill and push 2 chip damage. Then he's getting more Armor Smith armor, so I think it just makes way more sense to kill the Armor Smith.
Yep.
The problem with trading your Razor Petal into the Stonehill is then he can take the trade back into your Razor Petal. And he's kind of happy to trade his 1/4 for one of your minions, as opposed to the 1/4 just getting value traded and not really killing anything off.
Mm-hmm. Alright, 4-drop on 4.
Yep, that's excellent. You can push 1 face damage.
Whoosh.
So let's see how close are we to coining on Arcane Giants.
We're a ways off.
Not there. Now we're much closer. We get the 6 mana discounted by 4. We're 1 mana off playing the Arcane Giant this turn if we wanted to lose the game by going all in. We don't really want to lose the game by going all in, and also we can't, so that would not be recommended. Probably coin Vile Spine Slayer this turn. It's not a good Vile Spine Slayer target, but it develops a 3/4, and it's a target, and it uses your mana. The main issue with it is you'd like to save Vile Spine for his 5-drop much more than using it on a 2/3, right? But what are you gonna eviscerate for 2 and dagger? That doesn't even clear.
What if we just dagger, trade the 3/3 and the 1/4? and then pass. Like, what's the rush?
Sure. We're not accomplishing much here anyways. I mean, the rush is to draw gadget, not to do anything with this board, huh?
Right. I think it's time to be patient.
Okay.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah, Vilespine needs to be getting more value than that. If you just like start throwing away all willy-nilly like that, then you're going to walk right into their removal.
So both players have kind of do-nothing hands. They're waiting to draw something that actually does something. In the meantime, we can do nothing. I would probably Armsmith Armor and trade the Razor Paddle.
Me too.
I'm not sure what this Ravaging Ghoul is all about. I think you might want a double Ravaging Ghoul next turn some percent of the time, but this turn it doesn't really make any sense to put a 3/3 in play, does it?
No.
It's nice just kind of go to 35, kill one of your minions sort of turn.
Mm-hmm. Play that slow game.
Oh.
He's going for it.
He likes that tempo.
Yeah, max tempo line from AKA Wonder. So very different lines coming out from either player. AKA Wonder pushing for the most amount of tempo he can, whereas the Rat being really conservative with his resources and trying to take a value line of play.
Okay, note that the Armorsmith from AK Wonder came out after the Ravaging Ghoul. A lot of people like reflexively, just instinctively play the Armorsmith first to gain armor off the Ravaging Ghoul. What that would do is there would be one more damage on the Armorsmith and he would gain 2 armor for that. But AK Wonder knows his life total is not under pressure. He's more interested in having a sturdier board presence. So he values protecting the health of his Armorsmith over the 2 health on his character.
Mm-hmm.
Rat kills the things and cycles a card. He's saving these Vile Spines for bigger minions.
That's a good top deck.
Yeah.
You can Vilespine Acolyte of Pain, though. That's a good Vilespine target. Taunt Warrior often runs out of cards.
Yeah. It's kind of like finely tuned to have just enough cards and taunts to complete the quest. So if you disrupt an Acolyte draw, it can really get him.
Yeah, I like the Hallucination, Vilespine the Acolyte, stop that card draw, try and exhaust his hand.
Let's see here. Wow. So Battle Rage, like you really want the card draw from Battle Rage. I think that's just the pick. You want the Alley Armorsmith?
Yeah.
They play cards like Execute.
Yeah.
I guess you're trying to run him out of Executes because you have Arcane Giant.
You're trying to exhaust his hand. And you don't have that many minions in Rogue. And so, like, whenever you can get more minions from Hallucination, it's pretty good so that you can kind of just, like, run them out of stuff. If you just draw your entire deck really fast, you don't actually have too many threats in it. Oh, wow, he's trying to fully save the Vile Spines, huh?
The thing is, if you take the Battle Rage, you get to the gadget sooner, and I know you're saying you can just run out of stuff, but right now he's very much at risk of completely running out of things to do.
Well, it is a thing to do. And then he has the Giant as a thing to do after that. And then he has the second Vile Spine on something big after that, because your opponent's not playing any cards now, which means they're probably going to have a 7 or an 8 drop taunt in their hand.
So you feel like Rat has enough things to do that his turns won't be embarrassing, and he just wants to have more threats before he hits fatigue.
Exactly. Right, like, because you have the Alley Armorsmith to play now if you want. You then have, like, the Arcane Giant. So, like, he drew the Questing Adventure, which I guess is now better than the Alley Armorsmith, but the Alley Armorsmith was fine to play. Oh, he is going to commit it. This is maybe a little overcommitment into Brawl.
Yeah. Yeah, you usually want 2 minions.
Yeah.
Let the Brawl 1-for-1 you.
Yeah, you probably take this Brawl as AKA Wonder.
Yeah, you want that questing off the board. Yeah, you really like this Brawl. Like, when you had 1 Brawl, maybe you think, like, I should save this, but even then, you probably go for it. With 2 Brawls in hand, very easy Brawl. Well played.
I don't know if I like that. And 3 minions against Warrior is super sketchy. Especially when we've seen AKA Wonder's hand, right? So his plays throughout the entire last, like, 4 turns have been just really weak suboptimal plays, which can allude you to he's got either big minions in his hand, executes in his hand, or brawls in his hand. But he played the brawl off the top, which means there's still a pretty decent chance there's a brawl in his hand.
Note that AK Wonder didn't whirlwind to clear the Vilespine Slayer last turn because he figured he was probably going to Primordial Drake this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So he just kind of took 3 damage to get some value. Figures that's a good trade considering his life total is so safe. He just wants to have enough cards and resources to deal with whatever threat the rat puts out. He doesn't need more life. And
seeing 2 brawls now. It's go time.
Yeah,
full tempo commitment.
Go wide. Put everything in play.
Holy smokes.
Oh, boy. Drake fishies, huh? Rough time to be the rat. Never gadget. Just 3 disappointing road games in a row. Never gadget, always garbage.
Well, this time his hand wasn't that bad, but yeah, the other 2 were really bad.
Well, the whole no gadget, I'm out of stuff thing kind of sucks, and it just happens every game for him.
That's true. I would have also ran out of stuff this game because I would not have taken the Battle Rage. I still think the Alley Armorsmith's probably better on average, but a little unfortunate. Okay. Glimmering hope in the pod.
I still think the Battle Rage is right.
Okay, well then...
Oh.
Yeah, if you had taken Battle Rage, you would have been 2 cards deeper now, at least. Battle Rage helps prevent this.
I mean, this is super over.
Yeah, he's dead. Handful of nothing again now.
He's got that whirlwind in the tank, right where he needs it.
He's gonna gain so much life too. Oh, there's the gadget. This could be a wicked gadget turn.
Yeah, 3 preps. That's a good start to a turn.
Well, you start with the 1 mana spells, right?
Sure. He's used both Vile Spines, so these Alley Armorsmiths are going to be pretty annoying to deal with.
Man, he can get patches +1 attack.
Sick. Count me in. Probably hit an Alley Armorsmith. It's not like you have that many backstabs left. You still have plenty of backstab targets. You need to clear these Alley Armorsmiths more than anything else. But we both know.
He's got to pick up the pace. Rope's coming. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was too slow, man. He's still got like 10 cards to play this turn. He's got another counterfeit coin in there too.
All right. Whew. Grom Razor Battle, the dream.
Arcane Giant, go! 0 mana giant. And the coin. Oh.
Should have played that turn faster. Holy cow. Could have coined out Eviscerate for 5. He got super punished for taking his time.
Yeah.
Split his damage awkwardly.
He went with the prep first instead of the 1 mana spells first, so he couldn't prep out this Eviscerate. Like, he could have actually reduced the board to only a 2/4 fully developed and had Grom in hand to follow up. Like, there was still a chance. Not a good one, but a chance. I think he was probably tilted by how the rest of the series has panned out and how this game looked like it was panning out, that he kind of missed a glimmer of hope.
Okay, so this is the Whirlwind turn. You Whirlwind, Armor Up, Sulfurous, and then Hero Power. And your Alley Armorsmiths are just going face, pretty much regardless. I don't think you care about the gadget.
Nah, he's almost out of cards anyway.
The point of the Whirlwind is just to get those 1/1s out of the way of your Sulfurous Hero Power. And this stuff's just all going face. The point of going face with everything is that it's lethal if the Rag Hero Power goes face, and also, why do you care about clearing his gadget?
Right, I would have liked to see him Hero Power first as well. He's playing his gadget, his gadget hurts him on the board.
Yeah. He was trying to maximize the odds of clearing Arcane Giant, thinking if I kill this, I never lose. And you know what? He's not entirely wrong. Like he never loses no matter what. Yeah, 2 Gromosh. Sick, right? So
he could have had something happen. That's insane.
I mean, he had Gadget Shares and were his bottom 2 cards. That's a good sign you're not beating Warrior.
That's true. It's a tough matchup. So, on the back of the Rogue failing, I would say 2.5 times. The Rat gets defeated 0-3 by AKA Wonder, who eliminates him now. That is one of the hopes for NA taken down, and Europe moving on to the next round there with AKA Wonder.
Yeah.
Still a shot.
Nice 3-0 showing for AKA Wonder.
It looks like Mage is the other player from one of the losers bracket groups that is able to advance, keeping it real for the APAC region. So now we have 3 players from China, 2 players from Europe, and 1 player from the APAC region. Still 2 players yet to come out. We have Ant as the last hope to try and represent NA
USA
in the top 8, or and then China is going to be the last slot.
Okay. And so NA not doing so well at this tournament. That's kind of to be expected. They do have to travel reasonably far.
Travel is a bad excuse for
is it?
Losing, man. Yeah, it's part of the job.
Well, it's part of the job, but it still affects you.
Get over it, baby.
You can't get over it. Like, it's a thing.
Train.
I'm tired.
No, you got this is a crummy excuse for Everybody's tired. Everybody's got stuff to do.
What are you talking about? Not everybody's tired. When I'm playing on my home turf, I play better than when I have to travel.
Learn to play, man.
Learn to play. All right.
Obviously, you don't want. It's $12,000. If you can't motivate yourself to get out of bed or
you can get out of bed, but that's different from being at your best. Like Hearthstone's just not an easy game all the time. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions. It goes
you can't motivate yourself to go to sleep
a motivational
early
issue.
And be well rested.
You can't just force yourself to fall asleep. It's not a motivational issue. It's just a human logistics issue.
Human logistics, nah.
Yeah.
You can motivate yourself to do like anything, man. Just believe hard enough. Just want it enough, and then you'll just pass right out.
This is a bunch of nonsense.
No, it's for real, man. Just get over it.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, that is going to be the end of the stream, guys. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Appreciate all the viewers that showed up. Awesome. Yeah, it was a great day. Got to see some good games, some bad games, some in-the-middle games. You know, what more could you expect? We'll be back tomorrow with the top 8 of the tournament.
Woo. See you then.